The story begins with a scene of devastation from a fierce war that has just occurred. On top of the rocky mountain in the distance, there was a figure sitting quietly there. Below the ground, everything was very chaotic, people died like straw, and there were holes in the ground and rocks everywhere. The boy tightly hugged the girl's body in his arms. No one could see his expression. His heart was very painful at this moment. "Mac man, sorry I hurt you." He clenched his teeth to stop the anger that was gradually rising in his body. But it seems the people below still haven't let him go. An arrogant person spoke up. "Demon Venerable is the strongest in the demon race. Indeed, his reputation is unimaginable. Unexpectedly, the 5 of us would have to join forces in order to capture him." A person wearing a skull mask did not think so. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha, what is the strongest demon? In the end it is still just a human name that is not human, a ghost that is not a demon." Other people also began to brazenly curse. "Deep then, don't blame me. If you do, blame Mac Van for being blind, choosing me not choosing me. They go there, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Having finished speaking, those 5 people set up their stance and eloquently declared, "Why waste words with so many people who are about to die? Kill!" At this time, the demon's eyes were stained with a blood-red color, his pupils filled with murderous intent as he said every word. "You should not kill her. You all must die." Following his scream, a terrible force suddenly burst out in all directions. The horrifying aura enveloped the talkative people above, causing them to momentarily panic and realize, "It's dangerous. This mongrel has activated the demon world's great array. He wants to die with us. Get out quickly." I don't know if they have been able to withdraw yet, but on this side the dark air has been pushed high into the sky, forming a terrifying red column. Those standing nearby could not avoid the fate of being blown away by the aura. Before they could yawn, they were all taken to pay homage to their ancestors. But the demon Venerable still sat there in a dazed state, hugging Mac Van, who had turned pale, thinking angrily, "Just because I'm a half-demon? Even if I rely on my own strength to become the strongest demon, because I don't want a mixed-blood demon to dominate the pure-blood demon race, they collude with 4 other clans to plot against me." He sadly looked up at the sky and lamented, "What the hell is the origin of blood and race? Today, being forced to this point by those wretched people, in the end, it's still because I'm too weak. What about people? What about ghosts? What about ghosts? It turns out that for thousands of years, I have only been surrounded by prejudice. Only by escaping the chains of race can we reach the realm of the great path. This is the true meaning of the heavenly path." With clear thoughts, he immediately broke through the realm and became identical with the original divine soul of heaven. He felt the spiritual force flowing strongly through his body. This was a gift from heaven. Even though his body was no longer there, he received the original divine soul, merging into one body of the 5 races. Based on this divine soul, I will reach the highest realm that no one has ever achieved before. Suddenly his body transformed into a stream of air that flew to another place. A black shadow opened its mouth wide, revealing a row of white teeth, welcoming it. Very quickly, the aura was finished by it. After eating that thing, the shadow was very happy and laughed loudly. "Hee, the sole source of the strongest demon tribe belongs to me." In a small cave on a steep cliff, suddenly a ray of demonic energy appeared. A white-haired man immediately knew that the villain was laughing loudly. He touched the power in his chest and confidently said, "Wait until the day I finish refining, that's when you have to give up." Suddenly a sharp pain came and made him grit his teeth. "What? How is that possible?" His hand suddenly reached up to squeeze his own neck, as if he couldn't believe the truth and panicked. "You? How could you?" "No way. I was actually seriously injured by a spirit source." His pupils turned red, the pain made him scream helplessly. "Impossible." The demon's voice suddenly rang out. "A person like me who now possesses a primitive divine soul just lacks a body that has never been controlled before." He completed the occupation of this body quickly. Before that unfortunate guy died, he was kind enough to tell him, "I intentionally emitted an attractive breath to cultivators around me, unexpectedly. It's you who comes. Demon King Trantien's younger brother, this demon body of yours belongs to me now. Become the first stepping stone for me to reach the pinnacle of the 5 clans. This outcome is already very good for you." Looking at the purple aura in his palm, he slowly commented, "This is the technique of the demon clan's introductory level. It seems that the power in the initial divine soul is a chain to disregard the race. Cultivation is necessary. All the martial arts of the 5 tribes. Even if heaven does not allow me to die, I will account for everything with you for this hidden hatred and hatred for killing my wife." Suddenly, the excited voices of a group of people rang out outside. It was here suddenly emitted a strong demonic aura. Seeing this, the Demon King curled his lips and smiled. You have come at the right time. Let me test to see how strong the original divine soul is. On this side, someone suddenly made a decision: leave the mountain. Immediately, the rocks in front exploded, sending smoke and dust flying. In that cloud of smoke, people gradually saw clearly the figure of an intact teenager slowly walking out. The person who just arrived wondered, the demon breath just now is close to our master's level. It couldn't have come from this kid, could it? The other person replied contemptuously, how is that possible? No matter how you look at his realm, it seems like he is just starting out. Our master can move a finger, and his chaos will be completely destroyed. The leader also immediately raised his voice to teach the world. He directed towards the demon lord and ordered, Demon boy, if you still want to live, kneel down and beg for mercy, and at the same time told the direction of the person who just emitted this breath. Deep then found it funny. He calmly said, you three, if you want to live, kneel down and ask for forgiveness. It's probably not enough, you have to count out 100 more times. When the other two heard that, they immediately became angry and said loudly, Master, if this rotten brat is so tired of living, then let the disciples send him on his way. Master, let me, this kind of incompetent person who doesn't know good or bad, only deserve the lowest way to die. The other master laughed proudly, seemingly not taking the person in front of him in his eyes. You two go up together. This kind of person who doesn't know how high the sky and the earth are, you should let them know that they can't live or die. The failure of the human race. The two disciples obeyed the order and immediately rushed forward in order to gain merit in front of their master. Obey master's orders. A man stepped forward and shouted, Boy, my whip is laced with the poison of thousands of spiders. Having finished speaking, he swung the whip vigorously. Yet, the demon lord only needs to lightly grasp the tip of the whip. He even sarcastically said, petty little skill. Then, he squeezed gently, and the rope crumbled like fine powder and fell to the ground. It would be a waste to throw away these poisoned weapons. He used his internal strength to control those sharp fragments to rush back at the enemy. The other guy only had time to hiss, how is that possible? Before his own weapon flew right through him. The other guy realized that and called out in panic, Junior brother. He angrily pointed his sword and rushed towards the devil. You rotten boy, you dare to kill my junior brother, surrender your life. Tonton did not flinch, he pointed his poetic finger. With a flash, the yellow force suddenly slashed horizontally. The devil just waved his hand and made that guy immediately surrender his life. The cowardly master was now weak in fear. He stammered, you. The devil basically did not take him in his eyes. He moved behind him, like Azura in hell, and said, if you absolutely refuse to ask for your lives, then I can only satisfy your wishes. As he finished speaking, he was pierced straight through the chest by a demon's move. When the enemy's tall body lay down, he declared, my path of revenge will begin with the human race. He raised his hand to cast a spell to cover his true appearance. High-level blinding magic means that casters with lower realms cannot recognize the true appearance of the caster. He suddenly realized something was coming. Why did that strange boy's breath appear here? Demon Venerable did not say much, immediately followed the trail and left. Somewhere at the foot of the rocky mountain, a stubborn voice rang out, dare to attack me. That dirty organization, does it want to be leveled by the three great families? The person who spoke was Tranmak, the young ruler of the Tran family of the three great families of the human race, the former hero of the human race. The evil people laughed loudly again. Three great families, ha ha ha. The woman sarcastically said, young Master Tran probably doesn't know that the Golden Master is behind this transaction. It is one of the three great families of those people. Tranmak exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? Is the person who wants to put me to death the Deep family or the Ta family? She curled her eyelashes again and replied, dead people don't need to know the answer. Then she swung the chain and ordered the animals to attack and kill him. At this moment, the devil appeared from above. With just one powerful landing, he sent the animals flying in all directions. Women are also on high alert. No one. The devil replied very coolly. A person passing by encounters a grievance, or in other words, a person who is always worried about trouble. Of course she hated being hindered, and asked harshly, which unrelated person dares to meddle in the affairs of the bald organization? See those dogs in my hands, any of them can kill people. Demon Venerable did not feel threatened at all. He smiled lightly and said, I have long heard that the bald organization of the human race has a secret method to control the remaining four races. Today's meeting is truly despicable. I am afraid to kill you. Dirty my hands. The girl was furious when she was told that. Her whole body radiated murderous aura, saying, even a young junior dares to open his mouth and talk nonsense. Originally I could have killed you completely, now haha. Animals, tear your prey apart. Following her orders, the controlled people immediately rushed towards the demon lord. The devil just gently raised his hand to stop. They were immediately hit by a strong force to the ground. Tran Mak witnessed this strange scene and couldn't help but be frightened. These three controlled cultivators were all overlords of one side, working together to the point where even a person with his primeval cultivation base could not stop them, yet was overpowered by this person in one move. Who exactly is this person? At this time, the devil grabbed a certain person's neck. He used force to crush the necklace containing magic power. The other person immediately became alert and stammered, "You." The demon smiled at him and said, "Kai Hoa, boy, you have already forgotten even the deity." Kai Hoa immediately looked at the devil with tears in his eyes and sobbed, "Venerable, your majesty, it is very good that you are not dead yet." When the other woman heard this story, she felt it was crazy. She screamed in horror, "Impossible. Are you the strongest demon of the Vo demon clan?" Before she could finish speaking, Kai Hoa rushed forward. "How could your great-uncle let a trash person like you call him die?" On this side, the demon lord only looked at the people on the ground. "That human race has tormented you for so long. Do you want revenge?" Those people were controlled but still kept a little bit of their sanity. They said in unison, "May the devil be fulfilled. After I take revenge, I will obey the devil's orders." I just saw him waving his hand, chanting and saying, "Good, those who are aware of the times are handsome and talented." Instantly, the chains binding them broke. They regained control of themselves, then turned to look at the person who had harmed them. It seemed like they rushed towards the woman at the same time and screamed, "Die!" It can be seen that she is only good at controlling others, but in reality, her fighting ability is very poor, so within a few seconds her body received dozens of serious injuries. She still tried to say, "Kill me, the organization will not forgive you." A mere demon, in the eyes of that great man, was not worth mentioning at all. "Before you were lucky not to die, this time your death is certain." Sun looked at her coldly and said sarcastically, "Dare to threaten me?" Without even blinking an eye, he blew up the woman's body and said, "Just in time, I don't intend to spare your organization either." Tran Mak hid his surprise in his heart, clasped his fists, bowed down, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help." Deep inside he was shocked. This person is too strong. A look can kill someone. Saying he doesn't want to get his hands dirty means he doesn't really get his hands dirty. Then he slightly opened his eyes and looked up, his voice full of doubt. "Are you really demons?" Demon Venerable glanced at Tran Mak and coldly replied, "Why, are you unwilling to see that I am not dead yet?" When Kai Hoa saw someone being insolent towards his lord, he got mad and said, "Dare to touch my lord, he will be the first to tear you apart." Tran Mak coughed softly because of his injury. Cough cough. The demon lord misunderstood. "My Tran family has never participated in the Great War of the Five Clans. This time participating in the siege and killing the demon lord is the Deep family." Kai Hoa immediately continued, "Your Majesty, this kid is not lying. Your Majesty, who was killed by those bastards, after losing the news, his subordinates and brothers split up to find them to take revenge. I'm in charge of the human race's trash Deep Blue, but I won't fight him. After he caught me, he threw me into the Bald organization and controlled me. This Bald organization captured many of our demon brothers and forced us to sell our lives to them. Now that he has regained consciousness, he will definitely leave the dead without a place to bury." Knowing something, Tran Mak Nu quickly interjected, "The Deep family and the Bald organization are related. In other words, the person who plotted to surround and kill me this time is also the Deep family." "Or for a Deep family," Ma Tun said with interest, "if they dare to attack my people, I won't be able to return the favor." Kai Hoa didn't understand why she was so scared right now and said, No, it's already bad enough for a subordinate to not be able to avenge his superior, so how can he let someone come forward for him?" The devil was very indulgent, because he was angry. "Dare to touch my person is equivalent to challenging me. Challenging my people has only one outcome, death." His words successfully turned the muscular Kai Hoa into a crybaby crying out of emotion. Seeing that human being was sitting on the ground all this time, he turned to ask, "Young Master Tran, are you interested in performing a play with me?" Tran Mak was skeptical. Acting. In a certain place, surrounded by tall mountains, below is a massive citadel. Kai Hoa led everyone to a high place to look down. "Your Majesty, this place is the headquarters of the Bald organization." He looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect His Majesty to be so interested, transforming into the evil girl of the Bald organization to act in a play. Or for a Bald organization, yet they dare to use such despicable tricks to enslave their demons. The devil in the form of the woman just now turned cold and led everyone forward. Go to the leader here. Suddenly he arrived at their lair. Those in the organization saw the person returning, so they stopped everything at hand and bowed down, to pay their respects to the hall master. The demon lord observed the surroundings and assessed. It seems that the siege and killing had no effect on the lord, which is really good. A subordinate suddenly reported, "Hall master, the hall master is currently receiving distinguished guests, making it clear that he wants someone in your hands." The demon uses voice transmission to talk to Tranmak, improvise according to the opportunity. He also replied with a serious face, "Understood." The whole group was led to the front of the leader here. The demon lord gracefully stepped forward and said, "General Hall Master, I have brought the boy Trangia back." The person sitting on that leather chair was a member of the human race, the leader of the bald organization. He laughed loudly, "Okay, well done, there's a reward, go back first. To Ni Duong family, you can absolutely rest assured when we work, you can look at it." The Nguyenon clan and the Ni Duong family did not understand why they appeared here at this moment. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes dangerously. He stared at the woman before him, a feeling of electricity running down his spine immediately surrounding him. The second family member immediately stood up and choked out, "You." Seeing this, the general hall owner quickly asked, "Second master, what's going on?" He pointed at the devil and said firmly, "This is not your subordinate, he is an outcast from the Su family." The master of the main hall got mad on the spot. He pulled out his knife, pointed it at the devil, and shouted, "You kid is very good, you have a lot of courage, you dare to pretend to be my person, hide your head and show your tail, thinking that no one will discover your true appearance." Under the questioning of the two people in front of him, the devil did not flinch. He sarcastically said, "Humph, I'm afraid that once you see my real face, you won't be able to see the sunlight tomorrow." After returning to his original self, he continued, "The two families' ability to sense blood was still something that made people nauseous until now. When the general hall master saw the other person's true face, he couldn't help but be startled. You are the strongest demon lord deep then of the demon race. Are you not dead yet?" He turned to the side and questioned, "To Ni Dang family, did you just say that this devil is a member of your two family?" The second family immediately expressed their opinion. "I despise an illegitimate son who is related to the demon race, so he has no qualifications to become a member of the Tu family. Don't tarnish the Tu family's reputation." Kai Ho was angry and scolded someone, but the devil stopped him. "Let him speak." When the second master had no one to stop him, he pointed his sword and said loudly, "Don't think that becoming a demon lord is noble. That cannot change the fact that you are a bastard. If I hadn't given birth to you, my little sister wouldn't have ended up like this. It was all your bastard comet's fault." When the demon monk saw the mention of his mother, he was immediately startled and quickly asked, "How is my mother? What did the Tu family do to her?" The second master shouted, "Bastard, shut up for me. You have no right to call my little sister your mother. No matter what happens today, I have to personally help my little sister finish off that evil bastard of yours." I only saw the second master pull out his sword and shout, "Cruel race, die for me." Having finished speaking, he controlled the sword energy to fly next to where the demon lord was standing. Demon Venerable was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and shouted. His aura immediately gathered into his palm. "Wait a few seconds. When the source of aura has collected enough, the demon will push his hand up and release it all." When the second family saw this, they were startled. The spirit swords of the second family followed the demon's thrust and hit him back, pinning his body on the city wall. He was beaten until he couldn't move but still tried to curse. "You cruel bastard, if you have the ability, kill me. Even if I am a ghost, I will not forgive you." The devil listened in one ear and out the other. He smiled and looked up at him, softly saying, "You are my second brother, I won't do that to you, but you have to bear the hatred you caused yourself. Bear it." Tranmak's side has also finished removing the chain. The devil looked at him and softly asked for help. "Young Master Tran, in my face, please save his life." Tranmak didn't even think about it, and replied immediately, "No success, no problem." Seeing the young master of the Tran family approaching him, the second family could not help but scream in fear, "You bastards of the Tran family and your karma, remember." The main hall owner, who had been standing as a puppet all this time, finally spoke up to find a sense of existence. "So what about the strongest demon lord? You now barging into my territory is no different from surrendering your life. Ha ha ha." Kai Hoa did not wait for his superior to respond, but angrily trembled and cursed. "Insolent, dare to say disrespectful words to the superior, you are really tired of life." Without needing an order from the demon lord, he and the other group of people rushed forward. "You trash don't need your superior to take action, we can kill them too." I only saw the head of the general hall curl his mouth. "Stupid, a slave should have the appearance of a slave. He suddenly released a bunch of chains and flew towards the crowd, chanting at the same time, "Everyone kneel down for me." At this time, the devil appeared. He was cold to the extreme, murderous aura radiating from all directions like an Azura from hell crawling up to demand his life. "With me here, who dares to force them to kneel?" Having finished speaking, the hall master on the other side also stopped because he could no longer pull the chain towards him. He was panicked. How is that possible? Can he easily block the moves he uses? And he just snapped his fingers. All the links turned into ashes in an instant. Kaiho's group was immediately liberated and quickly thanked, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The general hall owner was so angry that his face turned purple. His self-esteem was fiercely slapped in front of everyone by the opponent's counterattack just now. His voice seemed to be hissing through his teeth. "Your Majesty. What? A mixed-race guy was beaten to death by 5 clans joining forces. I still think I'm very talented." After speaking, he cast a spell. His body suddenly became 100 times larger. He used his amplified voice to roar, "On the battlefield, those 5 old men working together could not kill you, not because you are powerful but because of those 5 old men deep within. Now I will open your eyes to the true cooperation of the 5 clans." Following his summons, everyone suddenly seemed to be psychologically manipulated. Everyone vaguely felt a strong desire to kill. They gradually turned into monsters with all sorts of strange shapes. Under the control of the General Hall Master, they rushed towards the group of demons, and shouted loudly for their lives. Seeing that the group of people did not make any move, the head of the hall thought that he had the upper hand and was very proud. "Demon boy, now kneel down and ask for forgiveness. I am still considering it. Your cultivation level is not bad, but you are given the status of a slave. Otherwise, you wait to be crushed into mud." Ha ha ha. Ma-Tun looked at those small fry and yawned in boredom. "Ope." He arranged a barrier to protect his people, but he himself stepped forward and said to him, "You talk too much. Are you going to fight or not?" He couldn't find any fluctuations on the devil's face, so he was very angry, grabbed the chain and said loudly, "You're about to die but you still act like a brat, then I will give you your satisfaction." Then he shouted, 5 clan puppet battle. "Kill him for me." The formation was established immediately following the exhortation of the head of the General Hall. Demon Lord calmly clasped his hands behind his back, watching the brilliant fireworks display before his eyes. In just a moment, blue lights in the sky simultaneously rushed towards him at breakneck speed. As a result, a terrible explosion with enormous destructive power occurred immediately afterward. The master of the General Hall quickly laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you know that you are not self-reliant, dare to oppose you, death is worth it." But before he could finish speaking, he choked up as if he saw something very scary. "You." The General Hall owner laughed proudly. "Ha ha, I don't know how many pounds or tails I have, but I dare to confront you, and I'll die." Suddenly he noticed something strange. His pupils constricted violently. "You." It turned out that when the mist gradually cleared, what greeted him was not the demon's corpse, but the image of him still intact sitting cross-legged in the air, holding a small fireball in his hand. Demon Venerable did not hesitate to criticize. "The 5 clans joining together is truly powerful. I also want to open my eyes a little, so I let you ramble so much. You are no longer useful anymore." Having finished speaking, without warning, he shot a fireball towards that talkative guy. He realized that, but it was too late, so he could only stammer, What do you want to do?" "Wait." The iron chains that were previously in his hands, his important tools, now returned to cling to every muscle on his body. They seemed to be controlled and tied tightly to their master, making the master pale in fear. "Why don't my iron chains listen to my orders anymore?" He looked in despair at the fireballs slowly approaching and cried out, "Am I really going to die here?" Under the scythe of death, his self-esteem was left to the dogs. He had no future and screamed in fear. A petty person does not know how to control himself. His crime deserves death. Begging the demon lord to spare his life, the poor man is willing to become a buffalo and a horse, his flesh and bones broken for you. The devil still hadn't teased him enough. He scratched his ear as if he hadn't heard clearly, and tried to ask again, "Oh, little man, who wanted to be my grandfather just now?" The head of the General Hall quickly bowed down, kowtowing his head repeatedly, and replied, "The little man is my nephew, the senior demon lord is my grandfather. I hope the demon lord will ask him to spare his life." Ma-Tun doesn't care much, nephew. He snapped his fingers to explode his body and said, "I don't want a rotten grandson like this." Not paying attention to him anymore, he walked forward. A red eye in the middle of his forehead lit up to cast spells. Immediately a strange light appeared, covering all the people below. They seemed to sense something and raised their heads. A moment later, everyone's blank eyes returned as before. Everyone's faces were very confused. Demon Venerable stood high above, looked down, and loudly announced to that group of people, "The control technique used on you has been solved by me. You are free." Then he gently landed on the ground. Those people realized what had happened and were extremely grateful. They clasped their hands together and smiled at him. "Thank you for your help, Senior. I will never forget this great kindness. The grace of our seniors is like helping us to be reborn again. If there's anything that needs to be told in the future, I'm willing to go to the Mountain of Swords and go down to the Sea of Fire without hesitation." If the younger generation is not mistaken, the senior is the demon race's demon Venerable Deep then. "Your Majesty, it's really you, that's great." He was not killed by those traitors in Gakat. They approached him and asked repeatedly, "Your Majesty, now those villains will fight back there, leaving that puppet Sand dead without a grave." Deep then slowly replied to them, "No rush, I still have unfinished business with the clan. This place could be used as a base for our clan." Everyone else didn't understand what was going on, so they gathered in groups and started to stir. This is the strongest demon Venerable of the demon race. People often say that the demon race is cruel, but today it is this demon Venerable who saved us from enslavement. It is said that Demon Lord Deep then has half-human bloodline. Perhaps that is why he is different from his peers. No matter what, my life was saved by him, and repaying the favor is what I should do. After finishing the discussion, that group of people quickly came forward to pay their respects to Deep then. "I received the great grace of saving my life from my predecessor. There is nothing in return. What my predecessor needs to do in the human race, I would like to pay my respects. My best." Suddenly conquered dozens more subordinates. Deep then smiled brightly and agreed, "If that's the case, then from now on this place will be called the Five Clans Hall." The stone at the entrance was also immediately engraved with 3 words Five Clans as an affirmation. Deep then chose the Five Clans Hall as his base, following Kaiho's group to the clans to explore the whereabouts of the enemies surrounding him at that time. After instructing everything, he glanced at the 2 people in the distance. Tranmak turned to him, smiled and said, "Demon, the misunderstanding between me and the second family has been cleared. He was also used by Deep Jia, so he came to cause trouble with me." The second family looked very angry, frowned and cursed. "Humph, Deep Lu, that mongrel, wants the 2 to Tren families to kill each other, while the Deep family sits and profits as a fisherman. This time when I return, I will definitely kill him first. And of course," Deep then will calmly reply, "I don't care about the grudges between the 2 of you." He asked the second master, "Tonton, tell me everything you know about my mother." Hearing that, Tonton felt like he was being poked in a sore spot. He shouted, "Do you still have the face to ask? That year your wretched father and son left, your little sister was imprisoned by the family in a forbidden area and endured so many hardships. Why didn't you come to save her? In the Great War of the 5 Clans, my big brother and I returned triumphantly, but my little sister disappeared again. Her soul lamp was shaken, and her chance to live was slim. This is all because of your father and son." Speaking for a long time, Deep then grasped the important point and quickly asked, "My mother is missing in the 2 families' forbidden area. Take me away." The door that separates the gloomy forbidden area has been opened for a long time. Deep then quietly walked in from outside. From afar he could clearly see that on the far platform there was his mother's soul lamp on it. Deep then frowned. "It's the mother's soul lamp. The soul's condition is not very good." Suddenly, Tonton ran in from behind and scolded, his voice somewhat unbelievable, "Rotten boy, what's wrong with you? Even the elder goalkeeper dared to kill, causing such a big problem. Big brother is coming." Waiting for him to finish speaking, a strong wind suddenly appeared when breaking the door, and a shadow of a person suddenly appeared. That person arrogantly curled his lips and declared, "The person who arbitrarily broke into the 2 families' forbidden area. Die." It turns out that this is none other than the 3 great leaders of the human family, the head of the 2 family, Tavan, and at the same time the human race. Tonton saw the tense atmosphere, so he interjected to defend his nephew. "Big brother, he is little sister's son. Perhaps there is a way to find little sister. That's why I'm new." Before he could finish speaking, Tavan gave him a full love punch. He spoke nobly from above, "Shut up, our 2 family does not have the evil demon race. Second brother, you committed a serious crime today. When I finish dealing with this devil, I will pursue your crime." Having said that, he turned to Deep then standing next to him, and raised his voice, "Karma. You threatened my second brother and killed the gatekeeper. Today, Tavan, I will definitely give you meat and bones." Deep then basically did not take this old man in his eyes. He coldly sarcastically said, "Besides my mother, the rest of the 2 family are Deep then's group who only know how to bark." Suddenly Tonton lay at his feet and realized something. I only saw him suddenly swing his leg and kick Tonton outside the forbidden area, not forgetting to curse again. Too busy. Tonton was kicked out and couldn't do anything but blurt out, "Damn it." He had to fly quite a distance before landing in the arms of Mother Earth, causing him to groan, "Huh." At the same time, a terrifying explosion rang out inside the forbidden area. It seemed like the battle between the two had begun. It took Tonton a long time to stabilize his body to think, "This rotten boy kicked me out. Maybe he was afraid of implicating me." Inside, a water dragon has been summoned and is aiming to attack Deep then. Tonton attacked and said, "Demons deserve to die, you should go to hell." The water dragon performed the most colorful Tjia Tien Tui method, held a pearl and rushed towards Deep then. Deep then did not flinch. He stood in front of his mother's soul lantern and exclaimed with great regret, "The Su family's practice in your hands is truly a waste." Then he drew an S-line. Streams of water with extremely strong pressure rushed towards him, yet they were easily stopped. After the defense was completed, he began chanting the attack spell, Tjia Tsong Fap, 9 Heavens Milky Way. According to his reading, each stream of water rose up, creating a giant water dragon that rushed straight towards Tonton. He didn't have time to react, so he had enough. Before waiting for this move to end, Deep then snapped his fingers to perform another move. The water streams rotated and stacked on top of each other, creating a terrible pressure that fell directly on Tonton's body. He was beaten until he couldn't stand up. Still in shock, he asked, "How do you know the Su family's higher-level martial arts?" Deep then didn't want to talk too much to stupid people. He turned out a water knife in his hand and said, "You should ask yourself how incompetent you are to only be able to stop the Su family's martial arts at such a weak level." He pressed the knife to his neck and declared, "It's over." Yet this guy didn't shed a tear even after seeing the coffin. He still laughed and said, "It's the end, so you also lost your life. Villains can only be quick with dirty tricks. Tonton is the same. He knows he can't attack the person in front of him, so he switches his target to Tomat's soul lamp next to him." Deep then immediately glanced over and discovered. He darkly asked in a hellish tone, "Do you want to kill your own sister?" Tonton laughed out loud again. "My sister, haha, that's right." He seemed to be speaking on behalf of justice. "My younger sister, because of her personal desires, has defamed the thousands-year-old legacy of our family, leaving our family unable to raise its head for hundreds of years. In the human race, I give it a chance over and over again, but no matter what, it always disappoints me. Being stupid, falling into this situation where the soul is about to die is entirely of its own doing." Ha ha ha. Deep then was not agitated by him at all. He looked down and spit out the words, "My mother has no family like you." Tonton sinisterly wanted to bet, "If you obediently accept death, your mother's soul lamp will be able to burn until the last moment in the family." He actually launched a sneak attack, stabbing several arrows from behind, causing Deep then to be momentarily surprised. Looking at the other person's fallen figure, Tonton was happy. "Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame your ghost father for not coming to cause trouble with the family." Deep then didn't pay attention to that but just kept asking, "Where is my mother?" He raised his hand to form a seal and replied, "The whereabouts of our family members are not the business of a devil master like you. No right to know." After saying that, he blew up the place where Deep then was standing to destroy him. After that, Tonton tightly held Tomat's soul lantern and said some incomprehensible sentences. "Using the blood of my biological son, I can probably help you persevere for another 100 years beside the old ancestor of the Deep family, Tomat. It's Tomat. This is my last chance to atone for my sins." At the same time, a sword tip suddenly appeared at his feet as red as blood. The sword stabbed straight up from the ground, causing Tonton to have no time to react and drop Tomat's soul lamp. Luckily, Deep then anticipated and caught it accurately. The indignation inside him burned fiercely at this moment. He shouted harshly and blamed the cold-blooded person in front of him. "It turns out that my lady was not missing, but was used by you to help others." Tonton was surprised and terrified, hugging his severed arm, stammering, You were clearly killed by me. How are you still alive?" Deep then looked at him with disdain and asked, "I don't understand. It's normal. I am a demon. How could I be seen through by a humble human monk?" When Tonton was beaten by his brother, he couldn't help but shouted, "What do you want to do?" He then coldly repeated what he had said before. "Help my mother." "Then a brother like you sacrificing a little blood is not too much." By the time he finished speaking, Tonton's body had been slashed through hundreds of thousands of sweet slashes. He was withered and motionless. His body was quickly put in to maintain his mother's soul. Soul Deng seemed to feel something. The fire suddenly flared up fiercely. After that, a horrifying scene appeared before Deep Then's eyes. His mother was tied up on a cross. Behind her, many evil hands appeared, constantly clinging and sucking away the little spiritual energy that remained. Immediately, Deep then felt like his whole body was drained of blood. He couldn't believe his eyes and stood there, only daring to call out, "Ma'am." Moments later, when he realized what was going on, the aura in his body followed the anger that overflowed around him. He angrily shouted, "Deep family, I didn't expect to dare to use such a cruel soul-stealing technique to rob the original source. My lady, I want you Deep family to pay with their lives." Suddenly the illusion ended, the soul light returned as before. But then, a strong suction force suddenly appeared, pulling Deep Than's neck directly into a strange vortex. A moment later someone's gentle call woke him up, then knee, get up. Before his eyes appeared the image of a beautiful girl like an angel in the sky. Her face was extremely worried and reprimanded. "How many times have I told you, don't sleep in such a dangerous place? This time I'm really angry." But Deep Than now became his small childhood form. He innocently smiled mischievously and showed off, "Don't be angry. I didn't come here today to play or sleep, but because of something extremely important. Oh my god, look at this." Having said that, he lightly stepped on the ground. After that, his small body flew up, his arms firmly grasping the branches above. Deep then happily said to his mother, "Mother, this is a gift for you from me and father. I just saw that on the branches of the tree, which were originally spindly and lifeless, suddenly blooming with speckled peach-colored flowers. And in the blink of an eye, it became a tree full of fragrant flowers." From afar, Deep Than's excited voice could be heard, "Mother, wish you a happy birthday." Tamat was also very surprised and proud. She quickly jumped up to catch him. "Thank you, my good son. Noang is very happy." Mother and daughter spent a warm and happy time together. She looked around curiously and asked her son, "However, even if a clever child has his father's magical power poured into him, if he doesn't have the secret magic to start it, he won't be able to do it. So when did you learn the secret development technique?" Deep then was just waiting for this sentence. He used his finger to cover his flaring nose with pride and then said loudly, "Not long ago, before father left, he taught me. I learned it well in 3 days." Tamat couldn't help but pinch the boy's nose and scolded him. "Our Dungni's pride is exactly the same as his father's." The laughter of mother and daughter rang out with excitement. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly she realized someone was coming. "Big brother, second brother, why are you two here?" Deep then also quickly saw it, and curiously asked her, "Mother, who are they?" The other two saw that, and immediately landed on the empty ground nearby. Tamat quickly brought the boy down from the high tree, smiled brightly and advised, "Dungni, don't be afraid, they are the eldest uncle and the second uncle, you must maintain manners." She turned to the other two people and said, "Big brother, second brother, long time no see, this is my son, Deep then." Deep then softly called out, "Big uncle, second uncle." These two people came as naturally as flies and didn't even bother to respond to people's greetings. They must have skipped life skills class before, which is why they have this domineering attitude. Noticing that the two people's expressions were unusual, Tamat was not afraid. Her eyes became visibly colder. She hugged her child tightly in her arms and shouted, "Big brother, second brother, if you two come to embarrass me and Dungni, please go back." At this moment, General Tavan opened his mouth and spit out the words, "Tamat, something happened to the Tu family. If you still consider yourself a member of the Tu family, then come back with us." Tonton also worriedly continued, "Little sister, you misunderstood, we." Deep then heard this scene and knew about the awkward relationship between the two sides. The boy thought to himself, "Big uncle, second uncle, I'm not unusual. It will be a long time before my wife returns with you." He softly called, "Nuang." At this time, Tamat was secretly thinking, if it wasn't an important matter, big brother and second brother probably wouldn't come here personally, so she asked, "What happened in the house?" The other two now presented. Around this time, the Beast clan and the Demon clan suddenly began to sweep our forces. We suspect that the two Deep Trend families are playing tricks behind their backs. Because, while Tonton was speaking, Tavan interrupted, "This matter is urgent, there is no time to say much. For now you'll have to go home with us. Once everything is resolved, whether you want to stay or go is up to you to decide." Tamat looked back at the child in her arms. She thought, if the Tran and Deep families really point at the Tu family, then without me to defend them, the Tu family will be swallowed up by the two families. I can't help but care. But this trip will definitely be a long battle. I cannot let Dungni fall into danger. She then softened her voice and said to her son, "Dungni, I have something important to do and need to return to the Tu family. Can I go to father's place?" The boy was very excited and asked again, "Mother, if you go to fight bad guys, Dungni can also help you and call his father to go with you." I just saw her drop down. She cast a magic spell to create a teleportation matrix while instructing the boy. Dung Ni, listen to me. After meeting Father, give Father the message I left in your hand. Also, you must promise me that if I don't find you, you absolutely cannot come to the human race to find me. Remember, Little Deep then said with tears in his eyes, No, I don't. Tamat did not give in and pushed him in and reminded Dung Ni remember what he said. The boy was very helpless and shouted, No. The memory ended here. Deep then woke up. He held his head in panic. Why did he suddenly remember something that happened a long time ago? Could it be the message she wanted to tell herself? What exactly is this place? I won't let you go to the human race to find someone, unless you don't want your child to get hurt. Now look around the human race and see if there is anyone who can stop me. I will definitely find someone. Please absolutely do not let anything happen. The soul lamp suddenly left his hand and moved forward on its own. Deep then immediately followed behind, full of doubt. Is this where he wants to take me? He followed the soul walking up the steps ahead. This is the place. An altar of the human race. It looks like the holy land of some sect. Have I left the Su family's forbidden land? He noticed that in the middle of the altar, surrounded by a barrier created from large pillars, there was a silhouette, someone. Deep then couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Mac Van. How is it possible? She's not dead yet. Mr. Tone walked closer to the girl when he suddenly realized there was something in front of him. Deep then crashed into the barrier in front of him. The devil's handsome face must have cried out in pain. He quickly hit the barrier and called out, Mac Man. But inside the barrier, the girl in the middle of the altar suddenly opened her eyes full of doubt. I thought I heard a familiar voice. She quickly looked around. Who is calling me? But strangely, she couldn't see Deep then standing right in front of her eyes. He was still shouting in confusion, Mac Man, is it really you? Why is she in the human race? Before the two of them could find each other, a strong thunderbolt fell from above. The vision of everything became blurry for a moment. Meanwhile, huge silhouettes gradually appeared. Looking at the girl he loved suffering from lightning, Deep then was extremely worried and uneasy and called her name, Mac Van. He shouted to the group of people who had just appeared on high, What did you do to her? In anger, he radiated powerful magic to destroy this place. Those at the top also clicked their tongues in annoyance. Where did a brat come from who doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is, daring to barge into this place? The five of them unanimously expressed their anger. They were looking for a way to die. And on this side, the holy land of the human race, Tonton Mountain, saintess altar, the girl that Deep then cares about is very confused. What happened just now? Who is calling me? This person is the 12th saintess of the human race, Mac Van. Another person quickly rushed in to ask, what happened to the saint? Why? Seeing the saint standing in the middle of the altar, everything around seemed to be shaking very strongly. The girl quickly noticed the pillar surrounding the altar, saintess, protecting the heavenly pillar. Mo Van stood in the middle of the altar, quickly casting out the spell to seal the seal. She was a little scared in her heart. The words on the protective pillar sealed the aura of the entire Tonton Mountain. Once it disappears, it will cause spiritual energy to leak out. Tonton Mountain will no longer exist. What happened in the end? Her talismans imbued with spiritual energy quickly flew to the heavenly pillars and kept them still. That girl was so happy as if she had just escaped death's door, as expected of a saint, if not for the aura of our holy land. Before she finished speaking, Mac Van discovered something was wrong. The talismans that were supposed to be tightly attached to the heavenly pillar suddenly came loose, and the situation once again fell into danger. The other people looked at this horrifying scene but could not control their fear, trembling and stammering. How is this possible? In contrast to them, although still calmer, she clasped her hands and formed a glowing ball in front of her chest. That ball turned out to be a fast sound transmission method. Her sound was immediately transmitted to the entire Tonton Mountain sect. The entire sect obeyed the order to meditate in place. Releasing spiritual energy, violators are expelled from the mountain gate. Everyone in the sect quickly received the news. They simultaneously followed the saint's instructions and all sat down to mobilize their strength to fight the critical situation at this time. Streams of spiritual energy gradually appeared in the air. Saintess Mac Van realized that the time had come, so she cast a spell to gather all her spiritual energy and shouted, "Protect the Dharma." Spiritual energy flowed into her hand from all directions, then burned fiercely. The girls assigned to watch over her also gave their all, gritting their teeth to assist their saintess. But Ho Tien Tru is still not at all optimistic. Mac Van doubts life. Unexpectedly, even the power of the entire Tonton Mountain cannot completely prevent the disappearance of the inscription engraved on the pillar. Where does this destructive force come from? Could everything that happened today be related to the voice calling me? That was below, and Deep Then Up High had been beaten to a pulp quite a bit. The group of people looked down at him and shouted loudly, I didn't expect a half-human, half-ghost kid like you to be able to withstand the pressure of the 5 of us without turning into ashes. From the looks of it, he has only reached the level of the demon lord in the demon race, so logically speaking, he cannot resist. Ignoring the talkative crowd above, Deepthan was still constantly pondering. These 6 people were not gods but the power that transcended tribulation left behind after ascending here. Her soul lantern brought me here probably because she wanted me to take this power as my own. Suddenly those people also attacked. However, he is just a demonic mongrel. 1 foot is enough to trample to death. However, when his big foot hit the ground, Deepthan was nowhere to be seen. He was surprised. What? By the time he reacted, he was already frozen and stiff with glue. Deepthan at this time, standing next to him, just knocked a few times. Immediately, the ice in front of him shattered, carrying pieces of that guy's body to the ground. The iron horse passed away and entered the future. He reached out to collect the blue power and exclaimed, "This is your strongest skill." Not bad. After a moment, the stream of power turned into a calm gem in his hand. It crumbled at one corner, symbolizing that he had absorbed this formidable power. Having obtained the first one, Deepthan confidently said to the group in front of him, "If you absolutely want to quickly pass on all the cultivation base left behind after ascending to me, then I cannot refuse." Deepthan said from below, "Everyone, I have the mindset. We have arrived, and you guys have reached your destination." It's very arrogant to say, please. That group of people were openly despised, so they were very angry. They shouted, you hateful boy, burned to ashes." The guy with the fire skill immediately swept a stream of fire and threw it towards Deepthan. Deepthan on this side, waited until the fire arrow shot close to where he was, but still did not attack to block it. Turns out he waited until the time was right before he let out a sigh of relief. Execute the move that burns the fire to the point of closing it, repelling that spark. The fire god still refused to surrender, so he launched another move. This time, hundreds of thousands of fiery red weapons rushed forward at the same time. Deepthan continued to defend in place. He performed a slashing attack as deep as iron moth pepper, giving the weapons back to the fire god, causing him a lot of pain. The fire god dragged the earth god together to attack. They looked down and shouted angrily, "You rotten boy, you just wait for 1,000 lifetimes, and you won't be satisfied. I will make your life worse than death." Just saw the 2 of them reading the spell at the same time. Following the command, sparks of fire and blades of grass gradually crawled to Deepthan's body. He stood there and felt that these 2 guys were truly mentally retarded, so they cooperated with each other to beat him. While raising his hand to fight, he joked, "Having confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence can easily fail." I only saw Deepthan forcefully turn around a few times. The attacks just rolled together. Both of them were immediately confused and didn't know what to do. A terrifying fire flared up and then gradually disappeared. Deepthan then wrote a few verses for the irreplaceable self-destruction from the opponent's position. Illness before the beginning of the spring, 30 merits of fame and earth. He stood still for a moment. I guess he was expressing admiration for his team's criticism. At the same time, Deepthan broke through to the peak of the human race's Mahayana cultivation level. He raised his hand and commented, "The primitive soul gave me the physical ability to practice the techniques of other races. But until now I still haven't had the opportunity to practice." Unexpectedly, this time it would help the human race realm reach perfection. However, when he reached perfection, there was no sign of ascending to the tribulation. Perhaps because of his primitive soul constitution, he needed to cultivate for the realms of the 5 clans to reach a level of proficiency. He suddenly remembered that soul lantern and couldn't hide his emotions. "Mother, thank you for giving me this precious gift. Please wait for me, I'm coming to save you." In addition to the mother, there is also Makvan. That altar is a place of human race. Wonder what this is all about. As soon as he returned to the 2 families' forbidden area, Tonton questioned him, "Rotten boy, where have you taken my little sister's soul lamp for the past 3 days? Don't you know that little sister's soul lantern is not allowed to leave the 2 families' forbidden area?" Deepthan suddenly panicked. "What did you say?" "My lady's soul lantern is not allowed to leave the 2 families' forbidden land." Tonton immediately grumbled, There, look, the soul lamp is no longer stable. Quickly put it back on the shelf in the middle of the lake." Seeing that Tamat's soul was returned to its original place, he calmed down. Good, nothing happened. The 2 families' forbidden land is where the 2 families' spiritual energy is most flourishing. After the little sister disappeared, although the soul was weak, it was nourished by the spiritual energy in this place, so it could help keep the soul from being scattered. Hearing Tonton's explanation, Deepthan was immediately certain. It seems that she can only temporarily leave her soul lamp here. This barrier cannot be broken by anyone but me. Mother, from now on no one will be able to harm you. Tonton suddenly woke up and asked him, "Where are you going? Where is our boss?" His response was only two cold words, "Dead." Leaving me still bewildered and stammering about something, Deep then flew away all the way. On the way, he kept wondering, strangely, why could he only feel the remnants of her breath remaining in the Deep family but could not see the person? The person had been transferred away. It seems that we can only find someone from the Deep family to ask clearly. Seeing that he had arrived, he immediately unleashed 1,000 sharp swords towards the ground where the Deep family ruled. "Dare to harm my mother, the end of the Deep family has come." Following his wave of the hand, the swords quickly accelerated downward. Deep then slashing attack, as deep as iron dust, crashed into the Deep family's barrier, creating explosions that shook the whole ground. Just a few seconds later, the barrier glowed brightly, and then disappeared. Deep then also had to exclaim, "Oh!" Quick response. The Deep family's disciples all rushed up from the ground to question, where did the little beast come from who dares to wage war with the Deep family? Say, from what power are you sent? How many of you actually came? Our Deep family doesn't kill nameless people. Say your name. Deep then coldly looked at those brats and said, "You guys are not worthy." When the people on the ground heard this, they simultaneously chanted and shouted, "Deep family spreads the soul formation. Must let this little animal's soul suffer torment for 300 years. Immediately, an extremely powerful stream of spiritual energy rotated in the air and gradually surrounded Deep then's body. Demon Venerable is not an empty name. When Deep then immediately opened his hand and took out the grass-type skill he had just acquired, he had compliments for those people but not many. Soul-locking formation, very good, Deep family. If you like to use this negative technique to deal with other people's souls, then I won't be polite anymore. He performed the disease technique at the beginning of the spring. The tangled tree branches filled with snakes poured out from his body. They writhed like giant pythons, destroying the formation that the Deep family had just laid out. The old man below seemed to be witnessing this for the first time and couldn't help but be scared. He stammered, "How is this possible? My Dharma." Not yet calmed down, Deep then continued to control the tree roots to bring all the loud-mouthed people from earlier to the capital. Everyone was stabbed through the stomach. They started screaming in vain, "Don't, what the hell is this?" Suddenly there was a large fire from the ground rushing straight towards him. Deep then quickly used the ice iron horse to enter the dream, summoning a ferocious ice horse. "You've sent all those unfortunate people to the bank." Then someone suddenly appeared. He shouted, "Fly long in the sky." His fire dragon and Deep then's ice horse immediately rushed to fight each other. The collision of two powerful forces created an extremely large explosion in the air at Deep's house. Your demon, are still not dead." The person who spoke was Deep Lu, the eldest son of the Deep family of the three great families of the human race, one of the people on the battlefield who obscured the entire Deep then complex of the human race. When Deep then saw his old enemy appear, he just laughed coldly. He provoked him, very surprised? You shouldn't. Anyway, even people like you don't dare to fight directly, only dare to cooperate with Deep then and the others to plot behind my back. Still living well? Deep Lu Bei was very angry when he said that. He immediately summoned fire in his palm and said, "Kid, no matter what tricks he uses, he still wins as king and loses as enemy. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. At that time, you were seriously injured by the mastermind of the five of us. In such a short time, you probably still haven't fully recovered. This time I will directly withdraw your soul and let the Deep family's soul-eating technique devour you." Looking at the dancing flames before his eyes, Deep then also became serious. "You play with fire, right? Then let me tell you what is called skill." He softly chanted the magic. Tensing, a series of sparks suddenly appeared, floating in the air. It only took a few seconds for them to move simultaneously around him. A dragon immediately appeared. The oppression that existed invaded the sky with the move Li Fire Fan Tien Nok Dang Nan. It was just waiting for Deep then to shout, "Go!" The dragon's fire was like lightning and rushed towards Deep Lu, who was still in shock on the other side. He then panicked and stammered out, "No, that's impossible. Why doesn't the fire listen to me?" How did you recover so quickly from such a serious injury and become so strong?" Deep then felt a bit tired and replied, "Why do I have to tell a dying person?" The fire quickly burned Deep Lu's left arm, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah, my hand!" The deaf person who is not afraid of guns of the ear calls Deep Lu's name. When he was like that, he still cursed Deep then. What a beast. Deep then listens to dogs barking so much that it hurts his ears. He coldly threatened him, "If you scream one more time, I will cripple your remaining arm." Seeing that the other person had obediently kept his mouth shut, he continued asking, "Where did you Deep family hide my wife?" Deep Blue thought he had the upper hand again. He frowned and raised his voice. So you have something you need my help with. What do you think I will say? Deep then didn't say much to the fool. He summoned fire into his palm, looked at him like he was looking at a corpse, and said, "That's it." Immediately, Deep Blue was slapped painfully when he ate Deep Then's Lin sword stabbed from above. He shouted excitedly, I said. Matt was taken by the homeowner to Tonton Mountain to prepare for the final price, 3 days later. Seeing Deep then continued to question, what else? Deep Blue was afraid of death, so he had to kneel. I have said everything, please forgive me. Deep then asked one more question. Last question, you and I have no enmity or resentment. Why do you want to join forces with the traitor demons to kill me? Suddenly, Deep Blue's face was no longer bleeding. He was extremely frightened and muttered, No, I don't know, I can't say. Before he could finish being scared, an explosion from Dan Dine occurred, taking his life. The explosion shook the entire Deep family, surprising everyone. Deep then witnessed the scene just now and couldn't help but think, the secret prohibition of the 5 clans joining together to kill him was this strong. Just mentioning it made his soul and body self-explode. A messenger stone appears. From the messenger stone, Kentucky Hoa appeared with an enthusiastic expression and announced, Sun Thuong is in danger. Our people saw the saintess of the human race whose appearance is identical to the demon Venerable Mac Van, captured by the human emperor to the royal palace. The human emperor is infatuated with the saint's beauty, and today he wants to forcefully marry her. After hearing the story, Deep then couldn't help but crush the stone. He quickly rushed towards the palace to fight jealousy. At this time, in the distant palace, everything seemed calm. Inside the palace, a dog emperor as big as the sky was proudly sitting on a carved chair, looking down at the saint below. The cry echoed throughout the palace. The human race saintess has arrived. The emperor exclaimed with an extremely perverted face, Beautiful, truly beautiful like a fairy. But Mac Van only coldly hid his anger and spoke, You, as the emperor of the human race, violated the teachings of your ancestors and attacked the saintess Tonton Mountain. Are you not afraid of God's punishment? Hearing that, the emperor laughed loudly. Heaven's punishment? No matter what you say, I am still the true dragon of heaven. Even if heaven punishes, the punishment will still be those who hope to have my beloved concubine. Her holy mountain has now exhausted its aura. A saint like her cannot even resist the custom-made red soul of our royal family, let alone heaven's punishment. Just be obedient and be my concubine. Faced with the dirty hand that was placed on his chin, Mac Van still smiled coldly. You are really ridiculous. You thought that while everyone at Tonton Mountain was seriously injured because of guarding the protectorate. Tien means you can do whatever you like, he replied. What do you mean? The inscriptions engraved on the Ho Tien pillar have disappeared, leaving only an ordinary pillar. Can it still condense aura? Mo looked at the emperor in front of him like he was looking at a fool. The royal family was truly stupid to the extreme to let you succeed him. The most important thing on Tonton Mountain is not the heavenly guardian pillar but the holy woman. As long as the saint is still around, the writing will restore itself and the aura will automatically return. The saint does not die, she is only reincarnated, and you will have to pay a heavy price for what happened today. It seemed that someone's pride had been touched. Emperor Ka immediately slapped Mac Man in the face, and at the same time cursed, Slut, if you don't drink the wine, you'll have to drink the wine as punishment. The question was very bitter. She gritted her teeth and thought, she is just a little closer to being able to open the soul chain. Even if she doesn't have enough true energy now, she will at most end up with the dog emperor indefinitely. The other emperor grabbed the chain on her body. He yanked her body along with him and said, A woman like you who doesn't know good or bad doesn't need a good time to perform rituals at all. Then I will now take possession of you. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound rang out in the palace, startling both of them. The dog emperor turned around in panic and shouted, Who? His response was a righteous bolt of lightning that fell from the sky straight down into electricity. The figure in that lightning successfully took the girl in his arms. Deep then appeared like a god next to Mac Man, gently asking her, Mac Man? Mac then just looked at him bewilderedly, muttering, Your voice. You are the person who appeared in my dream. The emperor had to eat dog food, so he struggled and shouted, Where are you, little brat? Quickly get rid of my beloved concubine. I can still give you your whole body. Congratulations to the emperor for returning to the logout box, because now Deep Then's eyes are filled with killing intent. He growled, If you dare to have intentions with my wife, I must destroy your soul. Mac Van heard that and thought, Wife? Did he identify the wrong person? The emperor was not afraid yet. He thought he was listening to a joke and burst out laughing. It turns out he is a crazy person. The saintess of the Tonton Mountain human race is your wife. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The largest in the world. Deep then turned to look at the girl next to him, and thought to himself, Saintess Tonton Mountain. The MOMO in front of my eyes truly did not have a bit of demonic energy. It was human, exactly the same as the person I saw in my mother's soul lamp illusion. Suddenly Mac Van felt something. She yelled at him, be careful. Deep then turned on his national husband mode and gently reassured her, don't worry, it's okay. A shield immediately appeared around the two of them, perfectly blocking all of the Emperor's sneaky attacks. Deep then looked at the shrimps in front of him and opened his beak. The royal guards only have this little bit of ability. It's best not to humiliate themselves anymore. He lightly flicked his fingers, causing the barrier to release a few rays of spiritual energy. They rushed into the crowd of people in the distance. Electric shocks caused them to return to their past lives. Finally, the Emperor was afraid. He asked with a stern face, even though you have such a cultivation base, who are you? Deep then didn't bother to say much. The dead don't need to know who I am. As he finished speaking, a stream of spiritual energy gathered on his fingertips. It rushed straight towards the Emperor. The Emperor turned out to only have a horse. He stood still, not daring to move, watching death's door get closer and closer to him. Suddenly a yin and yang ring appeared to block Deep Than's attack. His spirit sword followed the formation and flew away, saving the Emperor's life. Following the flow of events, more and more yin and yang magic circles appeared one after another. They surrounded the two people Deep Than and Mac Man. It seemed that they had the ability to move the attack, so Deep Than's spiritual sword was now red. Is what surrounds them. Mac Van just now seemed to wake up, she exclaimed. It's dangerous. The royal family's best is the soul-locking 8 trigrams battle. Deep then quickly observed and analyzed. This formation is a bit strange. A man suddenly appeared. He clapped his hands and praised. As expected of a saintess of Tonton Mountain, she holds even the strongest secret trump card of the royal family in the palm of her hand. Deep then didn't pay attention and grabbed Mac Man's hand. He gently placed her hand on his chest, his other hand wrapped around her waist. Faced with this sudden intimate contact, even though my throat was choked, I couldn't say anything. As for the dog Emperor, he seemed very angry. He gritted his teeth and ordered, don't say more words, separate the two of you from each other. My beloved concubine is the only one I can touch. The national teacher then replied, I obey and moved quickly. The ring on his hand gently flashed pale purple light. The next second, even though he was still standing in Deep Than's hand, he immediately moved to him. He noticed the loss in his palm and became angry. He tried to throw a punch straight at that yin and yang circle, but Deep Than, no matter how powerful his fist was, it still couldn't penetrate. Deep Than was slightly surprised. This formation was unexpectedly able to suppress all the human race cultivation levels on his body. Not even a small barrier could break it. At this time, the national teacher gently advised, don't waste your energy anymore, being imprisoned by the 8 trigrams soul-locking formation. Even if you are a powerful person, it will be difficult to escape the disaster. He proudly smiled and said, kid, accept your fate. The dog Emperor was finally able to hold the leash in his hand and was very happy. He scolded, little thief doesn't know how to control himself, dares to compete with me for women. It's true that I don't know how to spell the word dead. Mac Van was standing next to him, and he pulled him closer, then angrily shouted, Emperor, let me go. He didn't want to listen to what she said anymore. He raised his hand to grasp her chin tightly, and said in a harsh voice, Beauty, you should try your best to scold me. I really like this stubborn look of yours. While Mac Van struggled, ignoring the Emperor who was smiling like an orangutan next to her, she thought to herself, that person had transmitted a stream of mysterious power into her hand, allowing her to escape the control of the Red Soul. Who exactly is he? In the 8 trigram soul formation, he still has the power to help me. When her eyes turned back to look, she saw Deep Than also quietly watching her from behind. The Emperor pulled her away and said to the national teacher, I want to marry the bamboo flower room with my beloved concubine. This boy will solve it for me. The national master replied with an excited face, I obey. Having finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and cast the spell, muttering, the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation has not been used again for more than 1,000 years. It is your honor to be able to die here. Seeing that Deep Than was securely tied up in the middle of the room by his chain, he softly said, Don't worry, brat. Shine the soul of 8 trigrams. Christmas. As soon as he finished shouting, a stream of spiritual energy was injected into the chain. Deep Than in the middle immediately felt like he was being torn into a million pieces when he received the force from the chains on his body. The national teacher was as innocent as a man. He laughed harmlessly and said, In thousands of years you are the first person to be able to break into the palace and cause chaos. I didn't expect that standing in front of the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. It's so boring. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. You're right, you really can't stand a blow. He turned pale in fear, turned around and exclaimed, What? In front of his eyes now there was no one else but a blood-red demonic aura. Chains one by one. Each piece broke under the impact of that thing. The yin and yang formations surrounding that red block could not escape the fate of crumbling. At the same time, the national teacher stood next to him and suffered the backlash of the formation. He was vomiting blood in pain. No, it can't be. Your cultivation base has clearly been completely suppressed by me. Deep then was like Azura coming from hell to his side, looking down from above, lowering his voice to deny what he was thinking. Wrong. Your artillery only suppresses my human techniques. When he was held high by his neck, he panicked and realized, You still have other clan's techniques on your body. How is that possible? How can one person practice 2 types of exercises? Deep then harshly corrected him. It's still wrong, there aren't just 2 types. In another development, at a palace in a certain corner of the palace, the emperor showed a hungry face and threw Mac Van on the bed, laughing. AI concubine, I'm here to love you. Suddenly the soul chain became hot. The emperor quickly grabbed it, praising it with interest. As expected of a saintess from Tonton Mountain, she could rely on her remaining cultivation to escape the restriction of the red soul. Indignantly radiating spiritual energy around her body, she cursed loudly. Your hatred has insulted our holy mountain today, you must die. The dog emperor was also not average. He radiated a royal aura and raised his voice arrogantly. Dear concubine, you have aroused my excitement. I will play with you for 3 days and 3 nights. When she saw that this crazy guy was serious about playing, she immediately clasped her hands together and made a seal. Divine fire and lightning bullet. She shouted kill. The fire bullets were launched forward. When he saw that the girl was still able to swing her attack, he was quite frightened. He quickly turned around and dodged. After that, there was an earth-shattering explosion. During this phase, the palace carpenters had the opportunity to tirelessly repair their limbs, and after that collapsing sound, Mac Van also fell helplessly. She thought, with the little remaining true energy I have now, it is not enough to withstand the backlash of the divine fire and thunder bullets. Her heart was damaged, but fortunately, when she looked at the smoking ruins in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly stopped. She panicked. Wait! Mac Van's voice trembled and he asked the emperor's figure behind the dust and smoke, You are still not dead. Suddenly a fire dragon was summoned. The dragon exhaled hot air, then twisted its body around the emperor. At this point, he was really angry. He shouted in a low voice, A half-dead bastard dares to hurt me. I will tell you that even if you want to live, you can't do it, and even if you want to die, you can't do it. The fire dragon spit out sparks and flew to tie Mac Van tightly on the bed. Looking at the helpless girl with no way to escape, he felt satisfied and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Not only that, he also roughly grabbed her hair to pull her face up, spitting out obscene comments. This face belongs to a saint. It's really suitable for me to trample on. Although he still stubbornly waved his hand to stop him. But it seemed she was exhausted, and her attack speed slowed down significantly. The emperor caught her outstretched hand and was very angry. You bastard, you harm me time and time again. If you like to be rough like that, I will give you satisfaction. This hand dares to hurt me, so there's no need to hold it back anymore. After speaking, he decisively increased his strength, and broke her arm. Then, he roughly threw her onto the king's size bed. Knowing that he could not escape, Mac Van still smiled brightly and mocked him. Being treated so miserably by a disabled monk, the emperor is truly ridiculous. Hearing that, he reached out to strangle her. This guy was completely immersed in lust, no longer rational, but curled his mouth happily. Slut, you still dare to insult me? Then let me let you die happily, don't you dare. Even if you want to die, you must let me play dead. Mac Van was completely desperate. She closed her eyes tightly and thought, this life did not expect it to be so fast. The memories of the previous life have not yet recovered, that's all. Suddenly the pearl on her arm lit up with the chant. The Holy Spirit dissolves the great Dharma. Seeing the miraculous change in the girl's body before his eyes, the emperor couldn't help but panic. He quickly stepped back and exclaimed, That villain actually has the ability to self-explode. At that moment, a figure rushed over with a hurried voice. No way. Deep then escaped from the national teacher, ran over, hugged Mac Van in his arms, and silently shouted, Stop. He quickly injected spiritual energy into the arm where her self-exploding gem was located. Realizing who it was, Mac Van couldn't help but choke up. Him. Deep then reassured her, Sorry, I was late and made you suffer. After a moment of spiritual energy infusion, Deep then continued to wrap the ice around her body. Mac Van's whole body was completely covered by a thick layer of ice. She tried to talk to him. Finally, he coughed. Seeing that she could not utter a complete sentence, Deep then sadly told her, "You are very weak right now. Don't say anything or think about anything. Just rest, wait until I finish solving these complicated matters before continuing." Mac Van had no other choice, so he replied, "Okay." When the Emperor saw him appear, he was very surprised. He shouted angrily, "You bastard, why are you here? What do you want to do to my national teacher?" Deep then waved his hand to neutralize his attack. Later he coldly asked again, "How do you want to die?" After that, he emitted sky-high spiritual energy behind him, making the Emperor unable to understand what was happening and stammered, "This is..." Bright red flames with great damage flew to attack him without warning. Everyone's endurance has a limit, so this Emperor immediately summoned a fire dragon that emitted tens of thousands of sparks, his hand forming a seal and his mouth still cursing, "That bastard, I kept it. Play and forgive until now, but you, I must grind you into ashes. Kill him for me." The fire of the fire dragon is truly something that cannot be underestimated. It only takes a short time for it to flare up and cover the entire structure of the house. Suddenly, through the curtain of fire, strange tentacles appeared. They were like sturdy hemp ropes that reached out to tightly tie the fire dragon, and at the same time conveniently locked its muzzle. When the dog Emperor saw this phenomenon, he couldn't help but be bewildered. His face turned stupid. Looking at the fire dragon that was tightly wrapped by his barbed wire, Deep then sarcastically said that he only had this bit of bravery. He stood in front of Mac Van, looking cool, and said, "Without this dragon, what can you do? Destroy your body's protective energy first." After saying that, the barbed wire immediately tightened. The fire dragon suddenly struggled and writhed as if in great pain. Cracks gradually appeared on its body. Very quickly, the fire dragon disappeared into smoke, accompanied by the horrifying scream of the dog Emperor. He vomited blood and cried out in shock, "My dragon energy." Before he could recover from his confusion, Deep then appeared like a ghost right in front of him, making him panic. "Ah, you." He grabbed his wrist tightly. In anger, the force on his hand increased more and more. He hissed through his teeth and said, "The pain my wife must endure, I have to make you pay it back tenfold." Having finished speaking, he crushed the Emperor's wrist, making him scream in pain. Suddenly the Emperor's aura changed. He gritted his teeth. "You beast, you dare to hurt me like that. I must knock you down to the 18th level of hell forever." As he finished speaking, he burst out with spiritual energy. Golden rays of light gradually appeared around him, and at the same time a powerful column of energy soared into the sky. Through all 49 layers of clouds, there seemed to be a response. Immediately in other places in the palace, similar air columns also appeared. When it was completed, people realized that it was the 8 trigrams that radiated the soul and turtle formation that covered the entire palace. At this time, the Emperor had broken through to the human race Mahayana stage. Even though she was the first to discover it, she was a little panicked. The dog Emperor had deliberately hidden his cultivation in the Mahayana stage. Coupled with the support of the royal palace's great formation, he was afraid it would be a great power. Everyone would die here. Thinking so, she immediately warned Deep then in front, "Hey, this soul formation is not at the same level as before. You don't care, I'll leave quickly." However, the dog Emperor seems to have truly turned black. He laughed horribly. "Go. Ha ha ha, you can't go anywhere. If you dare to force me to this point, I must make you ants know the consequences of tampering with the divine power." As soon as he spoke, the ground under Deep Then's feet was shaken and severely cracked. Deep Then, after ensuring the safety of Mac Van behind him, he raised his voice to welcome the fight. "I also want to see, how much bravery does this so-called divine majesty have?" I only saw the Emperor chanting the summoning spell, returning to the great array, divine soldiers and war generals. Following his command to kill, those divine soldiers rushed forward and Deep Then attacked. Deep Then immediately swung the heavy sword in his hand, fighting back with all his might. However, the divine soldiers seem to be immortal as they continuously regenerate their bodies. Deep Then blocked the attack and analyzed. Stronger than the previous formation, it can suppress all my current techniques and cultivation level. The dog Emperor who created the formation is now clasping his hands and smiling. Ha ha, being suppressed by the great formation, he can only use swords and swords to risk his life to the death. How does it feel? Deep Then mocked him. Relying on these shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals, can it still make me tired to death? The human Emperor turned out to be such a naive idiot. The Emperor decided to unleash his final move. "If you want to die so quickly, then I will fulfill it for you." Great Dharma of destroying souls and separating souls. Divine soldiers surrounded Deep Then, thereby creating a bright formation at his feet. After the strange movements of the soldiers, Deep Van's soul was truly separated from his body. Mac Van realized that the situation was not good at all and quickly wanted to break the barrier and go out. But this action of hers caused her to be vomited and vomited blood. The Emperor sneered, "It's you, ha ha ha. I thought someone was brave enough to fight against the sky. But it turned out to be you, a mongrel demon of the demon race. No wonder you were able to break the National Master's 8 trigrams to emit the soul formation. But in the face of the great formation, you still have to practice more." Deep then trembled slightly. He just looked at the divine soul's body and already recognized him. It seemed like there was a bit of trouble. He said, "You and I have never met before. I didn't expect the human emperor to admire this deity so much." The emperor then replied, "Humph, if it weren't for the Deep family to come to my superior, your little devil wouldn't have caught my eye. But the 5 clans joined forces to let you escape, so let me take care of you for them and just beat the little demon for you." He slowly tricked him into tricking him, saying, "So, the 5 clans are plotting against the deity. You also know, right?" Seeing that he seemed indifferent, he was proud. "Why, at this point you still want to know? Perhaps you are about to die and die because of my great formation." Suddenly, a ferocious force rushed forward through the Dog Emperor's eyebrows, and the demonic technique, Diet Soul Technique, was unleashed as quickly as lightning. The Dog Emperor Bang Hong thought, "What happened? Wasn't his soul pulled out by me? How can I escape the bondage of my great formation?" Through the Dog Emperor's consciousness, Deep then saw the memories of the previous day, from which he realized, the reason for killing me. Deep Lu Bin did not tell the Emperor. The 2 sides were just a transaction. If that's the case, then this Emperor Dog is no longer useful. There's no need to waste any more time. After that, his soul was immediately pulled out of the Emperor's human body by him. He screamed in pain. What does the little devil want to do? At this time, Deep then quickly entered his soul into the Emperor's body. He curled his lips and responded, "The demon race's physical body cultivation level is inherently low. Just at that moment this deity borrowed your soul array to subtract the divine soul. This has been a struggle with you until now. How could a small formation of the human race suppress the soul of this deity?" With just one punch, Deep then successfully sent the Emperor off to receive his boxed lunch. Along with the dissipation of the royal soul of the head of the palace, the broken magic formation was also broken into pieces. Deep then didn't care too much. He was still busy examining his new body, the body of a human race of the Mahayana period. Yet I increased the power of the divine soul suppressed under the physical body's cultivation by 3 points. Not bad. Suddenly, a gentle but suspicious voice behind him said, "Who are you?" He quickly walked over to remind Mac Van, "Your true energy has been seriously damaged. I will replace you." "First for you." Before I finished speaking, she interrupted, "It's no longer useful. Even if you force me, you can't save me. The saint's true chi is damaged and can only return to Tonton Mountain." Hearing that, he quickly hugged her dying body and said softly, "Insult." After a while of flying and flying, Deep then arrived. He silently exclaimed, "It turns out this place is Tonton Mountain. It was the soul lamp that brought me here, and it was also the head of the Deep family who brought my mother here. There is no longer the aura of my mother, and the head of the Deep family. Should I wait until 3 days later?" Suddenly he felt something. Wait, that's not right. From within the mist, he saw thousands of red, hungry eyes staring at him. Gradually, the lifeless people in the darkness came out. He was stunned. This is it. Those people are monks of Tonton Mountain. Seeing them rushing towards him, demanding to kill him, he concluded, they were being manipulated. They were hungry and thirsty, no longer had any humanity left, so they rushed forward with red eyes. Kill. Deep then lifted his legs to radiate spiritual energy. He carried the heavy wound on his back, step by step through that group of people, making a decision in his heart. It seemed impossible to know, so he had to strike back, knocking those people away. Deep then's simple yet powerful moves quickly cleared the path to the altar. He turned his head slightly to look at Mac Van's situation. Before she fell into a coma, she was right about her serious injury, and just relying on my previous cultivation level was impossible. But once she reached Tonton Mountain, her body could automatically absorb and restore aura. It's possible that Mac Van is a human, so what should we do to bring her back to life? Furthermore, how could demons become humans? Wait until she wakes up and ask, and it will be clear soon. Before long, he had brought her up to the altar. Looking at the deserted altar with no one in sight, he secretly observed, I couldn't feel the breath just now when I set foot here. It turned out to be based on the hidden altar. At this time, Mac Van suddenly spoke. There was an intruder on the altar. Deep then asked her, Are you awake, or are you planning on making plans? She softly agreed, Okay. She told him, Thank you for removing their bonds. He then had to remind, are you sure? You now? She frowned slightly and asked him for love, please. So it was difficult for the hero to pass the beauty barrier, so Deep then immediately took action to do as she said. The group of people still rushed forward, wanting to massacre. This side still calmly pressed the password. After a few seconds, she projected the magic array at those people, shouting, break. The purifying air flow immediately shot out, causing the crowd to shake violently. Although she was seriously injured, the saint was not a vain celebrity, as she was still capable of bringing a small amount of spiritual energy to purify an entire large altar. The red light in their eyes disappeared. They looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Why are we here? I remember we were fighting with the human emperor. A holy woman. Perhaps it was due to anaphylaxis, although it was still painful to vomit blood. After that, she could no longer hold her body and fell forward. But waiting for her was not pain but the familiar warm embrace of that person. He said, I told you so. When have you been wasting spiritual energy? It's too forced. Although he scolded his wife, Deep then was very honest and gave her spiritual energy to help her hold on longer. Mac Van also unconsciously relied on his son more. This scene falling into the eyes of the people in Tonton Mountain was another matter. They shouted indignantly, you bold fanatic, quickly let go of the saintess. This brat dares to offend the holy maiden. If you don't let go, don't blame the sword for being ruthless. Faced with words like a dog barking in his ears, Deep then only coldly asked, when your saintess was injured, where were you at that time? The group of people who were only interested in showing off did not care and questioned him. Where is the crazy person who dares to go to Ton's son? The wound on the saint's body must be because of you, right? Quickly let go of the saint, otherwise don't blame her. His eyes were now filled with intense murderous intent, immediately making the crowd motionless. They didn't understand what was going on. What was going on? His eyes were so terrifying, just one glance felt like a blade at his neck. And Deep then thought, the spiritual energy here is so rich, we should let her absorb it and recover. Thinking so, he picked her up, much to the surprise of her and the others. Those people were really dog-eyed. They decided to rush forward, big-hearted fanatics. He's reached his limit, so he gently scolded him. Tangle your feet. He radiated internal force, forcing himself to knock away the cockroaches clinging to him. Knowing that the girl in his heart was about to complain, he had to stop her. Don't say anything, recover first. Mac replied yes. She wrapped her arms around a small ball in her dan dying. Sitting in the middle of the altar, spiritual energy from the surrounding area quickly found itself and merged into her body. Deep then looked at her and pondered, the head of the Deep family is indeed capable of doing so many things. Let me see what else you're up to. While the two of them were sitting peacefully on the altar, the crowd below had already formed a huddle. Don't you see? The spiritual energy on the mountain actually did not attack this person, which only a saint could have. Can absorb spiritual energy. But even if there is a holy goddess protecting her, she still has to be attacked by spiritual energy, right? Who is this person? Coincidentally, Deep then here was a little confused. But why do I feel like this place is a bit familiar? Could it be that the remaining bit of my cultivation when I ascended to heaven was absorbed by my mother's soul lamp? Was saved here? Suddenly Mac Van's breathing became a bit disordered. Deep then keenly noticed and asked, what's wrong? Mac Van slowly opened his eyes and looked at him, voicing his question. Who are you? Why did he appear in my sea of consciousness before, and today he was able to break through the mountain range's spiritual energy attack? He felt very wronged, so he quickly introduced, I am Deep Van. She was originally my wife. We have been in the demon clan for 500 years. Not long after that, I was plotted by a foreign clan, and she died to save me. She heard him say and fell into thought. The saint's body is the place that holds the inheritance and memories of the holy mountain, after the saint's primordial spirit merged with her body. At this moment she spoke, the first awakening is not only the work and memories of the saint, but also the memories of past lives. My primordial spirit just inherited this body not long ago. My past life memories have not yet recovered, and I don't know if she is your wife or not. Deep then seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly said, primordial spirit. So, Mac Van, she is still not really dead. Seeing him approaching like a wolf like a tiger, Mac Van couldn't help but be startled. You let go. Before they could say goodbye, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck them. Mac Van also fainted because of this attack. Deep then next to him immediately turned pale with worry. He clearly felt that something terrible had just happened. Everyone watching outside the altar was also startled. Saintess, what's wrong with Saintess? As if to answer them, the figure above laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I have received the cultivation base of Saintess Ton's son. They immediately gritted their teeth. Who? In the wind suddenly appeared a swaying strap. The palanquin carried by 8 people appeared. Behind the curtain was a person named Deep Han. She was dreamily exclaiming, "This remaining cultivation inheritance after ascending is truly wonderful." The Tonton mountain crowd once again rushed forward with their hands faster than their brains. "Arrogant, dare to touch our saintess. Are you looking for death?" Before they could reach the palanquin, Deep Han's men beat it to pieces. She sat in the palanquin and softly ordered, "These shrimps, I leave it to you to handle." They shouted to obey and then rushed to the people below, unleashing a dangerous demon-slaying move. The Tonton people were also ready. They swore to their deaths to protect the saint. Perhaps suddenly feeling bored, Deep Han suddenly took action. "If you are so devoted to the saint, then I will send you to the underworld to reunite." She unleashed a powerful beheading move, sending a huge source of spiritual energy straight down below. At that moment, a source of bright red spiritual energy flew towards me. It stopped the attack, saving the lives of the Tonton mountain monks. This made Deep Han surprised. She exclaimed softly. On the one hand, she used her own cultivation to protect the saint. "Does one side still want to attack and deal with us?" Deep then angrily asked, "Where do you bury my mother, dear queen?" She smiled coyly. "Little boy, you killed my son Deep Lu, taking advantage of the opportunity to destroy my Deep family. Quickly go down to the royal stream to see your mother. Before killing your mother, I had no choice but to accept the inheritance of Saintess Tan's son." Ha ha. After that, she did not hesitate, absorbing that spiritual energy into her body little by little. Feeling the power, she happily laughed. "Ha ha, the inheritance is truly extraordinary, bad luck." Deep then couldn't handle so much, so he had to go back and inject spiritual energy to try to save Mac Van. "Mac Van, please try your best." At this time, Deep Han cruelly said from above, "I have finished absorbing the inheritance. You guys don't waste any more effort, slowly accept death. Let's stay together under the yellow spring." The force began to strike down the people of the holy mountain. Deep then quickly set up a shield to block the force streams falling from above. His body is a bit beyond its tolerance level, but he still tried to create a blood sword from his blood, slowly saying to Mac Man, "I will take revenge for you." Deep Han was quite puzzled, confused by his crazy actions. How much effort did the brat waste to save the saint? Did he want to die or what? I only saw him flying up high, using a very angry voice. "Dear father, watch your move." The sword stabbed forward, but Deep Han did not pay attention and scolded, "Child's play." Yet the sword pierced through her barrier membrane. Then Deep then successfully broke that barrier. Deep Han was not worried at all. It could only break the barrier protecting my body, but this sword was far from hurting me. "Break for me." According to her words, the blood sword was slowly crumbling. She laughed loudly. "Ha ha, the sword crumbled in my hand." Suddenly she stopped, looked at her constantly bleeding palm and was surprised. "What?" Only then did Deep then speak. "I forgot to tell you, my lord's demon sword does not like to kill people, but it loves tormenting others." Deep Han is still reeling in confusion. "Why can't I stop the bleeding? Surely this devil is playing tricks, waiting for me to remove his hands, then he will recover." Deep then saw through her intentions. He hedged. "Cut off her hand?" "Deep then, the blood in your body will not stop. This deity's sword cannot stop it." Deep Han of course doesn't think it's true. "Do you think I believe it?" He encouraged her again. "Just do it. The faster you lose blood, the faster you die. I'm not kidding with you." Deep Han was angry but couldn't do anything. She laughed. "Ha ha, how about your devil? It's truly cruel. Then let's see if you dare to attack your mother." Deep then's pupils suddenly shrank violently, because the person in front of him was the mother he had not found for a long time. Now she was gently holding a short knife and calling to him, "Son." It was clear that Deep then was affected. The arm holding the sword that was gradually trembling said so. Deep Han continued to act. "My child, this body is now your mother. Do you still want that disgusting demon sword to continue sucking blood until it drains your mother?" Deep then did not say a word, raised his sword and cast a spell. Deep Han saw this and felt proud. He is truly my good and filial son. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted, "What do you want before you can forgive my mother?" That's all she waited for, then replied, "Throw your sword over here." He did not hesitate, and immediately threw the sword aside. When she received the blood sword, she was overjoyed. "This sword can benefit me, so isn't it like a tiger growing wings?" She laughed loudly again. "Truly a good son that I taught." But as soon as she picked up the sword, it suddenly transformed into a snake with bright eyes and rushed towards her. Deep Han angrily shouted, "Oh you, this devil dares to plot against me." Her soul was pulled out of Tamat's body by the snake spirit in an instant. She began to struggle. "It's gone. This magic sword just now absorbed too much blood from this body. The two of them joined together, and wanted to expel my primordial spirit." This devil is much more sinister and cunning than I thought. It wasn't easy to take over to Matt's body. He couldn't have failed so narrowly. Thinking so, she immediately took the short knife in her hand and placed it onto Matt's neck to threaten Deep Then. Demon, if you don't stop, I will join your mother's body. Ha ha, what do you have left to fight with me? Suddenly Deep Then approached Deep Han. Without letting her finish her sentence, he ordered Tin to pull her soul completely out of his mother's body, surprising her. What? She shouted. Devil, do you want to kill your mother? Deep Then stood in front of his mother. Without looking at her, he spoke. Do you think you have absorbed the saint's inheritance? Hearing that, Deep Han looked unconvinced and raised her voice. The saint has clearly been drained of her cultivation by me. Why? How could she not? He had to explain to this person. It's very simple, the so-called saintess's cultivation that you absorbed. While he spoke, the saint also slowly stood up from the rubble. Waiting until here, Deep Then continued. Actually, it is the power of this deity. Deep Han, hotter than chili peppers, shouted, You devil, from the very beginning, you showed weakness because you let me absorb your cultivation base, drain my blood and easily separate your mother's body. With my original spirit. Deep Then happily replied, Yes, unfortunately you knew it too late. Having finished speaking, he waved his hand to perform the operation of separating the spirit body. Boom! A loud explosion occurred in the air. Matt finally returned to the arms of her trusted son. Deep Then quickly checked her pulse. It wasn't long before she took over. Her mother's consciousness was still only temporarily asleep, and luckily it arrived on time. Mac Van also appeared at this time. She asked, How is it? Have you saved your mother yet? He entrusted his mother to her. Please help the caregiver for a moment. On the other side, Tin is tightly wrapped around Deep Han. Deep Then stepped forward and squeezed her slender neck. Then he ordered Snake, eat her legs first. The snake obeyed and circled down, cutting off her legs. The pain came so suddenly that she couldn't help but scream. Before he could get over his anger, he told him to eat both of her hands, then threw her hard on the ground. While she was still lost in failure, wondering to herself, how could this be possible? Deep Then used soul searching to take away her soul. He thought, indeed, the purpose of the Deep family colluding with the Beast clan and Demon clan to attack the Tu family was at first to lure my mother back and then take the opportunity to take over the temple. Wait, I only saw Deep Han's body twist violently, and was still extremely panicked. The memories that followed seemed to still be related to my father and me, a strange phenomenon that made Deep Then say, What? This kind of ability that causes the original body to dissipate seems to be preventing Deep Lu from revealing the secret. Who is preventing me from finding the truth? Looks like I have to wait until my mother wakes up to know everything. He suddenly turned back. It turned out that strange lights appeared where his mother and Mac Man were standing. Heavenly disaster suddenly struck, leaving Deep Then unable to react. Mother? Mac Van softly said to him, This is the path of heavenly thunder to overcome tribulations and soar. Is it possible that your mother is now at the perfect Mahayana stage and has to transcend tribulation and ascend? He answered her, Even though my mother's cultivation was perfect, her consciousness has not been regained. Her body was taken away by the Demon Queen, and now she is too weak, basically unable to withstand these 9 heavenly thunders. She worriedly said, If that's the case, your mother's soul will be scattered. Deep Then said firmly, I will not let that happen. Thanks to you for helping me get the Holy Mountain's protective spiritual energy. I will be able to block the 9 thunderbolts of this tribulation. Very quickly, lightning in the sky was formed. Lightning bolts rushed down. It passed through layers of defensive aura of Tonton Mountain and approached to Matt. Mac Van stood in front trying to gather the aura of the Holy Mountain to support him. She lightly made a seal and then shouted, Done. A stream of spiritual energy radiated out, enveloping all 3 people. But the heavenly tribulation is a powerful thing. It constantly erodes the upper shield of the Holy Mountain. Although Mac Van's mouth was bleeding, he still tried little by little, even if he had to destroy all his cultivation. At this time, the heavenly tribulation has broken the shield. She was still stubborn. She had to give him some time. She cast a protective spirit formation to confront the powerful lightning tribulation above. But it seems that the saint's strength has not yet awakened. She is indeed limited. Mac Van was shocked. She felt her whole body become sore in an instant. At the same time, her formation shattered. She still doesn't care about her life. The lightning tribulation will soon fall. We must quickly complete the great formation. At that moment, there was a hand placed on her shoulder. That's enough. Deep Then's soul appeared to her. He reminded her, Don't waste your true energy anymore, you will die. Mac Van was really scared by him. Did you let your original spirit come out to block the lightning? You are crazy. It was you who was scattered by your soul. He gently held her hand and reassured her, Don't worry, My soul can borrow the power of heaven and earth and will not be harmed. While she helped me endure 7 heavenly tribulations, I long ago stabilized her soul. She will wake up soon, thank you. My mother is still not favored by God. The 8th and 9th paths come at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, above the heavenly tribulation appeared 2 terrifying dragons curled up. Deep then did not pay much attention. He slowly gathered spiritual energy. His soul was in its infancy. Then borrow the power of heaven and earth to create a formation. Heaven and earth will end. So he alone borrowed the power of that entire land to fight 2 formidable thunderstorms in the sky. After a moment of struggle, lightning really fell. Deep then also immediately rushed up to help. He created a stream of spiritual energy large enough to completely cover his body. Now it is the clash of 2 emerging players, Fighting Du Keep and then Seoul Siu Kim. Because both are aggressive forces, the collision affected a range of hundreds of miles around Tonton. Finally, the eyes of the sky have opened wide. The light from the ascending passage finally appeared, signaling that the thunder tribulation had been successfully overcome. Tonton slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the young man in front of her, a familiar feeling came over her. She choked up, "Son, you are my son." Deep then was also touched, showing a rare satisfied smile. "Mom, it's me." She gently touched his mature face and exclaimed, "My brave child has grown so much. Let me see." Tonton couldn't hide her emotions at this moment. She could only listen to him call his mother and stop her tears from flowing. The 2 of them looked at each other like that for a long time as if to make up for the time they couldn't return to before. Suddenly, Tonton put something in his hand and told him, "Dong-mi, please come to these 5 places. You will find what you want." Before following the light flying from the sky, she still warned him, "Dong-mi, you must protect yourself. Mom is in the fairy world waiting for you." The image of the boy at this moment seemed to return to when he was a child, choking and unable to hold on to his mother's hand. He could only helplessly call out to her, "Mother." Memories buried deep in his heart suddenly returned. He was now sitting on his father's lap and said in a young voice, "Dad, I want to find Mom." His father sternly told him, "Dong-mi, don't make a noise. Have you forgotten what I said before sending you home?" He replied, "I haven't forgotten, I just miss you." "Dad, don't you miss Mom?" He answered him, "How is that possible? But we are demons, now we can't compete with humans. If you take your mother and children with you, it will be even more difficult." Hearing that, Dong-mi obediently said, "I know, I will listen to Mom and wait for her to come back." But unexpectedly, then something extremely big happened. Our family could not reunite. First, my father quickly ascended to heaven, then was ostracized by the entire clan. To survive, I only knew how to practice, then became the strongest demon venerable of the demon clan, but was plotted by traitors and foreign enemies. He said softly, "Mom, please wait for me, I will meet someone soon." In the palm of his hand is now a small map with the locations of 5 clans, Forbidden Land to Clan, Dao Ti Demon Clan, Van Quat Demon Clan, Voodoo Beast Clan and Lin Sun Demon Clan. He thought, I have already passed through the Tu family's Forbidden Land, but her soul lantern pointed me to the place where the human race ascended. Could the other 4 places help me restore my cultivation? If that's the case, then let's just go, and before we ascend to the fairy world, we have to take revenge. Mac Van next to him suddenly coughed, cutting off Deep Than's train of thought. He quickly called her name. She replied with difficulty, "Cough, it's okay." He frowned and comforted her. When she recovered from the lightning, her internal organs were already damaged. "Let me help her heal." She helplessly exhaled. "Don't waste any more true energy. The saint's constitution can only heal itself." He couldn't help but remind her. This time her injury was not light. If she only relied on herself, she would probably be counted out. Suddenly, the primeval stone appeared. Deep then ignored what had just happened and asked Kai Hoa, "What's going on?" Kai Hoa immediately reported, "Venerable, the demon clan is about to have a meeting to banish demons once in 100 years. We have invited the 4 clans to participate. We are the 5th clan, of course we must also come." He asked again, "Where is the organization?" Kai Hoa obediently replied, "In the Dao Tri Demon Clan." Hearing that, he ordered, "You arrange guards inside the hall to protect you when we get back to where we started from." Kai Hoa obeyed, "Yes, your majesty." Then he turned again, half seducing and half begging, "Please follow me to the demon clan, there is Dao Tri Ton Tui there who can help you." Mo questioned quite hesitantly, not to mention whether it worked or not, but how could the demon clan let me enter? He ignored her, picked her up, and stubbornly decided, Dao Tri can bring death back to life, we have to try to find out. As for her identity, there's no need to worry. Mac Van really had to exclaim, "You are so tyrannical, put me down quickly. Tonton Mountain is facing major changes, I have to stay in the mountain to guard. Let me go cough cough. Deep then was forced to threaten her. Even though she really didn't want to go with me, I would destroy the holy mountain, I said I would. She couldn't say anything else, so she let out a curse. You're a devil, you don't speak sense. This sentence sounded like a compliment to his ears. He laughed happily. Ha ha, half a word is not wrong. The deity is the great devil. The Tao Tri-Demon clan is holding the 10,000 Demons Congress. Where the weather is icy all year round, the demon clan is in a place surrounded on all sides by high mountains. The scenery looks beautiful. Under the white snow covering the road, two figures leaned on each other step by step to find the place they needed to go. Deep then spoke. Tao Tri's water can cure normal injuries. But with the lightning she suffered, it was necessary. Only the water of the 7 great ice springs can be effective. The ice spring here is for the human race, which just happens to have an advantage for her physique. Let's go by a manor with ice spring to treat her illness. The two of them quickly chose. Deep then said, this manor's spiritual energy is rich, choose it. They went inside together to meet the counter-manager. Are you the manager here? We want to buy this manor. The old man waved his hands and replied, get out, get out. Where do cats and dogs come here to buy or sell something? A little cultivation is not enough to carry shoes for my lord. Deep then thought, in order to hide his identity, he had to suppress his cultivation, but he didn't expect to be looked down upon like this. Suddenly another person appeared. The manager turned his face 180 degrees, smiling to welcome the guests. Hey, sir, you're here. I have already cleaned up this manor for you, sir. Please come over here. After speaking, he turned and glared at Deep then and MacMan. Why don't you guys go away yet? Let me tell you that this manor already belongs to Lord Demon Marshal. He aggressively blocked in front of that great man and said, this is not where you low-class humans live. Quickly get out of here. Suddenly, a scream of pain rang out. The person who had just slapped him aggressively asked, what kind of person with no eyes dares to raise his voice in front of the Lord? Do you want to die? After saying that, the person knelt down and bowed. Your Majesty, this subordinate is late, causing the manager's eyes to pop out in surprise. How could the demon marshal actually bow to this person? Deep then pretended to hesitate. It was just the right time, but this manager. You saw I heard the anger in Deep then's words and stepped forward to kick the manager again and scolded him harshly. This blind-eyed guy dares to insult your Majesty. My subordinates will deal with him immediately. The manager was also very aware, quickly knelt down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Sir, please forgive me. The dog eyes of a villain do not know how to look at people, do not know the mountain. The great man spares the small man his way of life. MacVan said bluntly, forget it. This type of person is just crazy. There is no need to be harsh. Deep then turned and replied in a soft voice, since my wife is still generous, then let him go. He quickly replied, thank you sir, thank you sir. The demon marshal gently glanced at him and warned, about today, if there are things that shouldn't be said, don't say them, you know? He quickly replied, I understand, little man. His heart was sweating. This big man didn't know why he liked to hide his identity so much. Oh well, we'll have to be more careful in the future. Deep then said to the demon marshal, there are still 2 days left before the 10,000 Demon Congress. You go check to see if those 4 people are coming. The demon commander obeyed immediately. Having finished speaking, he turned to MacVan and said, the Tao Tri-Demon tribe opens the seal every day. There are only 2 magical periods of 4 hours each day. Your wife's injury should not last long. She should quickly enter the monastery to heal. Hearing that, MacVan puffed his cheeks and scolded, if you dare to call me your wife, go away. There was no other way. Deep then was afraid that the roof would be too angry and would harm himself, so he could only give in, to listen to the words of the saint. After chasing that shameless person away, MacVan felt relieved and stripped naked. She let herself soak in the lake. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that the demonic knife also had such a healing effect, and soon the pain in her internal organs was much reduced. Deep then stood with his back turned and waited for a while before speaking. What's wrong? Are you better? Hearing her soft hum, he sighed. That's good, it's just a bit unfortunate. I wonder, regret what? He said. It's a pity that Tao Tri water can only cure her physical injuries, but cannot restore her memories of her original spirit. She saw that he looked sad and added a few words of explanation. After the wound on the body recovers, the memory of the original spirit will gradually recover. Deep then was so happy, he forgot she was stripping and turned around. Really? And then, when she received the trick of flying slippers from the roof, she was so embarrassed that she became angry and scolded. Ah, who let you turn around here? With just a bucket of water from MacMan's position, Deep then went directly to count the stars. The sky quickly turned dark, and the two of them went out together. He still seemed regretful. I really didn't mean it, I swear I didn't see anything. And Mo Qing didn't listen and continued to shout, Are you still talking? Suddenly he reached out and grabbed her hand completely. The voice was a bit gentle. It's me who's wrong, stop being angry. 100 years ago, you wanted to go to the 10,000 Demons conference and see the scene of Dao Tri water forming snow lotus. Unfortunately, I was in seclusion that year and only today did I see it with my own eyes. The people here also eagerly went out to see the festival. They chatted loudly. A scene that has only been seen for 100 years. It is true that living 100 years is not in vain. As long as you are seen with a Taoist companion, you can love each other for 100 years. The two of them stood together under the bright lights of the festival. Even though their hearts felt like warm water was pouring into them, they thought anxiously, if I'm really his wife, then this guy doesn't look bad, right? Deep then was also filled with hundreds of worries. Mom said there was a strange phenomenon in the Dao Tri Demon clan. Or should we have to wait until 2 days after the Van Demon Congress to appear? In the 7 Great Twin Nan, there are only 5, either secret or related to the 2 Dragon and Phoenix clans. Mac Van quickly looked. When he called her, everyone was buzzing. It's starting, it's starting. In the distance, in the middle of the pond, white ice floes gradually congealed together and emerged. They are zigzagly connected throughout Dao Tri, and from those ice flows, pure sparkling snow lotus flowers grow, truly brilliant. Deep then and Mac Van exclaimed, Why is it like that? Oh, how beautiful. She saw that she had just interrupted him and quickly asked, What's wrong with you? He replied, The beauty of the world, no matter how beautiful it is not as beautiful as her smile. Receiving the unexpected flirting, even though she didn't know how to react, she could only turn around and leave, and scolded her. Your mouth is slippery. Suddenly someone appeared. Why did the young lady leave in such a hurry? The beautiful scenery is not as good as the beauty. Let this king keep you company for a while. Deep then saw this crazy guy flirting with his wife. It was very bitter, he thought to himself. Another person who wants to die. Mac Van looked at the perverts. She secretly thought, my injury has been relieved. But all of them going up at once will be very difficult to handle. It's best to hide. Meanwhile, the shameless people were still teasing. Little lady, come over here and play. I'm sure you'll like this king. Before he could be any more pleased, a shoe accurately kissed his cheeky beak. Deep then approached in surprise, the strong smell of tea emanating from his words. Whoa, look at my shoes. They're really dirty. I stepped on something. They deserve to be stepped on. Long Q was humiliated and angrily shouted, Hum hum, where did you come from, you rotten brat, dared to step on your head in Grandpa Long Vong's face. Someone, quickly take this boy and skin him for me. As he finished speaking, his men fell like straw at the same time, causing the Dragon King to panic. Deep then treated him like air. He pulled his face and still said softly, The road is open, let's go, ma'am. When Long Gio was fed butter, he immediately exploded. He shouted, If you want to go, are you delusional? Whoever this prince wants, the Heavenly King cannot stop him. Having finished speaking, he stretched out his claw towards Mac Van. Little lady, come here quickly. This guy's action of teasing the dog naturally made Deep then angry. He quietly performed the Iron Horse move to enter the dreamland. Seeing that Mac Van still wanted to speak, he stood up to fight and comforted her. Don't move, you'll get your hands dirty. Long Gio was very embarrassed by his brother holding his tail. He panicked and thought, how could the true fire third sister of our dragon clan be frozen by a human? Besides, why can't I move? How great is the power of this human? He shouted, Kid, quickly release this king, otherwise. Deep then tightened his grip on the force in his hand and said uncomfortably, It's so noisy. He waved his hand, and the ice suddenly spread quickly from the dragon's body along the dragon's body, turning the ignorant man into an eternal block of ice. Leaving the ice there, he led Mac Van away. Madam, how do you see the ice carving skills of the wife? Hearing her comment about how ugly she was, he just gently replied, Then let's go back and practice more. Not paying attention to the two people behind them who were talking, they were about to get into big trouble. The two human races' abilities were not small. 2 or 3 moves had already defeated the Dragon Prince. Anyone who doesn't know how powerful the Dragon Clan is and causes trouble in the territory of the Demon Clan, no matter how noble the human clan is probably in big trouble. Mac Van couldn't help but worry. We are in the territory of the demon race. Isn't this a bit too much? He confidently replied, It's okay. If I give in, they will encroach. But you should remember, don't say it's a group of dragon clans. Even if it's a whole demon clan, I wouldn't care. At this time, Demon Marshal appeared and reported, Venerable, I have finally found you. He immediately asked, "Is there something urgent?" The information I received was quite hot. The subordinates had investigated the 4 people my lord wanted to find, but they didn't come, and strangely, the number of demons coming to this conference was not half. At that moment, a group of people rushed in. "Your Majesty, this is not good. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Clan brought the entire clan to surround our manor. They said they wanted revenge on him for freezing the Dragon Prince." Momo then had to advise, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back to the human race." But Deepthan didn't seem to think so. No, her injury needs to soak for another 3 days to recover. Now, but going would take a lot of work. Hearing her say that her injury is not important, he immediately denied it. Her injury is the important thing. A subordinate reported on one side, "Your Majesty, should I summon the beasts to help you fight against the Dragon Clan?" "That's right, Your Majesty," and subordinates will contact their teammates immediately. Deepthan stopped them. "No, your people just hide carefully. Wait for the deity to give a signal before taking action. Go away quickly." They said in unison, "Obey your orders, take care." Mac Van was curious, "What do you want to do?" So he cunningly asked, "Do you believe me?" She ran out of words to scold. "You already know and still ask." So he was overwhelmed, and without saying a word, just told her, "If you believe me, come with me now to meet that group of Dragon Clan." The two slowly walked out side by side. Before taking a few steps out the door, the people outside lost patience and shouted, "Long Hong, are those 2 humans?" Long Hong looked arrogant and pointed straight at the 2 newcomers. "You are the master of the 5 human clans and the human saint, right?" Deepthan confirmed, "That's right. I don't know what's going on with your Dragon Clan so aggressively coming here to find us." He didn't politely say, "What's going on?" You guys dare to touch the Dragon Clan royal family. Are you still going to deny it?" Deepthan curled his mouth as if wondering something. "Oh, did you say that lewd name? I didn't expect you Dragon Clan to have such a corrupt name. Or are you Dragon Clan the same?" Immediately his words sparked anger in the Dragon Emperor's heart. The 2 sides immediately rushed to fight each other. Looking at him, he roared, "Who gave you this courage, Deepthan?" Seeing the humor, I couldn't help but sarcasm. Are you so embarrassed that you're angry?" Seeing that Mac Van was starting to hold the bull, he reminded Deepthan, "If you want to attack, you must include me." He was very alert and told her, "Don't rush. There is a greater power passing through here. First let's see if the other person is an enemy or a friend, and then talk." The Dragon Clan people couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. Those small group of human clan. Today, no matter how powerful your status is in the human clan, if you kill someone in our Dragon Clan, you will have to pay price. The Dragon Clan brothers obeyed the order to kill me. "Obey orders, Mr. Longhong, kill." Suddenly, a powerful thunderbolt rushed straight down from the sky, causing the surrounding air to stagnate for a moment. With that, a slender voice spoke, "Who dares to kill him?" After the heavenly thunder dissipated, the Phoenix Emperor Feng Din lowered his body and landed powerfully on the ground. Longhong looked at her and asked harshly, "Feng Din, what do you mean?" She just replied, "Dragon Emperor, can you give me a lover?" He was not satisfied. Why? Just a small human race can have such a big presence. Suddenly, she didn't understand why she intimately pulled Deepthan's hand and lied without blinking. "He is my fiancé. Is that enough dignity?" Everyone started making noise. What, did I hear correctly? The Phoenix Clan's female emperor married a human clan? Is she crazy or what? Isn't the most important thing for the stupid Phoenix Clan is pure bloodline? But Feng Din kept shaking his arm and refused to let go, even though the 2 of them were still confused. Feng Din kept winking and pampering. "You understand. There was no other way." Deepthan had to convey his feelings to Mac Van. "This Phuong clan woman is very suspicious. Let's calm down, and see what tricks she has up her sleeve." Long Jiao angrily spoke up. "Okay, then this emperor will give you some face. But if you go, you will get the right to preside over this conference." Feng Din continued his words. "Of course, he will controlled by you Dragon Clan." Hearing the great benefits, the Dragon Emperor stroked his beard and smiled. Ha ha ha, happy. After that, he leisurely turned around and withdrew his troops. "Let's go." I only blamed the soldiers who ran back and forth. But before they could move their muscles and bones, they had to return in confusion. They asked the Dragon King, "Dragon Emperor, did you just ignore that human race?" He replied, "You stupid, evil person, this emperor wants to use a knife to kill someone. Do you think the Phoenix Clan will let their female emperor marry a human? This emperor wants to take advantage of this to divide them. Stand outside and watch the show, hee hee." His subordinates coldly reminded him, "Long Hong is very wise, but the death of the 19th prince was replaced by his angry words, PSS. losing to even a trash human, death is worth it. He glanced at the group of people behind him and thought, she even got herself involved in acting, that's crazy. Waiting for the old man of the dragon clan to leave, Deep then shook off Feng Din's hand on his body. This big sister, the dragon clan has left, can you tell us what the purpose of rescuing us is? She stepped back slightly and politely bowed. Lord Ma Tun, although this is the first time we have met, Feng Din has admired you for a long time. Deep then was puzzled. My identity is just a human, the hall master of the 5 clans. How do you know me? She then replied, I saw you 100 years ago, at that time you were with me. He felt something was wrong and worried about the future. Returning the mattress outside the house, he quickly said, stop, the more you say, the more wrong you are. We are both straightforward people, please tell us what your real purpose is. Feng Din was interrupted, still maintaining a warm, commercial smile on his face, and replied, our clan's Dao Tri is more effective on the saint's wound. Please come this way, both of you. Mac Van frowned. Indeed, Dao Tri's aura here is a bit wrong, it must have been manipulated by the dragon clan. Deep then found it quite interesting. He said, well, the queen of the Phoenix clan seems to have something to ask of us. Let's go and see. They followed the emperor to Dao Tri. This time Deep then honestly sat at a distance from the lake, not forgetting to turn his back to talk. Mo question, is the knife pond here useful? Mac Van is stripping in the lake. She quickly took off all her clothes. After that, he lay down on the rock next to the shore, closed his eyes and replied, after a few times, my injury was much better. Hearing that, he was a little happier, but someone couldn't help but scream. You little human dare to rob Feng Din from me? He rushed to Deep then and shouted, you die. And Deep then, just needs 2 fingers to block that sharp sword tip. Mac Van heard the doubtful voice. What's wrong? He calmly replied, it's a small matter. She turned her head away to avoid being distracted. The other guy was very angry when he was insulted. His neck tensed. Boy, quickly let go of my sword, quickly. You and I will decide a battle of life and death. He seemed to hear a joke and asked again, just with this scrap iron bar? Then he made a slight move and could make his sword crumble like breaking a piece of cake. He trembled and stammered, you actually broke my sword? Deep then coldly told the truth. A battle of life and death? You are not qualified yet. He raised his hand to create a hurricane that swept the other man high into the sky, making him scream loudly as he experienced the strong feeling. At this time, Feng Din hurriedly approached. Please have mercy on me. The person just now is my childhood friend. He suddenly became confused and bothered you too. I apologize to you on his behalf. When he saw that, he withdrew his hand and said, I won't hurt him. It's just a bit noisy, just ignore him. Then he left when the other guy just fell to the ground and cried loudly, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Feng Din gratefully said, thank you Ma Tun for being lenient. She didn't know he had secretly taken something from her. The other guy was scared and called out, Din Din, this kid. A scene that made her mad. She pulled him like a pig and scolded him. Shut your mouth. If you dare to do it again, I won't need him to do anything. I will personally take your life. 2 hours later, Deep then was in a private place dissecting things on Feng Din's body. In her memories, there was a part where she sat with Long Lang and discussed things. Long Hong happily asked, have you gained the other person's trust yet? When he received a disappointed shake of the head, he said firmly, everyone is seduced by God. Feng Din angrily smashed the jade cup. Dragon 9, quickly clean your mouth. He calmly replied, it's funny, our enemy is that demon Tun. She excused herself, I'm only responsible for bringing people here. Hearing that, Long Zhou got angry. Don't say this has nothing to do with you. If we don't get rid of this demon monk, our entire demon race will not be at peace. Seeing this, Deep then noticed a figure coming. He quickly deleted what he was watching, thinking a little annoyed, here again? She's so clever. When she meets people she talks about people. When she meets ghosts she talks about ghosts. At this time, she came forward and softly apologized. It was just an accident. It was because I did not manage it strictly. I still hope that Ma Tun will punish me. He replied, you like acting very much, don't you? Feng Din turned pale and quickly said, what does Ma Tun mean? I don't mean to deceive you. Deep then didn't listen. If it's not wrong, you'll lend us Dao Tri, form a deal, and tomorrow we'll go to Dao Tri's forbidden land with you, right? But I remind you, if you want to harm my people, the deity will not forgive you. She was scared and stopped him. Wait, Ma Tun, Feng Din will tell everything. I just hope you will spare the Fuang clan a way to live. Feeling interesting, Deep then stopped and spoke. Oh, tell me. So the next day at Dao Tri Camp Forbidden CT then Lao, all 3 people arrived together. Feng Din led them away and explained, the demon clan's fighting power in this place will increase greatly. On the contrary, the fighting power of the remaining 4 clans will decrease. Because she was a saint, Mac Van was a bit unbearable. The demonic aura was really strong. When Deep then realized it, he was worried. She was originally a holy aura, the opposite of demonic aura. I find it interesting that, she quickly spoke up, didn't we say we move forward and retreat together? Deep then was completely bullied by his wife, he softly said, but still. Then he looked at the crowd of people running and decided, okay, we will quickly win. Long Hong trotted over, then pretended to stroke his white beard. Miss Fengdin did not disappoint us. That demon Tun Deep then, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Deep then happily replied, I'm just pursuing the path of immortality. The death anniversary should be left to you guys. Then he looked meaningfully to this side and asked with interest. What do you say? Look at the phoenix, let's just do it. I only saw Fengdin shouting, take action. Behind, a series of resounding voices said, yes sir, kill! Everyone in her clan immediately rushed to kill non-stop. Long Hong realized it was too late. He was indignant. Fengdin, how dare you join hands with the human race and betray the entire demon race? Fengdin showed his true form and responded unflinchingly. It's not that I betrayed the demon race, it's that you guys are untrustworthy. The Dragon Emperor had nothing to hold on to anymore. Humph, very well. From now on there will be no more Fuang clan. Only our Dragon clan will monopolize the top. Ha 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 Fengdin, please accept death. Water rose from everywhere quickly like a waterfall. His blood magic swept through, cutting down all the Phoenix people. Fengdin proudly laughed. From now on, your Dragon clan belongs to our Fuang clan. This 9-element poison obstacle is the forbidden technique of our Phoenix clan, specializing in dealing with the demon clan. Long Jiao ordered, Humph, if you win, you will be king. If you lose, you will be the enemy. Quickly kill me. But at that moment, someone performed a move. The barbaric holy magic appeared, destroying that forbidden technique. Long Hong panicked. What? Just like that, can you break the secret magic of the demon race? Deep then pointed to Mac Van behind him with his proud introduction to his wife. It's just child's play. How can it be difficult for our human saint? As for the secret magic of the demon race, then don't blame me for using this method to punish you guys. Having finished speaking, he made a seal to create a poisonous spider web behind his back. Following the chant, the demon clan's secret black mist awakened, and the spider web stretched out to cover the opposing group. The soldiers on the other side hurriedly wanted to escape from the poisonous net but did not know what to do. Dragon Emperor's eyes also widened in fear. He shouted in horror, You, a mixed-blood demon, how do you know the secret techniques of the demon race? Who exactly are you? Deep then waved his hand and pulled him towards him. He growled, You don't even know this. But just for a little benefit, you still want to plan with me. Killing you today is not unjust at all. A ray of light flashed. It was Dao Tribandia Hai Tiran Lao, which had a connection straight to the blue sky. But that mixed-beaked dragon didn't give up. It wrapped tightly around his arm. Mo Van and Fengdin quickly ran over. Deep then, Lord Demon Lord. Fengdin looked worried and said, It's dangerous. This is the Tambo sat with the strongest toxicity of the snake tribe. Within 3 steps, anyone who gets caught will surely die. Hearing that, Mac Van was equally frightened. Let me use Tonton Chi to eliminate the poison for you. Deep then refused. No way, this poison will betray her. Again with this plotting trick. Besides these miscellaneous things, don't you have anything else? Behind the smoke screen, the one who appeared was the snake clan saintess Vu Tian Noyet. She smiled crookedly. Hee hee, even though it's an old trick, it still works. Long Zhou solemnly said, The snake clan saintess personally took action. When she can kill you once, she can kill you countless times more. Go die. After speaking, both sides rushed to fight each other. The 2 spirit beasts appeared in their giant form, rushing to fight in the air. The scene was majestic for anyone who witnessed it. Feng Lin arranged, I will stop them. You 2 should quickly find a way to cure the poison. Deep then also felt his arm change clearly at this time. He frowned slightly. Mac Van realized that. She said, Not good, toxic gas is spreading. She pressed her hand and shouted the ice spell. Was about to cure him when he suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. She urgently wanted to scold him. I thought something was wrong. But this guy who wanted to be beaten said, Your lady's ice spell is so powerful, my hand almost froze. Mac Van was speechless with this name. When has it been that you're still joking? Deep then held out his hand. I'm really not kidding, look at this. I just saw the toxicity on his hand slowly and miraculously disappear. But Vu Tian Noyet didn't understand why she felt pain deep inside her body. My primordial spirit, you devil, how can you destroy my Tambo sat? Responding to her, he said, The 2 skills are equivalent, if effective. He took the bloody sword back into his hand. Then he made a cool pose and said, "Then it's better if I commit suicide." Dragon Emperor seemed unable to believe it and asked, "Where are your accomplices? Why hasn't it appeared yet?" Wu Tiannoyet still didn't think she would lose. She quickly regained her confidence. "Ma Dao, last time it was our negligence that let you escape. Today that won't happen." Ms. Ta quickly performed the secret magic of the demon race to destroy the demons of heaven and earth. All the demons there suddenly became strange. Not even Long Hanak could escape this secret battle. He angrily scolded, "Thief, you are actually planning to count on my dragon clan." Feng Din could not help but curse. "Wu Tiannoyet, are you crazy? You dare to take the lives of many demon clans to sacrifice in battle." Deep then gritted his teeth and performed a demon spirit weapon. "It's just a demon tower. Watch me destroy it." His arrow filled with power flew straight to the demonic tower above. Those demons suddenly woke up from their coma. What happened just now? Wu Tiannoyet is still as tough as a leech. Don't think this is all. I still have that back move. Then, from the demon tower when activated, the 3 stages of breaking progress emitted a strong amount of poison. Suddenly, Mac Van's secret Thunder King barrier technique was used to destroy her intentions. This made her unbelievable. What? But Deep then had already approached her. He squeezed her airway and threatened. "I asked you one question. What is the purpose of you all joining together to kill me?" She answered with difficulty. "Because you are the 5 clans' killer star, which will lead to the destruction of the 5 clans." He was silent for a few seconds. "What are the 5 killing stars?" I just saw her laughing hysterically. "Ha ha, you've been fooled." At the same time, Feng Din's urgent voice rang out, "Devil Saint." He quickly turned back to look and realized that Mac Van had been trapped in the teleportation formation ever since. Deep then knew it was too late, he growled. Being able to penetrate the demon clan's barrier. Only the teleportation array is possible. Is it Noi Cat? Wu Tiannoyet smiled happily and replied, "It's too late for you to realize it." When he saw her body burning in his hands, he still tried to stay calm. "Oh, is that so?" She happily said, "Devil, we are not stupid like that, ye family. We are still preparing to die for you." "Ha ha ha, just wait to be devoured by the 10,000 demon tower." Deep then thoughtfully looked at the demon tower. The 10,000 demon congress was meant to hit him on the back with his stick. "But you bunch of mice don't dare to face this deity at all, so you show such devilish tricks," he said to Feng Din. "Leave this place to me. I can take the time for you to leave. I promise you, take the Phoenix clan and my subordinates and leave quickly." She quickly replied, "Demon Lord, can you deal with this demon tower alone? What about her saintess?" Suddenly the Dragon Emperor interrupted her. "Hey Feng Din Devil, if you have a way, please quickly help this emperor escape his bondage." The two of them treated him like air, didn't pay any attention, and continued to talk. "Let's go. This place only has half a demon left before it will be completely devoured by the demon tower." Feng Din then replied, "Please take care, Ma Tun." Watching everyone gradually leave, Long Q shouted in panic, "Feng Din, don't go, take Ban Hong with you." Deep then smiled. In his mind he thought, even though he had lost the memories of his previous life, it was always like that, really. One night ago, in the Phoenix clan's knife tower. In the quiet of the night, Mai and Deep then sat up high talking. She said, "My injury has recovered. Even if the 5 clans join forces, at most they will end up in the same trap. Why would a demon let me go without reason?" He added, "Mac Van, this is my business." Mac Van smiled. Her eyes carried a bit of mockery and asked, "You call me ma'am all the time, is it all a joke?" Seeing that, Deep then frowned, his expression somewhat stunned, and asked, "She? Has her memory recovered?" She replied, "The memory is not there yet, but I still recognize you." As soon as Mac Van finished speaking, Deep then hugged her and happily shouted, "Mac Van, that's so good. I'm sorry I didn't protect you well at that time." After a while, she quickly pushed him away. "If we are husband and wife, we must live and die together. Moreover, at that time there was also the betrayal of the demons, so I had to personally take revenge." Deep then looked at her and said, "Well, I will never be able to tell her." Seeing Deep then smiling, holding her hand, she glanced at him with an unhappy expression. He still didn't pay any attention, holding her hand, his other hand gathering some energy into his fingertips. "I used 3 parts of my soul to protect you, this is the biggest concession I can give." She exclaimed, "Okay." Returning to the present, Deep then looked up at his extremely determined look, thinking in his head, "Mac Van, you should wait for me. Wait until I finish what I have done in the forbidden area of the demon race, then I will come find you right away." From above, an extremely large tower surrounded by bright red energy is gradually descending. After a few moments, the entire tower quickly landed on the ground. From inside the tower, Wu Tiannoyet walked out. She looked towards him, smiling very smugly. Even if the Demon Tower can deal with the Dragon Emperor and cannot kill you, once the Demon Tower's forbidden area is activated, it will have the power to fly up to protect your demon head. You will surely die. Ha! At this time, Deep then flew high. The bright red ball of energy surrounded his body and seemed to absorb all the spiritual energy around him. He looked ahead, the towers constantly flying around. He frowned, thinking in his mind, is this the true forbidden land of the demon race that she mentioned? Based on what I experienced in the Su family's forbidden area, it is impossible to live in peace like this. Surely there is an arrangement. As if sensing something, his eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed in surprise, huh? Below his feet, there was a small beast that looked like a buffalo, using a knife to continuously stab his leg, with an extremely angry expression. Yeah. That bold guy who sneaked in here deserves to die, but to him, those things had no effect. Deep then was annoyed and used his foot to kick it away. This mosquito's bite also has that force. Deep then frowned and glanced down. He raised his hand that was full of energy, looked at it and smiled. In his mind, he thought to himself, each tower is guarded by demon beasts. If you destroy this tower, you can receive all the power of the demon race. Forbidden place. Suddenly, on the other side, another monster holding an axe rushed in front of him, angrily shouting, "Thief, you must die!" Deep then did not answer or say anything. He stood still in place, reaching out his hand to attack the monster. Killing it like this would be too effective. With just one simple move from him, that monster instantly turned into smoke. After that, he continued to raise his hand to perform a stronger move, Van Looy Keep. From above, extremely intense lightning bolts struck the ground. Next, they attacked the towers. After fighting the demon beast in the towers, a source of power rose from the towers. Next, they all converged towards his body. Suddenly, a dark black smoke emitted from the towers. Deep then had a very pensive expression, thinking in his head, "Oh, can you stop my mighty power?" It seems that the tower keeper's cultivation level is not weak. On the other side, a door suddenly opened. A girl appeared with a half-human, half-snake body, looked at him, and shouted angrily, "Thief, the aura of your body. You and the thief Tiamat are finally related." How? Deep then propped himself up on his hands, looked towards her and proudly asked, "Huh, who are you calling the thief?" She replied, "Of course the thief mentioned is too." But before she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something, looked at him angrily and shouted, "Huh? How dare you destroy this old lady's property? That ungrateful bastard, this mouth is a human being, this old Han who betrayed me, deserves to die." With an extremely angry expression, she brought her long tail out to attack him. Deep then frowned and quickly reacted to dodge. He looked towards her, thinking to himself, looking at this snake girl's appearance, maybe he knew his parents too. Mom said the truth could be found in forbidden places, maybe from the woman's mouth. This cause should also be. He raised his hand high, an extremely large hand appeared before his eyes. Deep then looked towards her, his expression a bit proud. The deity's parents in this world are great powers with that name and age. You're just a nameless pawn, don't come here and take offense. He reached out his hand to control, and that hand quickly grabbed the female snake's tail, making her extremely panicked. But in an instant, Deep then's giant hand was quickly neutralized. She began to raise her hand to exert her power, smiling extremely proudly. Anonymous little pawn? Ha ha ha, if it weren't for the old lady back then, how could your heartless old man have been able to escape heavenly punishment and ascend to heaven in one step? Deep then pointed at himself, smiled and asked, "Divine punishment? My father was originally from the Demon Emperor, so does he still have to rely on a snake clan like you to ascend?" At the same time, he thought to himself, the old man flying up at that time was indeed very dangerous. There must be some hidden meaning here. The female snake crossed her arms and looked at him, looking extremely arrogant. "That kid, heavenly punishment is not heavenly tribulation. Besides, there's no need to say more to you. You will die quickly." Suddenly, Deep then was surrounded by a source of dark power. He knelt to the ground and exclaimed, "One snake? I obviously didn't remove the barrier. Since when? Perhaps right from the beginning?" The female snake had an extremely large figure. She leaned on her hands and looked down at him, smiling disdainfully. "That's right, since the first time you laid eyes on this old lady, the poisonous snakes have spread to every corner of this place." Faced with her complacency, he thought to himself, does she still think she was poison? As soon as I'm clever, I also want to ask the truth. Deep then frowned, raised his eyes and asked in a loud voice, "I have to die anyway, can you tell me what heavenly punishment is?" Why are you targeting my father? She turned around and replied disdainfully, this secret, for a dead person like you, there is no need to know. Suddenly, Deep then calmly stood up. He used his hand to brush away the dust on his shirt, and calmly replied, then I'm not dead, can you say it? Causing her to suddenly stop as she was walking. Her expression was extremely panicked. Seeing that she had been tricked, the female snake turned her head and pointed at him angrily and shouted, no one who gets poisoned by me doesn't die. What exactly are you? Suddenly, Deep then disappeared before her eyes. He quickly moved behind her and raised his voice. First come, first served, don't you understand? Let's answer your question first. He raised his foot, and combined with his own strength, to stomp hard on her tail. With such force that it caused her pain, she screamed, ah, my tail. This action of Deep then made the female snake even more angry than ever. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she attacked him. Damn it, damn it! Deep then not only did not feel afraid, but his expression was also extremely calm. He pointed his sword in front of him, and quickly deployed his own strength and human technique. Extract the agarwood iron plate. And just a few moments later, he appeared behind her, his hand tightly holding the female snake's neck, asking, to say or not to say? But without letting her speak, he began to develop his power. A beam of bright yellow light radiated all around. From her mouth, the soul of a white snake was slowly escaping. Deep then quickly held this white snake tightly. At the same time, her body also disappeared. He held the white snake in his hand, looked at it with tears in his eyes, and said, Humph, there is no primordial spirit, no memory, no way to know the truth. It's just that the snake girl's remaining cultivation before ascending was not bad. This type of poisonous snake is much more powerful than Wu Tian Noyet. Next, Deep then deployed his power again, a source of energy like lightning radiating around. He closed his eyes and focused his energy into his palm. Just as he stopped deploying his power, on both sides, two sources of energy, one yellow, one pink, rushed forward. It was a man and a girl. Both of them stood before him, extending their hands to respectfully thank him. The girl spoke up, very well, we have long been out of favor with this old woman. Boy, you did a great job. Before their appearance, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, are these two seniors the predecessors of the dragon Qulong Hong and Feng Din Fuang clan? The tall, muscular man standing on the cloud raised his voice, that's right, it's been 1,000 years. The woman standing next to her added, even though it had been 1,000 years, Fuang Din was clearly destroyed at that time. Spiritual roots, it's really incomprehensible. Deep then looked at them, thinking in his head, 1,000 years ago? At that time, my parents had just become a religious couple, either of them could have known about the plots that would happen later. Suddenly, the tall man bent down to look at him and asked, hey kid, your life path index shows that you are a hybrid between a human and a demon? The girl standing next to her smiled and asked, a hybrid between a human and a ghost. Are you the child of Tien Nai and Tamat? Deep then couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at them and asked with certainty, do you two seniors know my parents? The girl replied, if it weren't for reaching the heavenly stage that year, I would also personally come to congratulate and provide some help. The man next to him added, me too, combining different races will anger heaven and be punished by heaven. Not being able to help is the most unfortunate thing. Listening to them, he couldn't help but wonder, two seniors, what is the meaning of heaven's punishment? The girl looked at him with a somewhat serious expression and explained, heaven's punishment is the rule of the almighty beings after ascending to heaven. The muscular man standing next to him added, the real intention must wait until the person ascends to heaven before it can be clearly understood. After listening, he exclaimed in surprise and thanked them, so that's it, thank you both. Suddenly both of them walked up to him, then held his hand tightly, making his face turn pale, and exclaimed in panic, two seniors? The man looked at him and smiled, didn't your brat come here because he wanted to get the cultivation base we left behind after ascending to heaven? Then I give it to you. The girl standing next to her added, to this day, I still feel regret because I couldn't help your parents that year. Now that I meet someone, it's considered compensation. As soon as the two finished speaking, they quickly transformed themselves into two different sources of power. That is, the cultivation base of the dragon clan of Long Dangtian, the cultivation base of the phoenix clan of Nirvana. Then at the same time he fell into Deep Than's hands. He looked at the source of power in his hand. His expression was still extremely unbelievable and exclaimed, it is unlikely that he is the almighty being of the dragon and phoenix clan, the energy of the two heroes. This method can elevate the status of our demon race to the highest level. After receiving the power, he looked up above and continued to give thanks. If I have the opportunity to meet my two seniors again after ascending to heaven, I will definitely repay their great kindness. From above, a red source of energy that looked like fire flew throughout the air, forming a tornado. Deep then frowned. He stretched himself in a ready position to rush away. Then, he headed straight into the center of the tornado area. Outside, Feng Din and Yusoi were looking at the hole, waiting for him. As soon as they saw his appearance, both of them rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Demon! Venerable!" He looked serious, looked towards them and asked, have you found anything yet? At the same time, he secretly thought, hearing news from the Fuang clan senior, Fuang Din is not simple. The demon marshal bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Tell your majesty, except for the unknown whereabouts of Wu Tian Noyet, the remaining three are all in seclusion within the clan." Feng Din looked at him and added, "Demon Lord, according to our Fuang clan's investigation, the Snake clan secretly moved its territory while fighting with the remaining 5 clans." Deep then looked at the source of energy radiating from his hand. His expression was a bit suspicious, and secretly guessed, there was indeed a plan from before. Mac Van's primordial spirit energy that I protect clearly does not show its location in the Demon clan but in the Beast clan? After he finished developing the source of power, he looked at it with an extremely suspicious look and thought to himself. Soon Deep then left. Before leaving, he himself did not forget to warn the two of them. If there was any move by Wu Tianguin of the Demon clan, remember to notify them. I still have work to do, so please go ahead. In the water prison where death row prisoners of the Beast tribe are held. The biggest sacrificial ceremony in the Beast tribe is Du Su Chu. An old man with platinum hair walked with a cane and spoke. "I'm not named Noi. Why did you have to tell me to run all the way here, especially to take you to visit this death row prisoner?" Wu Tian Noyet walked behind. In prison, Mac Van was unconscious. Her body was soaked in a large tub. Her hands and feet were chained and tied up high. Wu Tian Noyet looked at Mac Van's shabby appearance and smiled with a very satisfied expression. That guy named Wei was so confused by this woman that I had to come personally to see if he had brought anyone out or not. The girl with silver hair stood next to her with an extremely angry expression and asked, "Isn't this because you don't trust the guarding ability of our Beast clan?" Wu Min Noyet did not pay any attention to the white-haired girl's mood. She walked closer to Mac Van, caressing her face, not because she didn't trust you, but because this woman is not simple. Last time she even escaped death with that devil. But before she could finish speaking, the girl with platinum hair shouted out her request. "Following the same mistake as last time, this time we have to keep her alive to lure that demon to come and destroy them all." Wu Min Noyet rushed from behind. She covered her ears while looking at the people of the Beast tribe and angrily scolded. "If you show off your strength, your Beast tribe screams every day next to me, making me ache. Both ears." The girl with white hair did not want to be outdone, so she immediately responded, "It's better than you snake people who just twist and turn all day. It's an eyesore." Both of them left at the same time. As they left, Wu Min Noyet asked, "I said, didn't your Beast King say anything?" The girl next to her replied, "You sound like you've met our Beast King before." As soon as they walked away, Mac Man's eyes immediately gradually opened. In another space, Mac Van leisurely sat on the chair, her hands resting on the table, her expression extremely thoughtful. From the other side, a lovely little girl holding a tree branch in her hand walked towards her. "Sister, quickly turn out your magic for the king to see." Mac Van put his hand out in front of the girl and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really calling me big sister?" The little girl held a flower branch, smiled brightly and replied, "This king can call you whatever he wants. If you don't listen, this king will." Before he could finish speaking, from behind, a person appeared from nowhere and crashed hard into the back wall. Looking at the person in front of him, Mac Van panicked and exclaimed, "Deep then?" Deep then fell to the ground. But he didn't care much and quickly sat up and looked towards Mac Van, with an extremely worried expression. "Finally found you, are you okay?" As soon as Mac Van saw Deep then reaching out to touch him, he quickly backed away and avoided, his expression a bit uncomfortable. "Don't touch me. You're joking too much." The petite girl rushed forward, separating the two of them, asking in an annoyed voice, "This king's puppet magic has no loopholes, even the high priest and the snake girl can't see it. Why did you crack it?" "Okay," Mac Van calmly replied, "I have not solved the problem. I only know that the person in front of me is not Deep then." As soon as she finished answering, the girl suddenly knelt down, sobbing non-stop. "Scam, you refused to tell this king the secret. Ha ha ha." Deep then was about to approach. He looked at her, raised his voice and asked, "Lady, why do you make a baby cry?" He went to hug her waist, both shyly, looking at each other with extremely passionate eyes. Mac Van softly called his name, Dung Sie. He replied, "It's okay if she's okay." Before the lovemaking of both of them, the girl rushed forward, stood with anger burning on her face, pointed at both of them and shouted, "Hey! You two consider this king as heir? You two, why did you quietly break the barrier that this king set up?" Deep then smiled and responded, "Other people couldn't do it, but this deity was as easy as turning a hand. On this point, you should be clearer than anyone, Senior Beast King." Hearing that, the girl's eyes were not very happy. She crossed her arms and looked at them, saying, "This king of course cannot forget the humiliation of losing at the hands of a brat 100 years ago." Seeing that, Deep then began to develop his power, looking a bit arrogant. "If we talk about the humiliation of that year, let the deity receive you." As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly came closer and hugged his leg, begging, "Master." Seeing the girl's actions, his eyes widened, his expression extremely stunned. "What's the situation?" Mac Van stood next to him, putting his hand on his chin, his expression somewhat pensive. "Sigh, it seems that in the body of the Senior Beast King, there exist two souls, which occasionally switch between each other." After hearing what she said, Deep then looked at the girl and asked, "Two souls? Isn't this a deliberate act to deceive people?" The girl looked at him, smiled and quickly replied, "If the master doesn't believe it, he can use the soul-searching technique on his disciple." "Invite master." He reached out to touch her head and agreed, "Okay." He glanced at her and suggested, "To avoid being deceived, Mac Van, you come to protect me." She nodded in agreement, "Yes." After that, Mac Van raised his hand to deploy his power towards him and the girl. A bright yellow light surrounded both of their bodies. After a while, the girl quickly split into two souls. On the left-hand side is the soul with a not very friendly personality. The right side was the opposite, smiling happily and calling out to him, "Master." He looked at the girl with extremely surprised eyes and asked in a loud voice, "Why do you have two souls?" At the same time, I also thought to myself, does this technique exist? After hearing this, the soul on the left-hand side was extremely angry, looked at him angrily and scolded, "If it wasn't for you, how could this king have fallen to this point? After being defeated by you, my king was secretly attacked by bandits and almost lost his soul. In order to ensure that the flesh and soul do not disappear, this king has performed the art of attracting souls from another world." The two original souls immediately expanded so strongly that the sneak attack did not have time to run away. The bandits easily broke through the rear defense of the Beast clan. Only one person is the most capable. Seeing that, the soul on the right hand immediately raised his hand to his chin and thought, his expression extremely pensive. "Is there any other possibility? It's 100% that it's that arrogant high priest." The soul on the left pointed and added, "Even though we know it's her, this king still has no proof. If we act hastily, both sides will suffer losses, and will cause the internal Beast clan to fall apart and split up. Brings opportunities to other clans." After hearing the whole story, Deep then crossed his arms and looked towards them and asked, "So you want to borrow the hand of the monk to eliminate this traitor?" The soul on the left replied, "King Ban helped the dragon thief replace the phoenix, and protected the holy girl from the hands of the high priest, which is also considered a sincere alliance." As for the soul on his right hand, he approached him, pleading and advising him, "Master, after all, you have an enemy with the high priest. We are on the same front line." He tilted his head towards the soul on the right and asked, "Why do you think about joining forces with someone like me who was once an enemy? Also, since when did I have disciples?" The little girl replied, "Because Master is the only powerful person in this world who possesses a primitive soul." After listening, his eyes suddenly became a little suspicious. In his mind he thought, "How does he know the secret to my divine soul?" Suddenly, from somewhere a source of dark energy is gradually spreading. A soul saw this and shouted, "God's punishment? That's it, forbidden land of the beast race." After hearing this, Deep then quickly took his hand and said, "Let's go out and take a look." As if sensing something bad, Mac Van with a slightly worried face looked at Deep then Tonton's son as if something had happened. "No, I have to go back quickly." After listening, his eyes gradually became sharper and he proposed, "I'll go with you." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Demon Lord, heavenly punishment has come, the forbidden land of the demon race has been raised. Rotten boy, heaven's punishment has destroyed the two families' forbidden land. Little sister soul lamp." Next, he took out a stone. Suddenly, his face became more serious. In his mind he silently speculated, "My body is protected by the power of my soul, nothing has happened. It's just that 2 or 3 days of heavenly punishment in a row, all targeting the forbidden areas of the clans, is absolutely not a coincidence. Faced with his constantly changing expression, Mac Van behind him asked, "What do you want to do, Brother Deep then?" Deep then quickly turned around, grabbed her hand and replied, "I can only use 1/3 of my primordial spirit to protect you, so no matter where we are, we can know safety, but can provide timely relief." Mac Van looked down at Deep Van's hand, holding his hand with a somewhat pensive face. He said that if he received the power of the 5 clans' forbidden land, now that heavenly punishment has come, the power of the forbidden land is very likely. The power has been broken, you must quickly grasp the time and I will return to Tonton Mountain. Once the situation can be stabilized, I will come back to find you. After listening, he quickly moved closer and kissed Mac Van's forehead lightly. "Okay. Be careful with yourself. High in the sky right now, 2 streams of light, one red and one white, are flying parallel to each other." He landed on the ground and exclaimed, "Ahead is the forbidden land of the Beast clan. This is heavenly punishment. In front is a giant beast, in his hand is a hammer." It was hitting the ground, creating quite a shock. The little girl who was with him landed on the body of the beast and shouted, "Great ancestor, give me the strength to resist the force of heaven." Suddenly, high in the sky at this time, people from the Beast clan appeared. She pointed the long stick at the Beast King and ordered, "Beast King, you can rest assured." Seeing that, he quickly rushed forward and angrily spoke, "You secretly attack the Beast Kings every day. Are you really shameless, High Priest?" As soon as he saw his appearance, the High Priest's face turned a little green and he said unpleasantly, "Demon, you actually didn't die in the forbidden land of the demon race, and still dare to take the initiative to come here?" Deep then looked up and responded, "Ha, under the universe, there is nothing that this deity does not dare to do." On the other side, Vu Tian Noyet looked at him with a very proud expression. She used her tail to hold Mac Van's doll tightly and asked in a loud voice, "Oh, then do you dare to let the woman in your heart die because of you?" The High Priest stood next to him and continued, "Devil, obediently die, we will spare your woman. Otherwise, you can only die together." Deep then smiled contemptuously at them and replied, "You two also think that you are my enemies. I originally wanted to slowly calculate, unfortunately, the time was too bad. Hayes, it's so convenient for you." At the same time, he also thought to himself, the Beast King's skill in creating a human figure with this puppet is indeed realistic, but unfortunately it could not fool me. Without waiting for them to respond, he quickly reached out and deployed his ultimate attack towards them, the 5 evil-minded clans. Faced with Deep then Vu Tian Noyet's poisonous power, her face immediately turned pale and she shouted loudly, "What? This is the poison snake of the ancestors." The High Priest still stubbornly looked at him and threatened, You. How can you ignore your woman?" As soon as her words ended, he immediately rushed to stand in front of her and held the wand tightly in her hand. "Just based on your kind, you dare to arrest the deity's wife? In the beginning, being plotted by those people was an insult to me." Following that, a bright yellow energy source glowed. Deep then smiled proudly. Suddenly, bats appeared from nowhere. Deep then didn't have time to react, causing him to panic a bit, so he covered his face with his hands and shouted loudly, "Aah!" At this moment, the High Priest's face suddenly turned black. His eyes filled with murderous intent looked at him. "Ha ha ha ha, devil, your biggest weakness is not your woman, but you are too conceited. Today I will let you die at the hands of the strongest person in my Beast clan." Vu Tian Noyet looked at the bat wings rushing towards her. Although already pale, now even paler, she exclaimed, "What?" The bats turned into an extremely fierce fire that surrounded the priest's body. She tried to struggle free, constantly screaming, "Aah!" In the background, the little girl's voice rang out for help, "Master, please save my life." He was startled and turned his head to look. Before his eyes was the image of a little girl sitting on the beast's head. Deep then's sword blocked the monster's axe. At his appearance, the little girl raised her head and happily exclaimed, "Master will definitely come to save me." But he still didn't care much, raised his hand to control his sword. "My sword can't hold much longer this time. Let's do some trading." The girl looked at him and added, "Master, your strength is not only that, you can probably solve it." Deep then slowly turned his head, his expression a bit depressed, and asked, "Just because I can solve it doesn't mean I will help you. I will help you deal with the heavenly punishment. If you cultivate and ascend to the level of the Forbidden Land Beast clan, you will belong to me." "How?" Seeing that, the girl reached out to him, with a dissatisfied expression, shouting loudly, sobbing, "Master, how could you?" After asking, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. "Then deal with it yourself. There's nothing to look forward to in the future. Consider it an evil person." Then, the girl kicked her feet hard and stood up. The little girl looked towards him, her expression extremely angry, shouting, "As long as she can prevent this heavenly punishment, this transaction, the four kings agree." After listening, he turned around and happily agreed. "That's it." Deep then turned around, rushed forward, grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her up. Faced with his sudden action, the girl was extremely frightened, constantly screaming, "Aaa! Master, what do you want to do?" He looked cold, reached out his hand to push the girl in another direction and calmly replied, "You have beaten her too miserably, the deity will reprimand her a bit." What is called anti-heaven action. Next, Deep then began to develop his attack power towards the monster. Suddenly, from the demon beast's hand appeared an extremely large fiery sword. The beast used its sword to attack the ground, accompanied by a loud voice exclaiming, "Demon beast extermination." High above, the girl observed an extremely satisfied expression. "Wow, that's awesome, worthy of being my master." "Humph, if it weren't for the four kings' soul essence not having recovered, it wouldn't be your turn for that rotten brat to show up." What the king was worried about was that if he repelled the divine punishment once, it would come again next time. But before he could finish speaking, from high in the sky, a giant hand was piercing through the dark clouds. As if wanting to suck out all the spiritual energy around, the girl continued to observe. As if realizing something, he immediately exclaimed in panic, "Ah! Incorrect. Master, does he want to chase after him?" On Deep Than's side, he still kept making moves. From the move he deployed, a golden dragon appeared and rushed towards the demon beast. At the same time, one of his phoenixes also appeared. The dragon clan became saints, and the phoenix clan became saints. All at once they rushed towards the pair of huge hands piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. The source of power he created rushed to the ground, creating a not small impact. After a few minutes, everything finally returned to its original peaceful appearance. The dark clouds also gradually disappeared, and the heavenly punishment disappeared. At this time, the girl from above began to approach him, with a slightly worried expression and asked, "Master, how could you even kill the messenger of heavenly punishment?" The second soul in the girl's body shouted in annoyance, "Are you crazy, kid? At that time, all 5 clans will be buried because of you." Deep then turned his head and calmly replied, "Do you still not understand? The heavenly punishment is nothing more than the suppression of the ascended powerhouses on the immortal cultivation of the 5 clans. As long as they are strong enough, they won't be able to steal anything from us." Deep then stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, "The cultivation level of the beast race's great flying ability, this deity has taken it." The ghost of a demonic beast appeared. Yen Thursday looked at him, smiled happily. His future birth was formidable. He offered, "I will help you." Next, Deep then used his own power to send the demon beast into the vortex, passing through another dimension. Next, pieces of armor suddenly appeared from his body, emitting an extremely powerful source of energy. After that, Deep then looked at the stone emitting a light source of power in his hand, silently wondering in his mind, "I have already solved this side. I don't know what happened to the ghosts and demons." He looked at the image of Kaihoa that appeared and raised his voice to ask, "Our people are assigned to monitor the 5 clans. How is the heavenly punishment situation today?" He held out his hand in front of him and respectfully reported, "Return to your majesty. The human race and the earth demon race were all destroyed. The remaining 3 races were able to stop the heavenly punishment. Your majesty, when the heavenly punishment comes, the soul clan is stopped by the soul king's power, but the demon clan's heavenly punishment is stopped by the forbidden land itself." Hearing his answer, he asked confusedly, "Oh, isn't the demon clan controlled by Noikat? Doesn't he take action?" As soon as he heard his question, his expression immediately became extremely angry, shouting loudly, "That traitor cat!" From the moment he knew that His Majesty was looking for revenge, he always hid in his territory, not daring to show himself. "We can't find him to vent our anger either." Deep Than's expression did not change at all. He added, "You are not his opponent, there is no need to seek death, this deity will personally deal with him." The conversation ended, he clenched his hands, his expression filled with anger, silently wondering, it doesn't matter what Noi is planning, but when will the forbidden land of the demon race have enough strength to withstand divine punishment? Feeling the emotions around him getting worse and worse, she timidly called out to him, "Master?" In the forest, suddenly there was an extremely loud explosion, accompanied by a fire that was gradually spreading all around. The little girl heard it, and quickly turned around, looked towards the forest and shouted, "What happened? Isn't that the high priest's domain?" Without waiting for him to say anything more, the girl quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Master, let's go take a look. Deep then tightly grasped the stone in his hand. Feng Din and Tonton appeared in an extremely angry mood. She looked at him and shouted loudly, Demon Lord, the heavenly punishment is over. But the snake tribe's territory suddenly exploded for no reason. Do we need to go check? The man next to Feng Din also angrily added, Rotten boy, my little sister's lamp is okay, but Deep. After the heavenly punishment, suddenly. There will be nothing wrong with the Su family? His eyes frowned, his expression filled with doubt, silently calculating in his mind. 3 places in a row, all of them are prearranged territories for my kids. Absolutely no coincidence. Deep then now looked towards the 2 of them. With an extremely serious expression, he suggested, Fuang Emperor, the inspection of the Snake Clan's territory depends on you. As for the Tu family, as long as my mother's soul lamp is still there, nothing will happen to the Tu family that day. Feng Din replied solemnly, after completing the survey, I will contact you. Standing next to Tonton, he couldn't help but wonder, you rotten boy talks so much, why? Deep then did not answer, his hand held the stone even tighter, on the girl's side. The little girl looked towards the people in the explosion area, constantly giving orders and instructions to help everyone evacuate. A moment later, Deep then also landed, looked at the girl and asked, What have you investigated? The girl answered, voicing her own questions and doubts, Is there anything that hasn't been investigated yet? This explosion suddenly occurred, and the scope of the explosion was also concentrated in the High Priest's Dominion territory, which was truly strange. Deep then asked further, I ask you, where is the queen of the Snake Clan who has come to surrender to the Beast Clan? The girl replied, Vu Tian Noyet? This king left her in the eastern guest meeting area, so that it is convenient for him to monitor the actions of the Snake Clan. Seeing her enthusiasm, he was extremely satisfied. He used his hand to pat her head approvingly, Great job. Now take the deity to the guest area. Looking at his actions, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. Master, have you accepted me as a disciple? I will take you away. Immediately after that, both of them left at the same time. While walking, the girl still forgot to ask again, Master, have you accepted me? He immediately denied, No. Both of them landed on a large rock. As soon as she got down, she sighed dejectedly, happy for a moment, this is Vu Tian Noyet's place. The 2 walked to Vu Tian Noyet's residence. Deep then went first and opened the door. As for the little girl following behind, she asked confusedly, Vu Tian Noyet was also killed, why did you still come to where she lived? He didn't answer but raised his hand in front of him, deploying his power in front of her confusion. Deep then quickly created a sphere to surround the 2 of them, to protect them from the attacking energy. He looked at the source of power in front of him, thinking to himself, Oh? Bound by his magic energy, he can still move. Looks like that woman's strength isn't hers. Realizing the situation before her, the girl showed off her dangerous moves and then looked at him worriedly and asked, Master, are you okay? I didn't expect that snake girl to be so malicious, even daring to plot against us. He tightly grasped the source of power. With a very calm expression, he replied, It's okay, it's just that the power of this light sword goes to the same place as the heavenly punishment. After a few seconds, that source of power immediately dissipated. The girl stretched out her hand, received her animal back, then looked at him and smiled and asked, There must be no more organs inside, Master? What the Master said, are Vu Tian Noyet and the power of Tian Fat related. Both of them walked together. Seeing the magnificent scene in front of her, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Wow! The girl pointed at the massive rock next to her, and asked curiously. It seemed like this rock couldn't be shrunk down and put into storage spaces like space bags. When did Vu Tian Noyet make this item? Deep then did not answer, he gently touched the large rocks, using the energy source to feel. In my mind, explosions continuously occurred for no apparent reason. I'm afraid that if I want to destroy these derelict stones, it will prove that these stones contain the message I desire. After that, he continued to develop photo recall magic. Looking at the embodiment of Vu Min Noyet in his mind, he thought to himself, they just did not expect that Vu Tian Noyet had left the territory of the Snake Clan, bringing this stone to the territory of the Beast Clan. That's why they keep appearing here. Returning to the past, Vu Tian Noyet sat down on his knees in front of a fast table, clasping his hands to sincerely wish, Seniors above, Juniors Vu Tian Noyet sincerely wishes you a long life. An unknown black shadow responded to her, saying that Vo Nai's child must die. After the matter is successful, you people and those who kill him can receive the power of the 5 clans. Otherwise, your souls will be destroyed. Remember, After listening, Wu Tiannoyet respectfully bowed his head and obeyed. His junior remembered clearly, returning to reality. As soon as Deep Thin felt it, his eyes couldn't help but be shocked. In my head I thought, I don't know who this ghost is. Listening to what he said, could it be my father's enemy? The little girl stood next to her, touched the stone ball, then raised her voice and asked, Master, what does the person who says illusions rely on to brag like that? Can you give them the power of the 5 clans? Suddenly, the ball emitted purple light like a cosmic black hole, sucking the girl's hand inside. Because she couldn't react in time, the girl was extremely frightened and shouted, What? Master, save me! Deep Thin's eyes narrowed. He deployed his technique, the clone technique. The little girl looked at him with a frightened expression and shouted, Master! His hand was sucked by the powerful light radiating from the stone. A moment later, he sat cross-legged, looking towards the stone ball emitting a strange red power. Deep Thin stared at it. In his mind he thought to himself, using half of his primordial spirit's power to enter inside to see what mystery there was. Through the mirror, Mac Van appeared with a worried expression and asked, Why has half of your primordial power disappeared? He replied, Don't worry, I haven't. But before he could finish his sentence, Mac Van suddenly vomited blood. She spat out a stream of bright red blood. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, he was extremely worried and asked in panic, Mac, something happened. After that, he quickly stretched out his hand, concentrating as much as possible to make a signal of his soul. His power stream shined straight into the stone. From the light of the source of power, he opened up a new space. In the mysterious megalithic realm, the little girl sat down on her knees at Deep Thin's feet, rubbing her head with her hands while complaining dissatisfiedly, Pain, pain, pain. Deep Thin still doesn't care at all. He looked at the huge door in front of him, thinking to himself, going up it seemed impossible to get out. He could only try to see if he could open this door. As soon as the little girl saw something, she quickly stood up and smiled, Master, look at this. This is what affected the power of the Demon King's clan. From afar, there was a light beam of light. The girl looked intently at the door and then wondered, this place has 5 holes. Does that represent the strength of the 5 clans? Will gathering all 5 powers be able to open this door? How can we have the power of the 5 clans? He came closer, raised his hand to touch the door to feel. Wasn't it the power of the 5 clans? Who said it wasn't there? Then, Deep Thin used his fingers to place them in each small box on the door. As soon as he put his hand in, a bright yellow light flashed, the primordial soul key to the secret of the 5 clans. Start the secret scene. Immediately after that, a source of blue energy radiated from the door and rushed upward. The surrounding area continuously radiates a source of blue energy. When the little girl witnessed it, she immediately looked at him with extremely admiring eyes. As expected of her master's early soul, as if sensing something, his eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed in surprise, Mac Van. Suddenly, a pillar of energy radiated from the huge column trying to suck both of them inside. While she was floating because she was being sucked in, she kept screaming, Wow! It's here again! Deep Thin did not react at all. He frowned and thought to himself, half of his primordial spirit had already arrived at Mac Van's side. Now he could only quickly go investigate and return. Stay in the house without remorse. Around them are countless circles like cosmic black holes. The girl looked around and raised her voice. The aura emanating from these 9 doors was not to be underestimated. It seemed that choosing a path was not simple. Ah! This place is the breath radiating from my world. Then, the girl approached a circle. Faced with the girl's reaction and understanding, Deep Thin looked at her with suspicious eyes and asked, Who are you? What is it about your world? The little girl's face suddenly became a little sad and she replied, Master, the story is a long one. It must be said from the time I left the 9 insect spirit world. 9 insect spiritual worlds were established by 9 immortal cultivators, from low to high. The spiritual energy in heaven and earth becomes more and more intense. The power of the cultivator becomes stronger. The cultivator can rely more on flying to fly to the higher world. My world is the 5th level, Master is on the 3rd level, so your cultivation base is already higher than Master's. He continued to ask, so if you don't fly to the higher floor, why run to the lower floor? The girl replied, Hayes, because I calculated that in the future the 9 insect spirit world would be controlled by a cultivator with the power of the early divine soul, so I encountered Tien Fat from Trong Tien, leading to broken bones and flesh. A strand of divine soul broke away and ran to this world. Deep Thin's eyes became a little darker. He glanced with a bit of caution and asked, Is the person you want to find me? Then, because the heavenly secret was revealed, did it lead to all of my troubles today? If so, do you still want me to accept you as a disciple and protect you? Seeing that he was starting to not trust her, the girl replied with a slightly worried expression, "Master, I'm very useful. Look, wow, this is truly a simulated world in my 9th spiritual world. Maybe we can find more clues here to get back there." Deep then added, "That is the only way." The two of them walked into a strange area of smoke, and the girl raised her voice and asked, "Master, if I succeed this time, will you accept me?" He replied, "Let's see your performance first." At Tonton's son, in the middle of the arena, a bright red stream of power shined down from above. "That's Deep then." He landed next to Mac Van. As soon as he got down, he immediately called her name, Mac Van. As soon as I saw her sitting down on her knees, her body was covered in serious injuries. His expression immediately became extremely worried, asking, "Why did he get injured like this?" Mac Van raised his eyes to look at him and replied, "The aura of Tonton Mountain has not yet completely recovered, so the nobles took this opportunity to invade. Originally, the aura of Tonton Mountain restrained the noble aura, but I don't know what secret technique the nobles used that could contaminate the aura, leading to the intrusion of my noble aura. This is cough cough." Behind him were countless black flags. They floated in the air, accompanied by an extremely challenging voice. If the devil Deep then came, would he dare to fight this king? He did not respond, but quickly used soul magic to treat Mac Van's wound. After initialization is complete, he immediately stood up straight, raised his hand high and declared, "This barrier layer that I set up can help you heal the aura of that holy mountain. You can sit back and treat your internal injuries with peace of mind, while I go meet the group of nobles who dare to hurt you." As soon as he heard it, Mac Van immediately became extremely worried. She held his hand tightly and suggested, "But now you only have half of your soul's strength, so let me fight side by side with you." Deep then looked at her and smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I have the technique to overcome demons, just believe in my husband's strength. Let's go for a bit, and then come back." After that, he quickly rushed away, and at this moment, Mac Van sat inside the barrier and did not waste a moment to recover his strength. In his mind he thought to himself, "I must recover quickly, so that I can help him." Outside, Deep then raised his hand, looked at the group of ghosts, and calmly said, "The behavior of the ghosts, is it possible that they only shout secretly like this?" Next, without letting them answer or react, he quickly attacked the demon race. The deity manifests itself. A loud explosion rang out. The demon race had now shown its true form. He was holding the knife, waving his hand and smiling proudly. "No, no, no, but that Deep then, you have already been killed by this deity once, yet you still dare to brag like that. Is that so, really? Those who do not know the fear of death." The demon tribe raised its hand to attack Deep then. He held out his hand, frowning warily. A rope shot out from his sleeve at the same time. They moved forward, curled tightly together, forming a knot. As soon as they saw it, the demon race looked down on them and laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, what is the strongest demon, venerable? They don't even understand the logic of equality." Faced with his mocking laugh, he calmly replied, "Do you know what it means to want to draw a tiger but turn it into a dog? That's a fake." As soon as he heard his words, he was extremely angry and shouted, "What? Your house!" Soon, his body was wrapped around his body by the cloth. He tried to struggle to escape. My mouth kept asking, "How? Why can't my demons be summoned?" Wait, Demon Lord, I have information to tell you," he replied. "Speak quickly." Suddenly, his eyes darkened. The ghost tribe said, "Caught you. Even if I'm not a demon king or anything, as long as I can master the devil's book, even if you are a golden fairy, I will still capture you. Ha ha ha." Around his body, bright red thorny wires appeared from nowhere. They surrounded his body. His lifeless eyes still couldn't imagine what was happening before his eyes. The thorns wrapped around his body, tightening more and more. He proudly added, "I heard that your cultivation base is high, but I want to see if draining your cultivation base will help me break through to the Soul King stage or not. How can cultivation be infinite like this? Why can't I stop absorbing it like this? I don't want it anymore." But the more he absorbs his cultivation base, the more uncomfortable his body becomes. The demon held his neck tightly, in extreme pain. At this time, Deep then slowly untied the demon clan's thorns wrapped around his body. He turned his head and smiled, his face very calm. "Having played the game for so long, in the end only finding this little bit of information from your soul, what a waste of that deity's time." Then he pulled hard, causing the strand to break in half. Looking at the source of magic power of the demon race around him, he frowned and thought to himself, "This counterfeiter is just a pawn. The order he received was just to use Mac to lure him to the holy mountain. he appeared again, arms crossed, looking towards him, smiling with an extremely arrogant look. Demon Lord Deep then, are you still okay? Deep then floated in the air. He looked towards the group of demons and asked, why do all the kings of the demon clan like to hide their heads and show their tails? At the same time, he thought to himself, I feel like the entire holy mountain has been laid out, the real demon king's attack must not be here. Faced with his taunting words, the demon race was not angry at all. He raised his hand in front of him, began to develop his power and replied, Deep then Demon Venerable, you just don't talk about it. I came here today just to make a deal with you. Seeing that, he immediately deployed his own power. Oh? Life and death between you and I will never end. Why did you translate something like that? Then Deep then attacked the demon tribe. His flames rushed towards the demon race flags, then burned to form a large circle. He still did not react at all but stood very calmly. His fire grew bigger and bigger, then gradually turned into a fire tornado that wrapped around the demons' flags and dragged them along, causing them to gradually burn. At the same time, his voice also rang out, what if this transaction involves Saintess Ton's son, the person whom the demon lord loves the most? Deep then looked at Mac Van sitting in the barrier, silently wondering, what's going on? Why is the true energy in Mac Van's body leaking out of control? Seeing that he was not paying any attention, the ghosts quickly made a move and summoned the soul array. Next, the demon clan's formation surrounded Mac Van's formation. They seemed to be one with Deep Then's formation. Seeing that Mac Van was gradually recovering faster, he was surprised and silently asked, this formation is not coming to harm Mac Van, but is coming to help her? On the side of the demon race, he was merging with his clones and then looked at him and spoke, the holy mountain was now just an empty jar, all relying only on the saint's consumed primordial spirit to maintain. Just maintain. So how long can the saint's primordial spirit last? Deep then glanced at him, let's talk about the deal. At the same time, he also secretly thought, Mac Van's current situation was indeed problematic. Let's try to hear what the other person's purpose is first. The demon clan looked at him, he smiled and said the terms of the transaction. I can use the demon clan's soul's separation Dafa to extract your wife's primordial spirit from the saint's body, and then reincarnate her. In return, what you need to do, Demon Venerable Deep then, is to join me in destroying our common enemy. How do you feel? Deep then raised his hands and asked, common enemy? As soon as he heard him mention the enemy, he immediately shouted angrily, it's a hungry puppet bastard. He tricked us into joining forces to kill people, then became a great power. Now he has invaded our ghost tribe's territory. What a bitch! Seeing his angry expression, he immediately asked, oh, if that's the case, then the king of the demon clan wants to kill the life of a small demon clan, and wants to rely on the hands of others, is there a problem? Right. At the same time, he secretly thought, Trantian was so scheming, how could he be plotted by Wei Cat? It seems like this is another trap. Tik Quan entered the valley. He angrily replied, the danger is different from before. He had obtained the remaining cultivation bays from all the great powers of the demon race. He frowned, thinking in his mind, the cultivation level has the ability to increase the pressure unless it is in the forbidden area of the demons. Suddenly he approached him, put his hand out in front of him, and bowed his head in worship. Danger has now broken through to the level of a demon god. Only you and I can eliminate him. If it's too late, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. Deep then did not refuse, so he agreed and replied, okay, it's done, don't forget your promises. As soon as he saw that he agreed to the deal, he quickly rushed away like an arrow. It was very urgent. I will lead the way, let's go quickly. As for Deep then, he approached Mac Van and told him, I'm going to break up the situation, Mac Van. You can do whatever you want, but definitely don't get into that dangerous place. She raised her head and replied, husband, be careful. After he left, a group of 10,000 ghosts swooped in, rushing towards Mac Van's barrier. At the place where Deep then split, the girl was holding his hand, pulling it and pointing forward. Master, this mountain is my territory, let me take you there. Out of nowhere, large flames suddenly appeared surrounding her territory. Next, a dragon appeared with the appearance of a lion, constantly breathing fire. Seeing her territory burning down, she shouted, ah, my house. As soon as it saw the girl's appearance, the dragon immediately rushed forward. Seeing that, Deep then quickly raised his sword and prepared to attack. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward to hold his hand, stopping him. Master, don't do it! Wherever the dragon rushed, the surrounding rocks and mountains cracked and crumbled. He stood in front of Deep then and the little girl. Huge question marks appeared in his head. Without panic, the girl raised her hand to the dragon's face. Who? I thought I was really in the world of my own god, but it turned out to be just an illusion. What a pity. The man standing next to her looked at her with extremely confused eyes. The little girl looked at the pet dragon and said, Aya, you're so naughty, making so much noise. We have to spend time rebuilding the house. And it gradually shrinks. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Deep then put his hand behind him and smiled and asked, Is this the spirit beast that you raised? The little girl caressed her destiny spirit and replied, No, master, this is my destiny spirit. Deep then was surprised and repeated the girl's words, My destiny. The girl replied that her soul's destiny was like the monk's second life. Once the entity is seriously injured or dies, it will become insane. Meanwhile, the soul of the soul flew away. The girl added that the original soul cannot be killed by other cultivators, so the main body can be resurrected by relying on the cultivation of the original soul. The spirit's soul at this time began to absorb the surrounding positive energy, then exhaled a large fire. That fire rushed towards the mountain. Observing the scene through an illusion, the girl puffed her cheeks and looked extremely angry. That's all I know. Now I have to go help that guy clean up the trash. Seeing the spirit lotus continue to grow and gradually return to its original shape, he looked puzzled and asked, Isn't there no way for the soul to be killed? The girl replied, Yes, but when the soul is angry, the spiritual energy can easily leak out, which helps those who have never cultivated their body. For many years, the original spirit could not be killed, but had to endure siege and killing. Ha ha ha, my poor treasure. The little girl's eyes looked sadly at her destiny. Deep then raised his hand to create a magic array, a blood-light formation. Seeing that, the girl had a very sad expression and shouted loudly to stop her, Master, it's useless. This place is an illusion, our powers are useless. Through the illusion, on the side of the soul, a man wearing a white shirt exclaimed in surprise, What? And the girl couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, faced with Deep Then's energy source through the illusion world, those people were constantly panicking. What's going on? There is an invisible force at work. Is it possible that the essence of this spiritual body is not dead yet? Once we return to our original form, we will no longer be able to take detours. Quickly run away. After that, they quickly evacuated and ran away. Looking through the illusion, he frowned and thought to himself, only needing half of the cultivation level is indeed a constraint, but this has been proven. This illusion cannot stop me. The little girl quickly lowered herself down, with an extremely happy expression as she chirped, Thank you, Master, for saving my destiny. Master, you are so powerful. How did you repel all the trash outside the illusion? He pointed his finger at her head, smiled and replied, I will tell you the method, then give you a moment to comprehend. Whether you get it or not depends on yourself. Hearing that, the little girl's eyes looked at him, and she couldn't help but answer with determination. Demon Venerable really has many tricks. This king will not accept defeat. After that, both of them simultaneously headed towards the mountain in the distance, thinking to themselves, I can finally go out, but I don't know what the outside body is like, right? The scene changes to outside. A terrifying voice rings out, Kill. A group of people were simultaneously rushing towards the front and fighting each other. From afar, the demon clan and Deep Then were rushing towards them. One of the two of them shouted loudly, Little thief Noi Cat, dare to bully my demon clan. Today I will let you die without a place to bury. Up above, the purple-shirt man looked towards the two of them and thought to himself, Humph, the traitor Noi Cat is really here. The guy in the shirt reached out his hand, looked at them with extremely evil eyes, and said, He, Demon King, everyone has arrived, no need to act anymore. The Demon King glanced at Deep then shouted loudly and said, That's right too. Then he raised his hand and turned towards Deep Then, preparing to attack. Deep Then frowned, looked forward. In his mind he thought, just a small Demon King's spirit body. Can he actually destroy his body? But he quickly realized that something was wrong. Feeling something unusual, Deep Then quickly checked his spiritual energy. The demon tribe was now below. He looked up at him and exclaimed, Ah, it's the great demon Lord Deep Then coming. Let me send you off to your final resting place. He raised his hand in front of him, preparing to cast magic. The demon smiled. His face gradually became extremely strange. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand high and shouted loudly, Great array of immortals. That's the move, the demon race bastards the immortals. From around him, a terrifying source of dark energy radiated. Dark souls also followed and spread out to surround Deep Then. Yet Deep Then was still not afraid at all. He looked at the demon race and smiled disdainfully and sighed, Just this torn net still wants to make things difficult for the deity, Haze. After that, he quickly developed his own power, and the demon's spirit became a saint. The fire around his body also grew larger and spread out. After that, he gradually controlled the dark power of the demon race. The dark souls of the demon race were gradually burned by his fire. He looked at him contemptuously and said, "Humph, defeated general, you are no longer a demon." Then, the demon clan approached from afar. He joined forces with the demon clan and attacked him. Demon spirit appears holy. Look at the magic formation, the demon dragon's soul is rushing. Surrounding me, not only did he not panic, but his expression was extremely calm. Deep then put his hand on his chin and smiled and exclaimed, "Is this the secret method to fuse the strongest formation between the demon clan and the demon clan?" Deep then's eyes gradually became darker. He looked towards them, murderous aura radiating around them. "It seems like the two of you hooking up didn't happen in a day or two, right?" The demon race floated in the air. He arrogantly looked at him and sarcastically said, "Demon Venerable Deep then really knows how to look. This type of formation is specialized to kill powerful people like you." The demon from the side added, "Why bother talking to him? Just kill him directly. I still have urgent things to do." At this moment, on the demon clan's side, he frowned and glanced at him, silently disdaining in his mind, a trash who only knew about women. If it weren't for the fact that he still has value, then, Suddenly, the demon race turned to face the 10,000 ghosts, smiled and suggested, "The 10,000 ghosts have already sent the person you want to the demon tribe's territory. According to our original agreement, leave this place to me." Faced with the demon race's suggestion, his expression was still extremely indifferent. He crossed his arms and replied, "It seems like you are reasonable." After that, thousands of ghosts turned their eyes towards Deep Then, smiling in challenge and disdain. Deep Then, you can never compete with me." Then, he reached out his hand and began to control his magic array. "As many times as you can live, I can kill you as many times as possible." Every day he became more and more complacent about himself, constantly laughing loudly. "Mac Van is mine, ha." Alas, in front of the words of 10,000 ghosts, Deep Then rested his hands in frustration and sighed. Faced with his indifference and lack of concern, the demon tribe still couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Demon Venerable Deep Then still hasn't finished, isn't he willing to die? Even if the person you love the most is taken away by your rival, do you still not care?" Deep Then is still the same. He sits in the middle of his own magic formation. Outside is the attack from the magic formation of demons and demons. Yet he was still extremely calm and indifferently replied, "The reason I am here, you are about to know." "That's right, there's still a bit to fix." Finally, after a while, he suddenly raised his hand and began to gather the surrounding aura into his palm. "That guy Noikat has never been my rival, he is not worthy yet." He escaped from the formation of the two of them and stood proudly facing the demon race. Seeing that he was still safe and unharmed, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, How can you resist our strongest devouring move?" Deep Then didn't care much. He was faster than lightning and suddenly appeared right behind the demon race. The voice asked somewhat disdainfully, "The strongest? Don't make me laugh like that. What kind of place is this? If you want to save your life, Demon King, you should bring out a real assassin." After a few seconds of his presence, the demon race reacted. He was startled and jumped away, exclaiming, "Since when did you?" The demon clan's eyes gradually turned white. He laughed loudly, and asked in a loud voice, "Is this the true strength of this king now?" Deep Then frowned and glanced at him. He stood proudly and replied, "From the moment your spirit body clone destroyed my body, I released my spiritual energy to survey all the nobles. It seems that your strength today is indeed from absorbing the cultivation level of the powerful Forbidden Land nobles." Unfortunately, his body was too weak and absorbed too much powerful cultivation, resulting in this ghostly appearance. Knowing that they had been exposed, the demon race lowered their heads slightly, smiling extremely evilly. "A small sacrifice can be exchanged for this power to destroy heaven and earth, but in exchange for you, I can't resist. Now, under the power of this king, die." Half of his body turned into a skeleton. At the same time, behind him appeared an extremely large skeleton, holding an extremely large scythe in his hand. From around the giant skeleton, a stream of black smoke emitted, which was the great magic of soul radiating. Seeing that formation, Deep Then's eyes couldn't help but be surprised. In his mind he secretly exclaimed, "The soul magic is so powerful, it can trap me." The giant skeleton holding a scythe in his hand rushed towards him and shouted, "Demon Lord Deep Then turns into a demon under the king's sword." High in the sky, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. An extremely strong source of power attacked down. causing the surrounding rock to crumble and fly throughout space. Mac Van is still practicing to restore his energy. Around her is surrounded like an iron ball. Underneath is a source of dark power surrounding her. 10,000 ghosts appeared from above and landed. He looked towards her, smiling extremely evilly. Mac Van, you are finally mine. Mac Van opened his eyes and looked at him with an extremely angry expression. Demon traitor, you have no right to call my name. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but get angry, looked at her and shouted, shut up. Now I am the demon lord of the demon race. Betraying the demon race, even the 5 clans, is that bastard Deep then? If I kill him, I will act on behalf of heaven. Seeing that Van Kui was trying to defame Deep then, her face became even darker. How could Deep then betray the 5 clans? 1,000 ghosts shouted loudly, the name Tian sat. But as soon as he said 3 words he felt that he said too much, so he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and at the same time thought to himself, this is dangerous, almost revealing the secret of heaven, being punished by heaven. No one can talk about Deep Than's story. He turned pale, but also sighed in relief because he stopped himself in time. Then he quickly changed the subject. Mac Van, stop meddling in that bastard's business. Anyway, this time he will surely die. You also know. I'm with you. But before he could finish speaking, Mac Van interrupted him. If we don't talk about Deep then there won't be anything to say between you and me. Her expression turned black. She looked down, extremely angry. A source of blue energy radiates, accompanied by an extremely loud explosion. From the source of spiritual energy release, smoke appeared intermittently. 10,000 ghosts quickly raised his hands to cover his face. Mac Van has finally recovered. She floated in the air, then raised her hand in front of her face and began to deploy the formation. There were countless large swords around. At the same time, she also opened her mouth and declared, you have harmed me 3 times 4 times, Deep then, today I will not forgive you. Van Ghost's face darkened. The more he heard her talk about him, the more angry he felt, angrily shouting, Deep then! Deep then! Why do you always talk like that bastard? Obviously we are the pure demons. Obviously I knew you first. In the end, I am not equal to that bastard. His anger grew stronger day by day, and magical power also appeared around him. Mac Van replied, you are poor everywhere, Deep then. Then she immediately deployed the magic, Tonton True Magic Array. Seeing the swords rushing towards him, he quickly raised his hand to prepare to deploy. Okay. If I can't win your heart then I also want to win yours. But before he could start, he suddenly vomited blood. Looking up at the magic formation above with an extremely powerful source of spiritual energy, he exclaimed in surprise, what? This blood barrier is the power of that kid Deep then. Since when did you all merge into one body? As soon as he finished speaking, from the magic array, an extremely large source of spiritual energy hit the bodies of 10,000 ghosts. After the attack ended, a black smoke flew out from the eyes and mouth of the 10,000 demons. Mac Van carefully observed. She frowned and thought to herself, this unusual aura, is this not the power of demons? Once again, Mac Van continued to attack him. She shouted loudly, destroy demons. As soon as she finished speaking, a thick black smoke appeared from behind him. His spiritual energy was constantly being sucked up. 10,000 ghosts looked at her angrily and shouted, disgusting trick. Suddenly, the smoke from behind him turned into energy, and he silently attacked her. Even so, she still quickly reacted, deploying magic to block that energy source. But soon, her magic formation was also broken. He looked at her and smiled very proudly. If you have any other tricks, just use them. I want to see how many after effects that bastard Deep then has left on you. Without hesitation, she quickly reached out and summoned the fire sword. Mac Van took the sword, then deployed magic and demon soul sword energy. Without making a single unnecessary move, she used her sword to slash the center of the demon's body. He has no flaws at all, and even the body of 10,000 ghosts is split into 2. He laughed loudly, looking at her with somewhat perverted eyes. Ha ha ha, that brat even gave you the life-saving sword of soul origin. No wonder you were so loyal to him. Ha ha ha, but I now have an immortal body. As long as you change your mind, I will protect you. After that, he deployed magic and became delusional. His spiritual energy sources rushed upward one after another. His body continuously split into many copies. He spoke with a very proud expression. You don't drink the celebration wine, but you want to drink the punishment wine. Then don't blame me for using tough tactics. Seeing that the situation seemed difficult, Mac Van's face also began to sweat. She frowned, thinking to herself, not good. If what he said, even the demon soul sword wouldn't be able to kill him, there would be more people. She quickly reached out and summoned the demon soul sword. But there was no appearance of the sword. Seeing that her summoning failed, a trace of insecurity flashed in her heart, thinking to herself, what's wrong with the demon soul sword? Could it be that something happened to Deep then, as if clearly guessing the situation on her side? His clones simultaneously rushed towards her. He was extremely happy, laughing happily. That kid Deep then finally lost his soul, haha, Mac Van, you are finally mine. Suddenly, from afar, an extremely large stone ball appeared rolling towards Mac Van. The clones of the 10,000 ghosts looked up and couldn't help but be surprised. The clones looked at each other and asked, this is the treasure that my ancestors left for me. Why did I come here when I was clearly in a secret room? I clearly have an immortal body, so why haven't those 5 clones come back to life yet? What the hell is going on? The stone ball gradually cracked. From inside, the shapes of Deep then and the little girl gradually appeared. Seeing that she had returned, the girl quickly exclaimed, Master is really amazing, using your method, we are really back. It's true that it's back. Deep then didn't pay any attention to the voice next to him. He hurriedly walked towards Mac Van. After that, he quickly held her hand tightly and asked worriedly, Mac Van, why was his true energy so seriously damaged? Wasn't he injured? As soon as she saw him, her eyes softened a bit. She looked up at him and answered and asked, I'm okay, you came back just in time. The demon soul sword you gave me suddenly disappeared. Did something happen to your body? Deep then was stunned. He opened his mouth to say, but before he could finish, thousands of ghosts behind him were screaming loudly, mongrel Deep then, why aren't you dead yet? Hearing that, the eyes of the little girl standing next to her became extremely fierce. She turned towards the thousands of ghosts, and shouted loudly, Dare to touch my master, you are looking for death! A source of dark energy continuously radiated from the bodies of 10,000 demons. He and his clone looked at them, smiled and said in unison, Want to use my magic to fight back? Haha, too naive, you just know. But before he could finish his words, a pack of wolves rushed to attack him. One of them grabbed his head. Seeing that, the little girl was extremely pleased. She crossed her arms and turned towards him and showed off, Master, viewers, disciples. But before she could finish, Deep then frowned and exclaimed, That's not right. Suddenly, right after that, he grabbed her collar and pulled her back, before her surprised face. After that, Deep then immediately took me out, attacked the 10,000 ghosts floating in front of him, and shouted loudly, Kill! Seeing the proud appearance of 10,000 ghosts, he thought to himself, this power, as if he had seen it before, was very similar to the obstacle encountered in the secret realm of the giant stone. Maybe, he frowned. His eyes showed some concern. Feel the key issue. The little girl standing next to him with an extremely panicked expression reminded him, Master, this devil has a large block of stone attached to his back. It's that rock that's providing him with energy. Deep then did not answer. He looked towards him and thought to himself, this large block of stone seems to be the reason for his immobile body. Very good, just let me see what kind of ability the so-called High Immortal has. After completing the calculation, Deep then began to raise his hand and develop his power. At the same time, he also assigned tasks to Mac Van and Mong Bao. Mac Van, don't you worry about my body? Go see the situation over there, this place is left to me. Mong Bao, protect your teacher, if you get hurt a little, the monk will kick you out of the teacher's door. Mong Bao approached and grabbed Mac Van's hand. The little girl quickly rushed forward to lead the way, and at the same time reassured Mac Van, Master, you can rest assured, if you have a disciple or teacher, even a single hair will be okay. She turned her head to look at Deep then, who was fighting with thousands of ghosts, softly instructing, be careful with everything, turned back to the two of them. 10,000 demons with pitch black wings were rushing towards him. He looked at him with an extremely proud expression and exclaimed, Demon race, go away. Suddenly, Deep then smiled slightly and secretly looked down on him. Too weak. Flashback to his battle with the demon clan. A monster rushed in front of him. That is the 10,000 beast armor. The demon tribe from above looked at him and asked in a loud voice, the demon tribe's secret technique? He looked up, smiled and replied, the demon king's eyes are not bad. He pointed his scythe at him and shouted, humans, demons, and beasts are all Deep then. In the end, we still have to clean up a calamity from the 5th clan like you. His body was now covered by 10,000 beast armor. He didn't care at all, quickly raised his hand to prepare to deploy magic. Even if this King's Qian Dao cannot break your defense for a while, in a state where your soul is completely locked, can you stop this sure kill move? Soul devouring magic. From inside the flags behind him, the skeletons slowly rushed out. They slowly moved towards him, then slowly crashed through the armor. Next, they approached him, constantly trying to bite and tear his deep then armor. The Ghost clan hovered in the air and laughed proudly. Nah 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 nah, Demon Lord Deep then is the biggest disaster of the 5 clans. His Majesty finally took you. But the fun didn't last long. Suddenly he vomited blood. The demon race couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at the blood they just vomited. Cough cough. What's going on? The internal organs are as if burned by fire. On the opposite side, Deep then frowned and glanced in his direction. Some of his other illusions are entering his body. Deep then snapped his fingers. On the demon side, suddenly his skeleton used a scythe across his body. When the demon clan saw this, they couldn't help but panic. He looked stunned and silently wondered, what happened? Why was my soul locked away by my bones when I released it? He looked straight at him, angry but also surprised, and shouted, "Why can't I kill you? How could you escape my noble's most powerful soul spell?" Why? Deep then's face did not change at all. He held out his hand in front of him. While using his hand to develop his power, he raised his voice and asked, "How could we take away the cultivation level left by the great powers of the demon clan? On you? It's very simple," the deity said from the beginning. "You are too weak, you simply cannot exert the inherent power of this cultivation level." At this moment, the skeletons of the demon clan appeared behind him. Before his brother's words, he still did not believe it, angrily shouted, "You speak nonsense." His eyes frowned, and the surroundings continuously emitted murderous aura. Deep then raised his hand to control the spiritual energy, raised his voice and said, "If you don't believe, this deity will open your eyes." Immediately afterwards, an extremely horrifying source of power radiated from the eyes and mouth of the remains. Deep then deployed his magic and shouted loudly, "Demon Clan's supreme secret technique. Soul injection technique." Around him was covered with spiritual energy flames. The skeleton also completely changed. The flesh gradually began to form. A moment later, the spirit body was completely formed. He knelt down behind him, respectfully worshipping Master Demon. Witnessing the amazing scene that had just happened, the demon race felt extremely panicked and exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! This is something only gods can do. How can you give birth to bones and flesh for the soul?" Seeing that he was still not subdued, he frowned angrily and asked again, still not convinced. Deep then quickly raised his hand, preparing to deploy the formation, and then asked, "So how about this deity? Let the Ghost King experience it for yourself?" As soon as he heard it, he was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He quickly deployed soul magic. Next, the ghost soul gradually exited its body. He kept screaming no. Feeling that their soul was about to be burned, the demon clan screamed in fear, "This king believes in the power of the demon, don't try again." And he calmly replied, "Oh." Deep then raised his hand to control. His blue flame gradually turned to bright orange. "It's not your turn to say no. After all, our vendetta against our deity hasn't been calculated yet." From the skeleton's scythe, carrying the source of his power, he quickly used his scythe to attack the demon clan's body. Witnessing that scene, he shouted loudly, "Aaa!" The king's body. He turned his head to look at him. His anger was blazing, and he shouted indignantly, "Don't be complacent, you devil. Even if you kill us all, there will still be a superior fairy to avenge us." Deep then did not answer. His face gradually became darker. The surroundings emitted a chilling murderous aura. The demon race's soul was now wrapped around and squeezed by his power. Soon, his soul exploded. The skeleton had taken shape and put its hand out to block the guard's face. Careful owner. After being deployed, his face also had a hint of pancreas. He frowned and thought to himself, "Just like my guess, people who are not strong enough and cannot withstand the soul-sucking technique, once they fail, it will also betray the person using the magic." Deep then looked at the spirit body and made a request. "Your body and soul are still not completely stable. From now on you should continue to practice in the noble's forbidden area." He frowned, put his hand in front of him, bowed his head and obeyed the master's orders. He glanced behind him, thinking to himself, "Macvan, they're here. It seems that my soul source has backfired, leading to instability, making her worried." Next, he deployed his spiritual energy, pointed at the spiritual body and added, "The deity has added the secret method of the 5 clans to your soul source, which can make your cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Strength." He bowed his head again and thanked, "Thank you, Master No." After listening to his instructions, the spirit quickly jumped down to the demon clan's forbidden area. Deep then stood watching the movement of the spirit body. His appearance was extremely pensive. A moment later, Mac Van and Mong Bao appeared behind him at the same time. Deep then was startled and turned around and exclaimed, "You guys are here." Mac Van looked over his body, then immediately suggested, "Your soul seems to be damaged, quickly find a place, I will help you heal." Mong Bao, standing next to him, also kept urging, "Master, quickly let the teacher help you treat him, otherwise she will die of worry." After listening, his eyes gradually became softer. Deep then grabbed her hand and carefully asked, "Mac Van, your current saintly body will only continue to consume your primordial spirit until your divine soul is completely destroyed. So now I will take out your primordial spirit, and reshape your body with your own primordial spirit. Do you believe me?" Mac Van with a sad expression replied, "Of course I believe you, just forcibly taking out my soul, before the saint's body can be supplemented by the next soul body, there will be no one to protect the holy mountain." After listening, he immediately suggested, "This, then let the disciple's spirit body first enter the saint's body to transfer." Mac Van turned around, his expression a bit hesitant. This was too much for Mong Bao. Seeing this, Mong Bao standing next to him confidently affirmed, "Master, you can rest assured, my soul source strength is at the same level as yours. The consumption of this world is just a drop in the bucket for me." Hearing that, Deep then immediately smiled. He raised his hand to touch Mong Bao's forehead and gently teased, "You agreed so easily. The biggest reason is still because you don't want to share your body with the Beast King anymore." The little girl happily laughed and replied, "Hee, Master understands me best. I finally have my own body." The Beast King in her body also nodded in agreement, and the king also agreed. After that, he immediately turned to Mac Van and affirmed that her primordial spirit was being consumed every minute and every second. "Now there is a way for her to be truly reborn. I must do it." She looked at him without hesitation and agreed, "Yes, but he must promise that I absolutely cannot let anything happen to myself." Deep then smiled with satisfaction. "Yes." After that, I began to develop my spiritual energy. Without further ado, let's begin. The Beast King causes trouble for the Dharma protecting deity. At the same time, all three of them held each other's hands. Mong Bao spoke up and handed it over to the king. Returning to reality, he is now fighting with thousands of demons. He remembered the previous things he had to do, which made his expression even more determined. In his mind, he secretly thought, in order to save Mong Bao, he took the form of a clone and entered the secret realm of the giant stone. Experiencing an illusion in the secret realm, he accidentally saved Mac Van from danger after breaking the secret realm. Now in the demon-forbidden area, it's time to deal with this traitor. His face suddenly darkened, then he helplessly raised his hand and began to deploy his spiritual energy, shouting. The demon's clawed hands gradually froze, then gradually spread up to the neck. Yet he was not afraid at all, even mocked and looked down on him. "Such small eye still wants to freeze me, that's a bit too naive." Break. Deep Van's side was not in a hurry. He slowly deployed his spiritual energy, smiling proudly. "Don't be in a hurry, the good drama has just begun." Suddenly, the ice on half of his body gradually melted away, replaced by a bright red flame. He blurted out in bewilderment, "Huh?" Then, suddenly two spirit beasts appeared, one cold and one hot, entwining each other. His body is divided into two halves, one hot and one cold. The pain continued to spread throughout his body, causing him to scream in pain. "Ah! What magic is this?" Deep then floated in the air. He controlled his spiritual energy and replied, "The secret techniques of the demon race and the human race are just an appetizer, clearing the gate. This deity wielding the sword of ghosts and spirits exorcises harm to the people." Deep then used his sword to attack the 10,000 ghosts. He was in extreme pain and kept screaming, "Why wasn't there a way to come back to life?" Then, he saw a black stream of dark energy flying by and kept pleading, "Senior, don't go. Save me." Seeing his reaction, Deep then frowned, looked down on him. In his mind he thought, what kind of senior, so cowardly, actually wanted to run. His eyes lit up. Deep then stretched out his hands, deploying his spiritual power. The fire merged with the black energy. Then it turned into a sword and stabbed straight into the rock. It was the terrible heat of the fire, combined with the rock and lava flows slowly flowing down. Then it turned into a source of bright red power, moving towards the thousands of demons from behind. Feeling the extremely abundant spiritual energy flowing through his body, he smiled very proudly and said, "Ha, I knew my seniors would give me more strength." But soon, due to the great strength, his body could not stand and gradually split in two. 10,000 ghosts kept screaming in pain. My primordial spirit, I don't want to die." Next, he and the source of dark power merged into one, turning into energy balls. they gradually separate into countless different spheres. After that, all those energy balls simultaneously rushed toward Deep. Then he frowned, reached out and grabbed those orbs. If he was kind enough to offer the equipment, the deity had no reason not to accept it. Next, Deep then sat in a cultivation position. He controlled the energy balls flying around him. Deep then held it in his hand and observed it attentively, at the same time thinking in his mind, this magic weapon is not from this world. It seems that the 5 so-called senior immortals who instigated Noikat relied on this object to communicate. First put them away, then rely on this magic weapon to find their owner, count them one at a time. Okay, in the end, only the cultivation base left by the ascended great powers of the Forbidden Land demon race remained. Deep then smiled, looked forward and opened his mouth. Noikat thought he could rule the demons by killing Ta. He's so stupid, he doesn't even know how to open the Forbidden Land of real demons. The mark on his forehead suddenly shined. Deep then closed his eyes, raised his hand in front of his face, and began to develop spiritual energy. His power quickly spread out, rushing towards the nearby rock. Soon the huge, heavy rock gradually appeared with extremely large cracks. After creating a hole, his spiritual energy began to seep inside. Deep then quickly followed closely. At the same time he thought to himself, before I was hidden by the dangerous people, although I knew how to enter the Forbidden Land of the demons, at that time my cultivation level was not enough to open it. Out. I didn't expect that now after entering, it would become such a desolate place. On the high platform, there was an old man with his head bowed and diligently cultivating. As soon as he saw it, his lifeless eyes immediately brightened, and at the same time, he thought to himself, is this my father? But as soon as he stepped forward, the man immediately disappeared, and just a few seconds later, suddenly appeared in front of him again. He is the demon Gwyn demon then Vo Nai, Deep than's father. Suddenly, Vo Nai rushed forward and hugged Deep then happily exclaiming, son, you're finally here. Faced with his father's excitement, he quickly pushed him away and shouted cough cough, father, I'm about to be forced to death by you. Vo Nai crossed his arms, glanced at his beloved son and softly complained, son, I'm telling you, why are you here so late? I'm so sad to death here. Every day I just want to beat up the neighbors for fun, but they can't fight back. Well, it's not fun at all. Hearing that, his face immediately became serious, and he raised his voice to ask, father, you said those neighbors are not the cultivations left behind by the great powers of the demon race, right? At the same time, he also thought to himself, indeed, there is nothing here except the embodiment of the cultivation energy that his father left behind after ascending. Could it be that? His father pointed to the side and answered, that's it. This forbidden area has nothing else besides that. Hearing that, he immediately added, well, my father is the same now. After hearing this, Deep Nai was extremely angry. He raised his hand and punched his son in the head and shouted, brat! It's been so long that I don't know how big or small it is. Your father directly collected all the cultivation bases here and handed them over to you. He wanted to spare you some effort in fighting for them. A good father like this, even if you light a lamp, you won't find it. It's not bad, even though it's a bit late, but the cultivation base doesn't make this father ashamed. But in just a moment he changed faster than flipping a cake. Vonia smiled and praised Deep then. As for him, when his father complimented him, he rubbed his head happily with his hand, Even though he was smiling on the outside, he was extremely sad on the inside. He sadly thought to himself, father, since the flight ended, I have encountered so many things. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, he raised his head and asked, father, what did you and mother hide from me back then? Deep Nai patted his shoulder and advised him, good son, finding your mother is the most important thing. Dung Ni, the struggle in this world that you have ended is no longer important. As for matters related to the 9-layer spirit realm, my father's sea of consciousness is still unknown. As soon as you ascend, we will reunite as a family and tell you. Deep then softly called him father. Even so, he still smiled, his body gradually fading. Son, fly quickly. Oh yes, remember to bring your daughter-in-law along. The first girl Mac Van is not bad, you must let your mother watch carefully. After his father disappeared, Deep then began to absorb the cultivation base of the demon race peak demon god. At the same time, he thought to himself, father, mother, son will follow you too right here. In another space, in the black sky, meteorites float high above. Suddenly a meteorite fell to the ground. The next day, a pair of feet stepped forward and crushed that meteorite. All the chess pieces on the 3rd floor were wiped out. Damn little guy, that man of heaven's destiny dares to push us into 1,000 lifetimes of disobedience, so I will treat you very well. He raised his hand and began to control the remaining meteors. Another dark shadow approached, extremely angry, and said, "Go and prepare, you must kill it on the 4th floor. The consequences of failure, you and I cannot bear." Soon, those dark shadows disappeared. At the 9th level of the spirit world, the 4th level, watching the heavenly world, the orders of the immortal orders fell all at once. A person who caught True Tien's order eagerly exclaimed, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as that guy dares to rush forward, he will immediately have his soul destroyed." The other guy held the Cien order in his hand, his expression extremely proud. If heaven and earth were useless, only earthly rectification law could act on behalf of heaven. Another guy was no exception. He smiled extremely arrogantly and complacently. "The reward for killing this man of destiny is something that even 3,000 years of cultivation cannot equal. No one can take this credit away from me." The entire clan obeyed the order and went to the flying passage to display a net of heaven and earth. On the other side, Tiamat looked up at the starry sky and exclaimed, "True Tien command has been issued. The entire heavenly realm has become Dung Ni's enemy." Deep Then's father standing next to him heard this and immediately calmed down. "Lady, you don't have to worry. When Dung Ni comes to this world, she will probably feel the love of our parents. I will let him feel what it is like to have a father like a fairy." Pure-blooded demon, Mac Van. With Tonton female of all races, Mong Bao outside world. The two people stood extremely proudly looking towards him. Mong Bao stood next to Deep Then, looking up at him with extremely admiring eyes. "Demons are really cunning." He smiled and replied, "Okay." Then he turned his head towards Mac Van, held her hand and reminded her, "Mac Van, from now on, you are truly you." She nodded in agreement. "Well, I won't leave you again." Deep Then raised his eyes. His eyes were a bit hesitant, Mac Van. But before he could finish his sentence, Mong Bao standing next to him raised his voice and asked, "Master, wait until the saintess's soul body receives it. Can you go upstairs and find someone?" Millions of people flew from the sky, but extremely large and fierce lightning continuously struck the ground. Mac Van's eyes became questioning, looking at him and asking, "Husband, you want to fly now?" Mong Bao standing next to him also exclaimed at the same time, "This king has never seen such a big rise in battle." Suddenly Deep Then turned his head. He raised his hand to gently caress her face. His expression became even more sad. In his mind he thought, based on what the 5 people Noikat said, what awaits me after going upstairs will be just a bigger siege. I can't let Mac Van repeat the same mistake and die because of me. Up high, half of his soul landed and spoke. "I have come to the demon clan to greet the Phoenix Emperor, and have also come to the 5 clans to give instructions. Let's get started." After reminding him, the soul quickly flew into his body to enter his body. Immediately afterwards, his body emitted an extremely powerful source of spiritual energy. That source of spiritual energy was then simultaneously transmitted to Mac Van and Mong Bao, the Beast King and the Human Saint, Demon Clan Phoenix Emperor, Demon Clan Demon King, Demon Race. Deep then landed. He used his hand to gently rub Mac Van's head, carefully instructing, "The newly inaugurated Demon Lord of the Demon Race, know the Mac Van, please give me a hand." She looked at him, her eyes filled with indescribable longing and regret. "This time you wait for me, I will find you. 5 clans against heaven formation. Show up." Deep then looked at Mac Van one last time, then he flew away. Below Mac Van shouted loudly and affirmed, "I wait for you." Flying up to 103 lightning tribulations, Deep then used his sword to block the energy that was attacking him, and shouted loudly, "It doesn't matter if there's more. Who can stop me in this world?" Then, an extremely bright light source shined straight down from the sky to the ground, in the destiny of heaven ascending to the heavenly realm. As soon as Deep then flew up high, at the same time he also thought to himself, "If these higher-ups wanted to put me to death, then I'm afraid the movements of me flying up would have been known to them long ago. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The energy consumed when flying is too great. Being stubborn won't last long, we have to think of a way." At Tien Gyo watched lower 9 gates. As the young men walked, they kept talking. Who knows, the orders of the worldly center are always followed. So why don't they come themselves? Seriously speaking, people from the countryside, I don't understand this. The green-haired man frowned and asked, "Which unlucky guy flew up and needed to come down to save us, all of us shot to death?" The brother standing next to him replied, "A cultivator of a middle class or above, his own pressure is too great, he cannot descend to our realm." When they were almost there, they saw a source of bright red power surrounding the gate. The young people saw this and shouted loudly, "Here, here! Prepare immediately! Keep your spirits up, don't let yourself be robbed by other factions. The first credit of Kentian Gyu is ours. From above, extremely powerful sources of energy continued to strike down. All three young men raised their hands together to strike. They shouted in unison, the bottom line, go all out. The Emperor was high above. He quietly observed the group of young people, thinking in his head, in anticipation, it was good. In a little while the so-called fairy world can do it. Then, suddenly the Emperor jumped down, and stood behind the group of young men. The Emperor knelt down, several swords stabbed down on his back, and at the same time there were many wounds on his face. As soon as he saw him, a young man was holding his injured arm and angrily spoke. I didn't expect that a cultivator who ascended to the lower world could kill so many of us. The short-haired guy standing next to him added, are all of these cultivators in this lower world? Then we can. Don't talk so much, take the body to the middle level of the three great families to report the results of the work. On the ground are a few other young men who are unconscious. That's right, after spending so much manpower, we should reward a little more. They still kept talking. At this time Deep then was quickly rushing forward. At the same time in his mind, he thought to himself, with these thugs entangled in this place, Deep then would definitely leave this ordinary human body behind. Rebuild his physical body, using 3 cities to cultivate chaotic source. This is the result. After finding a suitable place, he quickly deployed the formation and soul magic. Then sit in the middle. After a while, he smiled, knelt down and propped his hands up, thinking to himself, the true power of this world is still unknown. We still have to continue to increase our cultivation level. Suddenly, a source of energy flew across from the sky. Deep then noticed, he raised his eyes to look, silently exclaiming in his mind, that aura? It's father! Next, he quickly left. A moment later he landed on the ground. Deep then frowned, he looked at the streams of spiritual energy flying in space. Deep then stretched out his hand and attacked forward. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that using the lower world technique, there is no way to open this restriction. Suddenly, now in the distance, the source of aura he saw suddenly landed. In the distance, Deep then turned around in surprise and silently exclaimed, huh? This is... From where the aura fell, a large tree trunk appeared. At the bottom of the stem is the chewing gum. He pointed his finger at Deep then and shouted, come quickly, my mirror and image magic can't last long, and when discovered, it will be ruined. Deep then calmly replied with a cold face, Dad, you're rolling around a bit miserably. Hearing his son's answer like that, he was extremely angry and shouted, Rotten boy, I'm all for who? Suddenly, his face became extremely thoughtful and sadly added, the story of cicadas escaping from their bodies cannot be hidden from the old men above for long. This place is the same, your mother and I can only protect this place from exposure for a period of time. Waiting for the people here to practice until the day they leave customs, we, a family of 3, will let those old guys see it. Hearing that, he immediately raised his hand to his father to show his intention to stop. Father, you and your mother must wait for me to leave the customs. Do not do anything for me. He put his hand behind his back and tried to answer politely, I know, so go. Deep then raised his hand, intending to say more to his father, that's right, father, this island. But before he could say anything else, he quickly disappeared. Deep then sighed dejectedly. In his mind he thought, every time it's like that, important things are not even mentioned, good or bad, and what does this have for me? On the other side, a beast with extremely terrifying power was rushing forward. Deep then with sweaty face, extremely tired expression. In his mind, he secretly thought, very good, each of the realms can be compared to the great power of cultivation in the lower world. Training his son in death, he raised his hand and began to deploy spiritual energy, and the monsters rushed forward simultaneously. After that, he immediately raised his hand to the side, smiled and rushed forward, silently exclaiming in his mind, what a biological father. Deep then used his power to attack the monsters. They were all surrounded by his fire, screaming in pain. 3 days, 3 nights later. Deep then looked at the monsters, smiled happily, and silently exclaimed, finally killed. He stood above the beasts. Suddenly colorful stones were flying from the bodies of the beasts. Deep then exclaimed in surprise, huh? A huge source of spiritual energy was emitted around his body. He reached out his hand and slowly felt it. This is... Soon, the stones seemed to give him strength. The bodies of those beasts were also exploded, the first scene of the lower world. Deep then raised his hand and attacked the nearby mountain, causing part of the mountain to shatter. He put his hand out in front of him, feeling the spiritual energy in his body with a very satisfied expression. He smiled, thinking to himself, this power is not bad. I wonder if it is possible to break the forbidden barrier of this island? After that, he immediately raised his hand to try to break the island's restriction. Just as he predicted, it still couldn't be broken. He was depressed, his expression was extremely obvious, and silently exclaimed, "It is indeed not that simple. These divine beasts seem to be the incarnation of this island's power. Only when I kill them all can we break the island's prohibition and end it." Another group of monsters rushed forward. He looked at them and smiled, holding up his sword, challenging, "Come." In the mysterious mountainous mountain range, an extremely terrifying stream of spiritual energy hit Vo Nai and Tamat. High in the sky, thunder struck continuously. The young men looked towards them and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Still have extra power! We absolutely cannot let them run." Chase. Vo Nai and Tamat were now surrounded by a source of spiritual energy. The two of them tried to leave. He looked forward, frowned and said, What a dispersing soul. Just a little way to escape to the ghost realm." Tamat turned to look at her husband, her expression extremely worried. "Once you enter the mysterious realm of ghosts, if you want to get out, it will take 100 years. So God, it's cough cough." Before she could finish her sentence, she continuously coughed. Blood also suddenly flowed from the mouth. Vo Nai hugged his wife and reassured her, "Don't worry, our son is very smart." After planning, those old men concluded that they were not opponents. His expression was extremely determined and affirming. She placed her hand on her chest to pray for peace, hoping that Dung Ni could safely overcome this ordeal. Hearing that, he added, "Let's go. Compared to my son, this ghostly soul's secret realm is also a great disaster for us." When they saw that the two of them had successfully left, the people chasing them hesitantly asked each other, "What to do? Still chasing? Chase the fart. Enter the nether soul's secret realm for 10 lives. But the old ancestor said that he wanted to capture the examiner alive. I'm afraid this will make him angry. It's all because of those scraps from the 9 gates lower level. Dealing with this kid who just flew up can make people run away. Forget it, go back to serving your destiny." Turning towards Deep then, his sword was now emitting an extremely powerful source of energy. Forbidden Island of God's hand break. After countless attempts, he finally succeeded in breaking the barrier on the island. The 99th level is perfect, the realm of the world. Deep then frowned, he stood stunned, looking around. In his mind he secretly thought that it was less than half the time his father expected, but he didn't leave a contact method. As he lowered his head, his eyes couldn't help but be shocked as he silently exclaimed, "What?" Under the ground, cracks began to appear. Soon, everything seemed to collapse. From above, an extremely powerful source of energy struck down. He looked towards the source of energy. His eyes could not hide his surprise, but in his mind he thought, "This golden light's power is actually not below my current cultivation base." Next, Deep then slowly entered the heart of the source of power. Suddenly, from nowhere appeared an extremely cute snow-white bear. That bear is the young king of heavenly guardians. He looked at the king of beasts guarding the heavenly world in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised as he silently wondered, strange, the power that just grew so strong has now degenerated into a part of my cultivation base? Suddenly the Beast King grabbed his hand, then bit him with his mouth. Deep then did not speak, he frowned and grabbed the Beast King's neck. After being bitten by the Beast King, the same symbol appeared on the Beast King's forehead and his hand. That is, God worship blood contract. Seeing that the Beast King had settled down on his back, not only that, he also yawned. A huge question mark immediately appeared in his mind. Deep then smiled helplessly and said, "Ha, you kid is really thick-faced. This is the first time I've seen a spirit pet accept the owner's pressure to buy and sell like that." Then he raised his hand and gently stroked the divine pet's head, thinking to himself, "It seems that in order to unleash the greatest power of the divine pet, an owner like me must still be strong enough. The Divine Beast Island training trial is over. We have to find another opportunity to practice." His gaze quickly turned to the large explosion in the distance. In his mind, he silently wondered, would he fight? Just in case, take this opportunity to test my current cultivation base and see what level I can reach in this heavenly realm. His eyes turned back to the Beast King next to him. Deep then spoke up and gently reminded, "I have to go fight." Tubok, who is not suitable for others to see, temporarily hides. But the King of Beasts seemed extremely uncomfortable. His little belly also began to cry, gurgling, gurgling. Seeing the Beast King's expression of protest, Deep then deployed it to hide the Beast King, while smiling teasingly, "Ha ha, don't like the name Tubok? Then call fat kid?" Then, he quickly walked towards the source of the loud noise. On the other side, a group of people were surrounding a girl. They looked at her and kept saying, "Rotten girl, eating tiger liver and bear bile, how dare you steal your grandfather's head? Sect master, why talk so much to her, just kill her directly and take the command card back." Seeing that, she frowned, then began to develop her power. "Today, my grandmother not only took your orders and hers and eloquently declared, Dharma treasure stealing soul shrouds. I still want all of our lives." After her attack, there were also a few people who were not prepared and got hit. Seeing this, the old man in charge immediately raised his hand and deployed his strength to block her attack. He pointed his finger at her, and shouted loudly, "Dharma treasure Nippon Chung." A giant bronze bell appeared in the sky, with an extremely strong source of spiritual energy that quickly knocked the girl away, causing her to fall and slide on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not very positive, the girl quickly kicked her feet and stood up. Then he turned around and tried to run away. When he saw her running, he was extremely pleased and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, want to run? Girl doesn't know whether to live or die, go and die." Next, a giant hand appeared and reached out to push the bell, but as soon as the big hand touched the bell, it suddenly broke into many pieces. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, this bell is quite sturdy." His own technique was broken. He continuously turned around to find someone. "Who dares to ruin the good things of this old man? Get out of here." Deep Than is floating high above. He uses his spiritual energy to stop the big bell. The girl looked at the person protecting her in front of her. She immediately spoke up and said to herself, "This friend has saved me. I must repay him generously." Deep Than tilted his head, looked at the girl behind him, silently thinking in his head, "This girl's body smelled quite like his disciple So Bao. Let's save him first before deciding." He saw that his good deed had been ruined, so he couldn't help but look at him angrily and shouted, "You brat, what sect do you belong to? Why are you meddling in this matter?" At the same time, he couldn't help but be on guard and secretly thought, "This brat's cultivation level is not low, but I can't see through his level." Deep Than didn't pay any attention to his words. He smiled arrogantly, approached the bell and gently tapped it with his hand. "This Dharma weapon of yours is very good. If you don't want it to be damaged, please leave here now." Seeing that he was not only not afraid but also threatened the opposite, this made him even angrier. He deployed the formation and shouted, "Hey brat, you are oppressing people too much." At the same time, I also thought to myself, if I can't get back the item that brat stole, I will definitely die if I return, so I have to take the risk. He controlled the bell towards them and shouted, "Die." Deep Than quickly rushed forward, using his spiritual energy to push the bell in the opposite direction, not knowing his own strength. The bell rushed towards him, then created a huge explosion. After the attack, he was immediately hit and vomited blood. "You guys." As soon as he stood up, the girl immediately took the opportunity to attack through his body. Then there was a loud explosion, and his whole body immediately caught fire. Deep Than looked at her, his eyes became wary, silently evaluating. This girl's tricks are truly cruel, but should not be taken lightly. She stood in front of him, raised her hand in front of her face and smiled, thanking her friends for helping. He replied, "No need to be polite, just take the item she stole as a return gift." As soon as she heard him mention her things, her eyes changed dramatically. "This?" Then she put her hand behind her back and secretly deployed her power. In her mind she thought, "This person also wants the map. It seems there is only." But Deep Than seemed to know her intention in advance. He was one step faster, rushed forward, grabbed her neck tightly and smiled smugly. "You should try. Is your magic weapon faster, or is my hand faster?" Then, seeing that, she immediately looked at him and smiled, giving an excuse. "Fellow Taoist misunderstood. This young lady was just planning to take that thing out and show it to everyone." She also secretly calculated in her head, "This guy is very strong, it's better to build a good relationship with him. I have worked very hard to get this map. Can I trouble you to take this young lady with me?" She took the map and held it out in front of him. Deep Than frowned, then quickly took the map and asked Dao Than's plans. After that, he quickly opened it and asked her, "This map points to the secret realm, what does it mean?" In his mind he thought to himself, "This map is truly rare, the route displayed is probably going to a secret place." She rubbed her neck with one hand, the other hand pointed in the distance, and then spoke up to suggest, "Fellow Taoist, the secret scene will start in 1 day. As soon as we leave, I will tell you the details." Deep Than agreed without hesitation, "Okay." After that, both of them left together. As she walked, she explained that this secret realm was called Van Tien Realm. It would open once every 500 years. Each time it opened, it would last 1 year. Only those who hold the divine plan of Wendao in their hands can find the entrance to the secret realm. The current world of Qingtian is known to have 5 gates. In the universe, only the 3 patriarchs of this world can overcome all 5 gates. But every time you pass a level, you will receive many rare treasures that are not easy to get outside, such as spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, etc. In history, there were many people who practiced immortality because of that. Destroy the realm. It is said that the 3 monks of the past were also able to achieve what they have today thanks to overcoming the 5th barrier. After explaining, she immediately turned to face him, looked at him with extremely expectant eyes, and asked in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoist, if you are this powerful, you can definitely easily overcome the first 2 hurdles. Can you guide little sister?" Deep then heard that and immediately asked if he helped her, what would be the reward. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself, if it's really like what that woman said, then maybe I can find a chance to help me break through the realm in front of me. As soon as she heard him ask that, her expression immediately became excited. She couldn't hide it. This little girl has a special ability that can break all illusions in the world, and the 3rd door in this secret realm is illusion. Ancient scene, very few people can pass through this door. Deep then looked at her intently, secretly calculating in his mind, there are too many secrets on this woman, and they are also related to my disciples, so it's okay to take them with me for now. On her side, facing his suspicious eyes, she was also extremely cautious. This person's eyes are so scary, will it be okay to bet on him? After a moment of thinking, he quickly rushed away, followed closely by her. Understanding his meaning, she was extremely happy and exclaimed, "You agree? So good." She happily chased after her, then introduced herself, asking what her friend's name was. "The little girl's name is Hong Deep," he replied. Deep then. Hong Deep smiled and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, Deep then is now Hong Deep's boss." After a while of sword riding, the 2 of them arrived. Deep then frowned, observed the crowd around him. In his mind he thought, with my cultivation level, the people who initially surrounded and killed me were not worth fearing, just. The status of these people is difficult to fathom. I'm afraid they are the 1st level cultivators of the central family that the crowd initially told them about, so there should be no confrontation for now. Question heaven open. A stream of bright light radiated from the heavenly halo. At the 1st gate of Van Tien Kanajuraman, the people standing at the doors are constantly using their hands to push the doors. As soon as he entered, Hong Deep quickly took Deep Than's hand and urged him, "Boss, don't be stupid anymore, let's go quickly. The first step is to see who has the ability to defeat the fellow cultivator. Enter the front door, a door that can only be entered by 1 person. At the nearby door there were 2 guys fighting. They shouted in unison, "Kill!" On Deep Than's side, he raised his hand to deploy spiritual power, and then touched Hong Deep's neck. Faced with his actions, she turned around in panic and asked, "Ah, boss, what are you doing?" He quickly threw her forward and told her, after entering, to find a place to hide and wait for me. Thanks to his throw, Hong Deep easily passed the 2 people fighting and walked straight through the door. When those 2 saw that, they were extremely angry. They turned their heads towards him and kept cursing, "You rotten boy, how dare you compete with our door? Today I have to chop you up. Let's put the robbery aside first, deal with this brat who doesn't know whether to live or die first." Deep then didn't care at all. He proudly looked towards them and spoke, "The favor solemnly welcome that day. Today the deity will return double." The group of people were holding weapons and rushing towards him. Before they could attack, they were hit by his attack. Because the force of the attack was not light, they were in pain and kept screaming, "Ay!" In just a moment, that group of people were beaten up by him, unconscious and lying at his feet. Deep then stepped through the door. First door reward Azure fruit. Deep then held the Azure fruit that was radiating energy in his mind and thought to himself, the energy contained in this fruit is not small, this secret realm is truly generous. While he was distracted, the Beast King immediately rushed forward to grab the Azure fruit, much to Deep Than's shock. Before he could react, the Beast King quickly ate the Azure fruit. After he realized what was unusual, he was extremely angry, quickly grabbed the Beast King and shouted, "What are you running? Remember to eat and not remember to be beaten, right?" Suddenly at this moment, from far away came a cry for help, "Boss Deep Than, come quickly and save my life." He raised his head, helplessly thinking, everyone is not less worried. The Beast King also took the opportunity of his carelessness, and immediately ran away. He quickly rushed towards the cry. As soon as he saw him rushing towards him, a young man raised his head and smiled proudly. In his mind he thought, "Oh, Deep Than? Ha ha, it's true that you can get it without any effort. When he arrived, looking at the scene before him made him surprised. At the second gate of the heavenly realm, the demon beast forest, Hong Deep is being chased by a group of demon beasts. The swarm of demon wind rushed forward at breakneck speed. Hong Deep deployed his power, then attacked the group of demon wind to chase them away. Yet they still flew without fear. She ran and shouted loudly, "What insects are there? Why aren't you afraid of fire?" Boss. Deep then stood from afar, extremely calm. He raised his hand and began to develop the power and secret technique of the demon race. She an ice dragon king. Behind her, an ice dragon appeared. The ice dragon quickly rushed forward to attack the group of wind demons. They all froze and fell to the ground. Hong Deep was extremely surprised. She raised her head and exclaimed, "Boss, you came to save me." These insects. Before she could finish speaking, Deep then added, "Still not finished. On the ground right now, the demon wind group is trying to escape from the ice." Seeing this, Hong Deep worriedly raised his voice and asked, "Boss's ice can't freeze them, so what? Can we run now?" Deep then did not answer. He frowned and raised his hand in the air, starting to develop his power and secret techniques of the demon race. An extremely large fire rushed up fiercely under his control. Next, the fire directly attacked the wind demon group. Seeing that the group of demons had been destroyed by his fire, Hong Deep was extremely surprised and at the same time extremely puzzled and asked, "Boss, why can your fire burn insects to death, but not mine?" Deep then observed and then explained, "The toxic gas surrounding the body of this monster insect can be protected from fire. You must first use ice to destroy its toxic barrier, then use fire to attack." When Hong Deep saw that everything had become normal, she happily exclaimed, "Wow, boss is really awesome." Deep then looked down, frowned and asked, "Have you seen enough drama?" His eyes flashed with light, angrily commanding, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, from below the forest, an extremely large fire gradually spread around. He stepped forward, the surrounding wind continuously blowing. He smiled and raised his voice sarcastically. His shoes were torn and could not be found. "It really makes me feel out of breath, fellow Taoist Deep then. He is the young master of the middle third family, Qi family, and Qi Rin." As soon as he saw Tainan's appearance, Hong Deep quickly hid behind Deep then. She glanced at him and raised her voice to warn, "The young man of the Qi family's third middle class, Qi Nan. I heard that his cultivation has reached the level of Kantian mid-level early stage of perfection." Deep then carefully observed him, silently evaluating in his mind, "Central family? At first, as soon as I flew up here, I heard that 24 people were killing me." Saying that his words were specifically aimed at me? It seems like the cicadas that had escaped were already known to them, so it wasn't strange that they came to the door. Chirin waved the fan in his hand, his face stiff and extremely wary as he looked at him, silently assessing in his mind, "This kid, in a few decades of short time, his cultivation level is almost catching up with me. Indeed, this person is a big disaster and absolutely cannot be kept." Deep then and Shinan faced each other, one fire, one water, both were deploying their spiritual energy at the same time, in a ready-to-fight position. Deep then spoke up and skillfully advised Hong Deep, "Your cultivation level is not enough, leaving it behind will only entangle your feet and hands, find a place to hide." She replied, "Yes, boss, be careful." Then quickly did as he said. Seeing that she intended to leave, Chirin folded the fan and immediately spoke, "Hurrying somewhere, little girl?" He controls the vines, they rush and chase after the red leaves. Huge vines twisted and rose high, like giant trees. They surround Hong Deep. Then, the vines wrap the red leaves back into their trunks. Seeing Deep then preparing to rush to the rescue, Qi Nan immediately rushed to block in front of him. "What's so urgent? Anyway, you will come to her soon." He quickly raised his hand, summoning his sword. "If you have come to kill me, then please call them all out. You alone are not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Deep then quickly rushed towards him. The two fought each other at the same time. Chirin held the sword and proudly said, "Ha ha, boy, in front of me, there is no place for you to be arrogant. Damn me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword shattered. Deep then quickly slid down. In his mind he thought to himself, "I was completely unaffected by my soul-eating demonic soul ants. But this could actually test how deep the opponent's cultivation base was." Chirin was arrogant. He put his fan in front of him and began to develop his power. "Boy, do you consider me a waste of the lower 9 sex? The life-saving magic weapon has been crushed by me. Today is the day of your death." He threw his fan into the air. As soon as it was thrown up, the fan pulled with it a source of spiritual energy, a magic weapon the universe. He laughed very proudly, "Ha ha, It's a great honor to kill you. Enough for me to go find my ancestors and claim the said reward. That's the move, Ko Lang Tao Tien. From the fan, streams of water flowed down like waterfalls, as if wanting to engulf everything around. Deep then quickly deployed spiritual energy to protect himself from his moves. At the same time, he secretly thought, listening to his words, perhaps without accomplices, if he could monopolize the credit, of course he would not share with others. This magic weapon of the opponent can suppress my technique. It seems we have to find a way to reverse it. He was high above, smiling very proudly. How could a worm compare to this young master? Kid, I'll accept your head. His fan gradually became larger. Then it turned into a giant axe that swept along a large stream of water and attacked Deep then. That is the trick. The universe opens up the sky. Deep then closed his eyes. He thoughtfully felt, silently considering. Originally wanted to get information from the other person, but if the girl was captured, if it continued, I was afraid it would be ruined, so we should deal with this guy first. If I want to cross the realm and defeat this guy, I can only mobilize my primitive divine soul base, and use longevity to exchange for a level 1 cultivation level. The axe lowered, bringing with it the source of its attack power. At this moment, suddenly the king of beasts rushed out with extremely fierce red eyes. Then he turned big and used his front legs to hold the axe blade. With just one gentle movement, Chi-Ren's axe was shattered by the beast king. The beast king jumped up and shouted loudly, creating an extremely powerful wind. Hong Deep, who was locked up, was also thrown out of the vines thanks to the power of the beast king. The monsters in the forest ran out at the same time. The beast king floated high above, then opened his big mouth to absorb Chi-Ren's spiritual energy. As soon as he saw the appearance of the beast king, he couldn't help but think in shock. But he is the beast king? How can this kid control it? After a while of absorbing spiritual energy, the beast king immediately shrunk and returned to its original appearance. The full bear touched his belly and burped. Deep then rushed out to support the beast king. Kid, it's been hard. The bear lying in his hand looked spoiled. Deep then looked at the group of monsters in the distance, and smiled very proudly. So it was over. On Chi-Ren's side, he is currently surrounded by monsters. Chi-Nan was extremely frightened. He raised his hand to chase away. Get out. While he was running away from the monsters, Deep Than's sword was coming from behind. Without having time to take precautions, Deep Than's sword pierced his chest. His face was extremely shocked. His pale face silently exclaimed in his head, "What?" Deep then reached out and quickly grabbed his fan. Chi-Ren bit the snake to avoid bleeding. He looked at him in shock and asked, "Your magic weapon has clearly been crushed by me. How can it be restored?" He hovered high above, opened his fan and smiled very proudly. "Unlike your magical weapons that do not recognize their owners, your deity is still looking for it." His sword disappeared. Chi-Nan looked at him indifferently and said, "Okay, I underestimated you." After that, his eyes gradually became evil and terrifying. The ringer put his hand in front of his chest and began to gather spiritual energy. "Little thief, this young master must drag someone to die with him." He raised his hand high, spiritual energy constantly radiating around like arrows. They rushed in all directions and attacked all nearby demon beasts. When Deep then saw the sword, he immediately smiled. He handed him his magic weapon and spoke, "It's a pity that this magic weapon is in your hand. What is called using it to the fullest? Let me open your eyes." Deep then used Chi-Nan's magic weapon as a shield to block his attacks. Then he used his magical weapon to spin in a circle. The surrounding whirlpool radiated like a mirror, reflecting his moves back. Chi-Ren didn't expect it, so he was hit by his own move. Blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. However, Chi-Nan still did not give up. He continued to deploy his spiritual power and boldly declared that the Chi family will not let you go. But not long after he finished speaking, the spiritual energy surrounding him made him scream in pain. Deep then folded the magic weapon and observed. He frowned and silently analyzed in his mind, "This magic weapon is indeed not bad, but each time the technique is activated it consumes a large amount of vitality, so it cannot be used in long battles." At this time, he looked back at Hong Deep who was lying in the distance. He walked forward and gently touched her forehead. She immediately stood up, used her hand to block her face and shouted loudly, "Ah, bad guy, you still dare to come here? Believe me, I will launch the strongest technique to make you all die." He looked at her and said, "Don't dream, if you don't leave, throw you down." She quickly calmed down and looked at him bewilderedly and asked, "Boss, what happened? Have you won against that guy Chi-Ren? Oh, why is this place so beaten up? What have we missed? Boss, what's going on? Why do these demon beasts all seem to be attacking us?" Faced with so many questions from her, Deep then quickly turned around and left. His eyes became extremely thoughtful. In his mind, He did not expect that the little white was really the king of divine beasts. But his usual greedy appearance was not at all the same. In the distance, 2 animals flew and sat on a tree. Hong Deep looked at the object in Deepthan's hand. Her eyes couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, this is a breakthrough of thousands of years, a priceless treasure of heaven and earth, a treasure among treasures. Hey, such a good item. Unfortunately I can't use it." He held out the wooden stick-like object in his head and thought to himself, "I can use it." It seemed that he was in love when fighting with Tainan, and the appearance of Tu Bok attracted the attention of many people with intentions. Suddenly Deep then turned to Hong Deep and asked, "The next level is an illusion, are you sure?" Her eyes were a little stunned and she affirmed, "Boss, don't worry, in the illusion, I can still lead you out with my eyes closed without any harm." After listening, he immediately turned to Hong Deep to tell him about his plan. "Okay, we will enter the illusion immediately. But don't rush out, but find a place in the illusion that is the hardest to solve, and then go into seclusion." She held 10,000 years of youth in her hand, her face suddenly carrying a bit of sadness. "Huh? Old Anna, are you about to break through? Then boss, I will let you use this 10,000 years. My constitution is special, this dish does not work for me." Deep then picked it up, put it in front of her and said, "I don't want to profit from you. The reward for overcoming the illusion in the 3rd stage, I will leave to you." Hearing that, Hong Deep was extremely happy and exclaimed, "Thank you, boss." Next, both of them left the illusion together. As soon as they left, footsteps came running from far away. 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female, approached. The girl with purple hair is the mid-stage Thursday Tweak in Tien Can. The man next to him is Lam Mok, who is at the Tien Can middle stage. As soon as she witnessed the scene before her eyes, Thursday Twee immediately leaned on Lam Mok's body, looking weak, exclaiming, "Oh my God, so cruel, my husband and slaves are scared." He grabbed her hand and spoke in a comforting voice, "Don't be afraid. When we steal the king of the divine beast, the others will be the ones to be afraid." Not long after, she smiled wickedly and said, "The king of divine beasts had just displayed his magical powers. I'm afraid I have to rest for a while." Lam Mok next to him immediately followed suit, so it was the right time for us to take action. As expected, the divine beast king is still just a juvenile. The demon beasts he summons to serve are all low-level demon beasts. The better the offspring, the easier it will be to break the blood contract with the original owner. Lam Mok smiled proudly, he took it out, the magic weapon froze, then sucked the spiritual energy around. When everything was done, Lam Mok immediately turned around and said to Thursday Twee, "My lady, there are many people who want to compete with us for prey." She arrogantly smiled and declared, "That's no good, let the old lady see, whoever competes will die." Hearing that, Lam Mok immediately burst out laughing and hugged her shoulders. "Ha ha, what the lady said was so right, no one should think about it." In the illusory desert realm, the 3rd door to heaven, 6 months later, Deep then is currently focused on cultivating, while Hong Deep is happily playing with the king of beasts. Soon, he leveled up, watching heaven and earth. The surrounding source of spiritual energy radiated extremely strongly. He exclaimed, breaking through. Measuring spiritual energy is not small, affecting the surrounding water surface. Hong Deep and the Beast King were playing and were suddenly thrown into the air. She shouted loudly in panic, "Wow, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Deep then put his hand out in front of him. At this time, his cultivation was already in the heavenly realm middle early stage. Hong Deep sat on the water, waved, smiled and called him boss. And the Beast King rushed towards him. Deep then smiled, caressing the Beast King in his mind, thinking, "Indeed, if my cultivation level increases, I can feel that the power of the little white will also increase enormously." She quickly stood up and eagerly ran towards him. Big Brother had finally broken through. "So good." He smiled at her and said politely, "The days of guarding here have been hard." Hong Deep replied, "Whoa, I didn't do anything, and if it's true, it's really the boss who's protecting this place at this time." Suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh." Hong Deep pointed down and explained, "Boss, it's like this. In addition to the Chi Nan illusory realm that we are in here in this desert illusory realm, there are also countless other small and medium-range illusory realms in 2024. Anyone who intrudes into the desert will be randomly trapped in one of those illusions. The illusory desert realm has its easy and difficult parts. Some people are lucky or have high cultivation level, they can solve all kinds of illusory realms and leave safely. But there are also people who are kept alive by illusions. Moreover, the elder brother has been in seclusion for the past 6 months, and the energy in his body has sometimes dissipated, somehow increasing the difficulty of this entire illusory desert. For example, in some places, the number of monsters is extremely large, and in some places, quicksand traps are amplified, so in just 6 short months, more than half of the monks who entered the illusory desert have died in this place. Boss, what kind of practice is this brother cultivating? How can it be so powerful? After that, she looked at him with admiring eyes and asked. Deep then did not answer. He looked into the distance and contemplated. No wonder when he broke through, it was clear that every time he felt that his strength was enough, there was still a little bit less. It turned out that it was constantly escaping. That's why it took such a long time of 6 months. Unless it was his primitive soul and the power of the heavenly realm that resonated. Outside, a large tornado is gradually approaching. The Beast King seemed to sense something and immediately turned his eyes towards the outside with an extremely angry expression. He himself seemed to feel it too, thinking to himself, the feeling of oppression was too great. Their realms were all higher than his. They were middle-level monks. Those were Lam Mak and Thursday Tui. The two of them appeared in front of him at the same time. As soon as he saw them, Hong Deep quickly hid behind Deep then and spoke up. Boss, these two are Lam Mak and Thursday Tui, one of the most famous great heroes in Kentian Gyoi. The Dharma, the treasures they snatched were countless. I heard that the Tam the 024 family never let go of the boss. Compared to their strength, the countless magical treasures on their bodies were even more dangerous. We good men don't take advantage of the immediate benefits, so while the formation can still hold, we should quickly run away. From above, the Dharma treasure, the meteorite, rushed down. Countless times, the meteorite crashed down and broke their barrier. Deep then rushed up. He quickly hid himself and formed a barrier and declared that if he couldn't run away, then let's fight them. Before Deep then's decision, Hong Deep exclaimed, Fight? Has Lao brother decided? The opponent's cultivation level is higher than yours, so the magic weapon doesn't cost much money. Hearing her say that, he frowned, turned his head and asked in a loud voice, You called me boss, did you listen to me? She pointed at herself and looked at him with extremely determined eyes. Boss has saved me so many times, even if you give up your life, at best you will risk it with them. He looked at Hong Deep and affirmed, There is no need for you to risk letting me hold them back for a while. You can arrange all the illusory formations that can be taken out now, can you do it? Seeing that, she immediately agreed and exclaimed, Boss, I will definitely not disappoint you. After that, Deep then threw out the magic weapon of the universe, and raised his hand in front of his face to deploy the technique. Vajra Palm God. A large flame radiated from the fan and rushed up, then blocked the falling stone in front of him. Before the attack, Lam Mak and Thursday Tui still had no influence. Then Deep then immediately looked at their Dharma weapon clear mind dispersion and Dharma weapon concentration magic staff and thought to himself, no wonder they cannot be affected by the illusory desert. These two magic weapons are extremely important. Thursday Tui smiled slightly and put her hand to her mouth to make her voice resonate, then raised her voice and asked, Qianquan Fan, did this Taoist friend take it from Qinan's hands? Lam Mak, standing next to him, immediately continued to speak. He had heard of countless changes, but now he saw it. It was truly an unfailing reputation. Without waiting for him to answer, Thursday Tui immediately brought out the cannon and released the spirit lotus. Similarly, Lam Mak, standing next to him, also immediately deployed the heavenly poisonous hairpin. Deep then did not delay at all. He raised his hand to deploy his magic to block their attacks. At the same time, he thought to himself, it's unlikely that he's a famous literary hero. As soon as he met him, he started stealing things. Next, Deep then raised his hand to deploy the magic weapon technique of Qianquan Fan Fu Kim Du Vu. Dharma protection, great divine consecration. Moving forward to gently sneak into his moves, Lam Mak took out a bag and started sucking everything up. Taking this opportunity, Thursday Tui used the magic weapon of Wind God to wrap around Deep then's magic weapon of Qianquan Blade. And he was now surrounded by 4 walls forming a box of magic weapons damn fairy walls. After having all his magic weapons taken away, he could no longer fight. He looked at the two of them and asked in a loud voice, against an opponent whose cultivation level was not as good as yours, he used so many magic weapons just to should I feel honored to take over the Qianquan Blade? Seeing his expression, Thursday Tui was surprised and turned around to ask her husband, is this kid really too bold or really an idiot? When did he still laugh? Okay? Lam Mak replied suspiciously, the lady is too naive. This brat might be planning something. Next, they simultaneously looked towards him. Thursday Tui gave 2 conditions. Boy, now I give you 2 ways. First, cancel the blood contract to marry the little divine beast. Leave it and we will let you go. Lam Mak continued, or killing you. We also have a way to release the blood contract and accept that little divine beast. Faced with their conditions, he frowned and looked at the Beast King next to him and silently exclaimed, "But he came for the little white man." Seeing his bare expression, Thursday Twee frowned and said, "Young man, with our cultivation base and magic weapon in our hands, really wants to rob us. That little divine beast will be injured, and you will definitely die. If you're smart, you'll know what to do. As for Lam Mak, we don't have much patience." At this time, Hong Deep appeared and spoke, "Boss, I'm done." Upon hearing Hong Deep's announcement, Deep then suddenly smiled and then deployed his own power to look at them smiling. "I have chosen, you two are invited to join." When Deep then finished speaking, he immediately disappeared before their eyes. Seeing this, Lam Mak immediately took out the magic weapon and fixed the magic staff. Twee uses the magic weapon that she is holding in her hand. He and her with extremely worried expressions exclaimed in turn, "I'm sorry, this brat has set up a formation. Quickly use magic protection." Thursday Twee glanced at her husband, smiled and asked, "Humph, this rotten boy wants to use the illusory array to tie up our husband and wife. It's simply extremely stupid what you said, right, husband?" "Troops?" But she immediately exclaimed in shock, "Husband? Because I couldn't see any sign of my husband anymore." Thursday Twee began to deploy the Dharma report, looking extremely uneasy and thinking to herself, determined that her husband's divine staff used to destroy the mystical realm was not under her clear mind. It could not fall into the trap. This finally, suddenly, a source of power rushed in front of her. Thursday Twee quickly reacted. She brought her magic weapon and iron shield forward to block the attack. Deep Then's enormous attack reacted with the magical iron shield, creating an extremely fierce scene. Deep Then smiled proudly. After putting down the magic weapon, Thursday Twee immediately looked towards Deep Then and shouted loudly, "Laughing bandit! Quickly release my husband, otherwise you will die without a place to live." Hearing that, he immediately pointed his sword straight at her, and raised his voice to challenge. "Of course we can meet each other when we kill her." Seeing that, Thursday Twee immediately deployed her power and exclaimed, "Okay. If you don't drink the wine you're invited to drink, you'll be fine by drinking the wine. If you want to die, I'll do it for you." Next, a series of buoys rushed towards him, the Pharaoh's golden hammock. Dharma protection fate hindrance. Magic weapon, poisonous dragon hammer. Deep Then raised his hand to attack, his expression extremely disdainful, but that was all. His sword easily broke Thursday Twee's magic weapon. Next, from the source of his power, a fire eagle and an ice dragon gradually appeared. He rushed forward, using his sword to attack her. His sword easily broke Thursday Twee's magic weapon, then stabbed directly into her chest. She grabbed his sword with her hand. Her expression darkened and she exclaimed, "Brat, magical weapons cannot kill you, but don't forget that my wife's realm is higher than yours." After that, he immediately deployed his power, using the law to conquer the enemy's power. Suddenly her expression instantly turned panicked. That was Lam Mak. His face darkened. He gently touched Thursday Twee's shoulder with his hand. "It was me, ma'am. We were in an illusion. Cough cough." She immediately became panicked, reached out to support Lam Mak and exclaimed, "What? Husband, 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 please persevere a little. I will restore your cultivation level." Seeing Lam Mak fall on her, Thursday Twee had a worried expression but still tried to calm her down. But before they could do it, Deep Then walked towards them, pointed his sword straight down and asked, "Do you think I will give you a chance to recover?" Seeing that, Thursday Twee immediately got angry, looked at Deep Then and shouted, "You are two bullying people." As for Lam Mak, he tried his best to stop her. "Calm down, lady." Suddenly Lam Mak sat up, then knelt down in front of Deep Then. Seeing her husband's actions, Thursday Twee shouted in panic, "What is your husband planning to do?" But he did not pay attention to his wife's words behind him, but knelt down and humbly begged, asking my comrades to forgive my wife. I willingly gave her all the Dharma treasures and my life. Seeing her husband's actions like that, Thursday Twee rushed up to protect him with her hands, then looked at him angrily and affirmed, "You took this life from me, let my husband go. Otherwise, even if the two of us are fish caught in a dry net, we will forever be together with you." Looking at the two of them, Deep Then suddenly remembered the actions and words that Mac Van had told him before, that we husband and wife are one, living together and dying together. After remembering Deep Then, he felt a little moved. He folded his arms and watched the two of them make a choice. "I now give you two choices. First, you go down to the yellow stream together. Second, you don't need to die, but you need to make a death vow. From now on, only listen to my orders." Lam Mak hesitantly exclaimed this. But Thursday Twee did not want to agree and spoke up. "We are thieves who are respected by everyone. Why would we listen to the orders of a nameless pawn like you?" Suddenly Hong Deep rushed out and shouted, "Hey, this old woman. I don't know how powerful my boss is, that's your shortcoming, is it okay? My boss agreed to accept you as disciples. It is a blessing for 8 generations and 7 lifetimes of your family. The Beast King also emerged from his sleeve at this time, at Hong Deep's words, making Thursday Twee extremely angry and about to stand up and take action. This rotten girl. Seeing that, Lam Mok immediately grabbed his wife's hand and stopped her. Ma'am, this person has a divine beast in his hand, which has already exceeded our expectations. Let's not fight with them anymore. Listening to her husband's words, she turned around and asked, but do we have to be their little brothers now? Lam Mok opened his mouth to stop, saying that the heavenly world is inherently a place to respect the strong, and not lose face. Moreover, I also want to spend countless times with my wife in the future. After that, both of them immediately knelt down and agreed to his conditions. Lam Mok and Thursday Twee took turns swearing, okay, we agree to follow you and listen to your orders. Make an oath here, whoever violates it will destroy the original spirit. Deep then looked at them and said, well, you two go treat your wounds. At this time, Lam Mok took the magic weapon and offered it to Deep then and asked, that boss, does this tribute still need to be offered? He immediately turned around and left and replied, you guys keep it, I'm not used to using this magical weapon. Look at your practice, it's even more suitable for these magical weapons. Lam Mok immediately thank you boss. Seeing the two of them treating each other's injuries, Hong Deep came forward and smiled teasingly, saying first, I will follow the boss first, from now on you will be little brothers. After listening, Thursday Twee did not agree at all and immediately shouted, little girl, she is not a teacher, there is no reason who comes first and who comes later. If you want to compare based on cultivation level. At the third door, the heavenly realm, the prize. All 4 of them stood together in the formation. 2 rolls of paper flew towards Hong Deep. Deep then spoke up, as he had said at first, take it. She took it and exclaimed, thank you boss. Thursday Twee looked at her and smiled and said, our husband and wife don't understand the formation, so these 2 parts are also given to you, girl. Hearing that, Hong Deep immediately waved his hand to deny, no, the boss and I are doing a fair deal, if I don't have the credit I won't enjoy it, there's nothing to exchange with you two. Seeing that, Lam Mok immediately spoke up to advise, we are now following the boss, even if we are in the same boat, since you understand the formation so well, my husband and wife are also considered human beauty. Thursday Twee also stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder and continued, girl, why are you so formal? If you give someone something, you'll take it, no need to return the favor. Hong Deep hugged the pile of things and looked at Deep then with an extremely hesitant expression, boss, this. After listening, he immediately gave me the idea of suggesting that if he could get the reward at the back door later, wouldn't it be fair to compensate them? The girl smiled slightly as she looked at the grateful couple. But the boss still thought carefully. So thank you Lam brother and sister first. Thursday Twee looked at her and spoke up to advise her, girl, with your cultivation level, I advise you, it's best to stop here. Lam Mok continued, the 4th door is actually forcing those who passed through the previous 3 doors to kill each other. Only the last winner will be passed. Thursday Twee added, moreover, each road only allows 1 person to enter, but in the road you choose, how many people you encounter depends on God's will. Deep then also stepped forward at the same time, gently patting Hong Deep's head with his hand. No matter how many opportunities lie ahead, once you lose your life, it has no meaning anymore, please stay here. The girl slightly bowed her head to obey, okay, I listened to the boss. Then she took out her 3 most favorite formations to give to them. These 3 formations are the guardian formations that I am most proud of. They can more or less help everyone. I will be here waiting for boss and everyone to return victorious. Before leaving, Deep then did not forget to turn around and warn her that he would not let her wait too long. Thursday Twee also added, the boss is right, we will return soon. Deep then stepped in. Now, the secret realm of heaven and earth is the 4th door of the Azura path. He frowned, looked around and thought to himself, there are only 7 people in this place, so I consider myself quite lucky. That district battle of the girl Hong Deep is also quite useful. They won't detect us for the time being, so just sit back and watch them kill each other, and the fishermen will benefit. Umbrella? What's going on? The molten lava here seems to resonate with the true energy in my body. Not long after he entered, the group of people immediately came to look at him and spoke up. There was also a mouse sneaking away. Still want the fishermen to benefit? Huh. Let's join forces to kill him first. We will win or lose later. Deep then was not scared at all. He smiled and asked, had he been discovered so quickly? Moreover, I actually want to join forces with someone who has only seen half of the play, and I am indeed a talented person. Then he continued to ask King then Beast, Little White, are you afraid of the next fierce battle? Tubok just woke up and immediately crawled out of his sleeve, yawning loudly. Seeing the little white guy jump down from him, he immediately made a request. Okay, then hit the guy with the biggest head straight in the back and leave it to you. Following his command, the Beast King immediately reached out and rushed forward. The little white boy turned big and roared towards the crowd. When the bald man witnessed it, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? But he is the king of monsters? He used a magic weapon shaped like an axe's blade to cut each other diagonally and shouted loudly. The killer, come over here and help me! Suddenly, an extremely powerful attack hit the group. Deep then glanced at me and smiled and said, Who told you to surround and attack my little white family? Deep then split, standing on two different sides. The white-haired old man and the black-haired girl frowned at him. The two of them stood ready to fight and exclaimed, Brat, do you want to die? The black-haired girl raised her hand and began to deploy the formation, the 5 elements illusory formation. Immediately after that, 2 boxes appeared that surrounded and trapped Deep then and his clone. Deep then raised his hand to feel the surroundings, secretly calculating in his mind. This formation was extremely strange. But without using force from the outside, he could no longer distinguish the exact direction. It seemed that the power was normal. Okay. On the other side, the white-haired old man also deployed his formation at the same time, and was hit by Tathagata's palm. Rebirth move. 2 giant hands rushed forward to attack him. Those big hands reached up and pressed Deep then down. Seeing that he was in danger, the Beast King turned his head and glanced in panic. After that, the little white rose and roared loudly. Tubok used his big legs to hit the bald man. He panicked and asked for help, to save his life. After destroying the bald man, the Beast King continued to rush towards the group of people controlling Deep then. The white-haired old man deployed his giant hand magic to attack the Beast King. The collision of the two sides created a huge explosion, injuring the Beast King's front foot. The little white man roared in pain. The white-haired old man, who was holding his chest, glanced over and gave an order. Hurry, this king of demonic beasts has lost consciousness. Right at this moment. Right after that, the black-haired girl immediately deployed the formation from the heavenly beast's great array. The magic array surrounded and suppressed the Beast King. The black-haired girl immediately opened her mouth and calmed down. At this moment, from within the fire of the lava, Deep then's extremely angry voice exclaimed, injuring Tubok I, the deity must destroy you. As soon as he heard his voice, the white-haired old man's eyes couldn't help but be stunned. Why is that? This kid was clearly destroyed by my divine palm. The black-haired girl next to him continued. What's more terrifying is that his cultivation level is clearly not as good as ours, and he can control the lava in this place. The group of people controlled the formation to counter his attack and asked in a loud voice, with such ability, who exactly is this person? The lava continued to flare up, and his magical power rushed forward to surround the two of them. Soon, their magic formation was completely destroyed. A rain of lava rushed down. Deep then's face was cold. Looking at the group of people who spoke, there was no need to tell the 2 dead people his identity. Next, he raised his hand to control the source of his power. A pair of ice dragons appeared, winding and rushing towards both of them. The black-haired girl was attacked and screamed in pain. At this moment, the white-haired old man couldn't help but look at him in shock and exclaimed, Heaven's power! I know who you are. The center of the family will not let you go. After finishing speaking, both of them were simultaneously destroyed by his ice dragon. Before the last words of the white-haired old man, he frowned and declared that he was the center of the family, so it seemed like it was over. The Beast King was freed, immediately rushed towards him and roared loudly. Deep then reached out and passed the fire to the Beast King. Soon the little white gradually calmed down. A source of light surrounded the Beast King. Little white gradually shrinks and becomes small. Deep then reached out to hug the little white and gently reassured him, It's okay, it's okay. From now on, kid, don't always get mad, calmly deal with the enemy. And remember your master, I am very strong, nothing will happen to you. Hearing that, the Beast King with an extremely happy expression exclaimed softly. Deep then smiled and said, Okay, you ran out and consumed too much vitality, go rest, I won't tell you not to go out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King immediately crawled into his sleeve. The magic weapon gradually emerged from under the lava, reaching the 4th world of heaven and earth. He quickly grabbed the cloak, then immediately put it on yourself. He looked at the magic weapon, smiled with satisfaction and thought, not only can he heal all the damage, but he can even convert all the damage he receives into cultivation. This reward is not bad. Next, Deep then immediately left. At the center of the three great families, upstairs, a purple-haired girl was holding a card and reading Destiny. She is the head of the central family Tutu, perfect post-elementary paradise. The bald man and the man with blue hair looked at Tutu and asked, "Did the man of Destiny appear?" "Where?" "They are, respectively, the head of the central family, Man Luong, Sang's celestial scene, after the perfect first scene. The head of the central family, Chi Chao, after the heavenly realm middle stage, hidden strength." After reading it, Tutu was extremely angry. She crumpled the paper and exclaimed angrily, "He appeared in the heavenly realm, and had already rushed to the fourth door, and even killed the elder in my family. And has reached the perfection of the middle level." Man Luong spoke up and left to visit the heavens. No wonder he couldn't find his whereabouts. Chi Chao pointed his finger to the side and continued, "It must be said that he was a man of destiny. He ascended to the heavenly world for only 30 years. Tutu looked at the two of them with a dark face and spoke. Before the old man passed on information, not only was this kid's cultivation unpredictable, he also carried the king of the divine beast with him. Tutu looked at them and added that the heavenly realm would reopen in a few months, bringing all the cultivators inside and out alive. This time we have to personally finish him off." Man Luong suddenly knelt down, frowned and raised his voice. "Although our cultivation level is one level higher than the people of Destiny, today we cannot underestimate our enemies. It's better to join forces quickly and the result will be him." On the contrary, with the two of them, Chi Chao played Go very calmly. There was no need to rush. What if the person of Destiny died at the final level of the question of heaven? Faced with his attitude, Tutu angrily shouted, "No way. How can he rush to the final gate? The final gate is still heaven. The three of us back then couldn't even bear the pressure of the entrance. The cultivation level of people with Destiny now is not as good as what we were then. He simply couldn't get in." After hearing her words, Chi Chao immediately changed his attitude. He pushed down all the chess pieces on the table. His sharp expression affirmed that it was true that people of Destiny were not idiots. "So let's prepare. The day Van Tiankin reopens will be his new life. Now, the third gate of heaven and earth, the illusory desert." As soon as he heard the two of them talk, Hong Deep immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "What do you say? Boss, he broke through the final hurdle. Why don't you stop the boss? The final barrier is 9 deaths and 1 life. Legend has it that only those 3 old monsters can rush through." Lam Mok looked at her and raised her voice to speak. "We advised the boss, but..." Thursday Twee tried to cover her ears and exclaimed, "Girl, you followed the boss earlier than us. You feel seeing the boss's temperament and bravery. Who can stop him?" Seeing that she couldn't argue anymore, Hong Deep agreed to follow their words. "Well, you're right." Suddenly Thursday Twee took out a yellow jar and gave it to her. "Okay. First, this is what the boss asked us and his wife to bring to you before going to the final level." Hong Deep received it from Thursday Twee's hand and couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "What is that? Whoa! There are so many rare formation props. Boss, that's great too." Lam Mok looked at her and smiled and said, "When the boss passed the 4th gate, he encountered many strong enemies but eventually won." Thursday Twee stood next to him and continued, "The boss gave us and my husband the magic weapons of those people, and the magic formations were all handed over to you." After that, Lam Mok looked at her and affirmed that based on this path, "I have confidence that the boss can break through the final hurdle." As for Thursday Twee, she crossed her arms and suggested, "What we need to do is not to disappoint the boss's gift to us, make good use of it, and wait for the boss to return so we can help." Hearing that, Hong Deep also happily agreed with what both of them said. I will definitely practice the strongest formation, waiting for the boss to return, at the final level of life and death in the mysterious realm of heaven and earth." Deep then gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then silently exclaimed, "Ah, I am really strong." Then he began to develop, his immortal body healing his wounds. While restoring himself in his mind, he thought to himself, "I have fought for 3 months. Every day my injuries have transformed into cultivation, allowing me to continuously break through the late middle stage realm. But, look, the enemies sight yourself." He looked at his reflection and silently exclaimed, "No wonder the final level was so difficult. He was the hardest enemy to defeat. When you get stronger, your enemy in the mirror also gets stronger." It was truly a dry fight. Suddenly at this moment, the Beast King emerged from Deep Than's arm. But right after that he reached out and pushed the Beast King's head in and said, "What help? If I rely on your support to pass the test, then this step is meaningless." After that, Deep then raised his hand high and began to develop a formation of 8 trigrams, an 8 trigram to block the enemy's sword formation. On the opposite side, his counterpart also created a similar 8 trigram pattern, both simultaneously attacking each other, the 8 trigrams blocking the enemy's sword formation overcoming the original. From 2 sources of power, it created quite a stir. Immediately afterward, Deep then quickly reached out and rushed forward. He clenched his teeth and silently exclaimed, "This sword will decide victory or defeat." Next, he and his copy simultaneously rushed towards the opponent to attack. The swordsman united the terrifying sword overcoming the copy. When close to his own copy, Deep then silently exclaimed, "Waiting is your sword." He smiled very proudly, "We won." Taking the opportunity, he raised his hand to attack strongly towards his copy. Terrifying the sword intent the universe was the best. After complete victory, he calmly landed. His body continued to break through. The more heavenly medium breakthrough. Deep then smiled, standing proudly and secretly proud. The final clearance reward was truly simple and brutal. It was the energy of the heavenly realm. With my current strength, the 3 families must pay a huge price. On the other side, Chi Chao sat in front of an extremely large furnace. He raised his hand to pray and worship, welcoming his predecessor. A thick black shadow appeared and asked, "Why did you summon me?" Chi Chao knelt down and bowed respectfully and replied, "In a few days, the junior would like to lead Man Luong and Tu with the 3rd family to the heavenly realm to surround and kill Deep then. Do you have any new instructions?" Hearing that, the dark shadow was extremely puzzled and asked, "Oh, the original plan has changed, so why did the family team up?" Chi Chao carefully reported to his seniors. Deep then's cultivation base increased rapidly. Man Luong was afraid of a long night, so he decided to cooperate. Hearing him say that, the black shadow spoke up, "That kid, well, you act according to the situation, don't let Deep then die. If there is any progress, please report at any time." After the black shadow disappeared, he respectfully followed orders and his juniors followed orders. On the side of Lam Mak and Thursday Twee's group, Thursday Twee tiredly propped up her hands and helplessly reminded her, "Oh dear, little Hong Deep, stop walking around. Walking around makes me dizzy." As for Hong Deep, he kept walking back and forth, constantly complaining, "This secret place is about to reopen, why hasn't the boss appeared yet? Can't wait to die." At this moment, suddenly Lam Mak pointed his finger in the distance, and shouted in surprise, "Everyone look, it's the boss. The boss is back." From the direction Lam Mak pointed, Deep then gradually appeared. He looked towards them and smiled and said, "I've been waiting for a long time." As soon as he landed, Thursday Twee raised her hand to her chin and gently caressed her extremely depressed expression. "Boss, your cultivation level has been upgraded to a whole level." Lam Mak crossed his arms and smiled very happily. "Continuing in just a few short months, never before. I'm sure it won't be in the future either." Hong Deep rushed forward and hugged Deep Then's arm tightly, praising him, "Boss, you have really passed the last hurdle, so good." Suddenly a great wind appeared from the sky. As soon as he saw that, Lam Mak immediately exclaimed, "Boss, the exit has appeared. Let's quickly leave this place." But Deep then stopped them, frowned and warned, "Wait, before I go out, I have something to say to everyone. If it weren't unexpected, if I didn't go out right now, I would be surrounded by the middle class. Furthermore, the people who came here were probably their top cultivators, But before he could finish speaking, Hong Deep looked at him with an extremely determined expression and declared, "Boss, don't you want to tell us to just ignore you and run away on our own? I think this Sister Deep Hong is not very virtuous." Faced with his sadness, Lam Mak spoke up and affirmed that robbers also have the morality of robbers. "Our husband and wife have considered you as the leader, and will definitely live and die together with you." Thursday Twee stood next to protest. Feeling very serious, he continued, "Boss, as long as you don't blame us for getting in your way, then we will definitely fight together with you in this war." Hearing everyone say that, he smiled very happily looking at them and then asked in a loud voice, "During the months we crossed the border, weren't you lazy? When the time comes to fight, you must ensure your life." In response to his question, Hong Deep proudly spoke up, "Boss, you can rest assured, I'm very calm now." Lam Mak also proudly raised his hand and affirmed that in terms of magical weapons, no one in this world is our husband and wife's opponent. Thursday Twee continued next to him, "Boss, look carefully, we will be your strongest reinforcements." Seeing that they were ready, Deep then immediately turned around and started directing, "Good, but if you want to fight, you can't be reckless, everyone act according to my orders." A moment later, all 4 of them headed outside together. As soon as he saw his appearance, an old man immediately shouted loudly and set up a battle. Right after that, around him were countless powerful armies surrounding him, the great battle array covering the earth and sky. Without a trace, Deep then immediately raised his hand to attack. As soon as his power source hit the formation, he was immediately absorbed. Deep then raised his hand in front of him and began to examine it. At the same time, he thought to himself, this formation can not only absorb damage, but can also invisibly absorb the cultivation of those trapped in the formation. Being stuck for a long time will be disadvantageous. The next day, the crowd used countless military techniques, and countless people deployed their power to simultaneously attack him. Deep then raised his hand to attack, breaking the barrier surrounding him. After that, he smiled proudly at them and gave the order, everyone can act. At this moment, the source of red power like fire rushed towards the group of people who had just attacked Deep then. Seeing this, the group of people were extremely frightened and exclaimed, what kind of barrier is this? And yet it's still possible. Everyone, quickly separate. But before they could leave, the group was hit, and they screamed in pain. On Lam Mok's side, he stretched out his hand and began to exert his power, and then shouted loudly, you dare to attack our leader! At the same time, Thursday Tui also rushed forward to attack and continued, telling you what is a real attack magic weapon. On Hong Deep's side, she began to develop the formation. Na Di completes the martial formation, breaking. The surrounding formation was covered with a red flame. The fire that broke out carried extremely fierce power. Fu Tian's earth formation was broken. After deploying the formation, Hong Deep immediately collapsed. Deep then quickly caught her. Hong Deep looked up at him and smiled and asked, hee hee boss, am I very good? Deep then smiled and praised, yes, very good. After destroying them, Lam Mok and Thursday Tui turned towards Deep then. Lam Mok reported, boss, everything is done. Then, looking at him happily teasing, we did not disappoint your expectations. Thursday Tui started teasing, we cannot let Hong Deep alone take the credit. Deep then spoke up, it's been hard. From high in the sky at this moment, 3 extremely dazzling lights appeared. Deep then creates a barrier to protect against attacks. Even so, they were still greatly affected. Lam Mok and Thursday Tui sat down, holding their heads. Deep then's face darkened and he glanced forward. Above, is the appearance of Chi Chao, Man Luong and Tutu. She looked at them arrogantly and said, oh my, I thought I was powerful enough to break my family's great formation. Turned out to be my dear little sister. Before Tutu's words, Hong Deep looked up with an extremely angry expression and shouted, Humph, stop pretending, we broke off our relationship a long time ago. Tutu heard that and lightly licked his hand, his expression extremely proud. That's right, then a sister like me can kill you without mercy. Hearing that, Deep then below immediately darkened his face and asked, who do you want to kill? Immediately afterward, Deep then immediately made a move to prevent Tutu from reacting in time and was pushed away. She exclaimed incredulously, what? How is that possible? Man Luong leaned over and exclaimed, your realm surpasses all 3 of us. Chi Chao couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted in surprise, is this a man of destiny? It's too terrifying. The couple quickly supported Hong Deep. Lam Mok spoke softly in warning, the boss needs to be careful. Deep then took out his sword and gradually moved towards all 3 of them. His face turned black, he smiled extremely strangely at them and asked, what? Has it come to this that you are afraid? The 3 of them glanced at each other to give a signal. Then at the same time they took out their weapons and exclaimed, do you think you can win if you have a higher realm than us? The 3 of us joining forces, it's not just 3 times the strength. Man of destiny, die! All 3 of them rushed towards him at the same time. An extremely bright light appeared. In the family's secret technique bids the star turn the moon. Deep then stood below, high above were all 3 of them surrounded. He looked around and silently exclaimed, the magic is so powerful, he didn't expect it could raise the realms of all 3 people at the same time. Surrounded from above by peachy, pink stars, the fire slowly burned away the barrier. Seeing that the situation was not very positive, Lam Mok, Thursday Tui and Hong Deep shouted in unison with extremely worried expressions, boss, get away! Suddenly, a light appeared from his chest. That was the king of beasts. The little white man stood in front of him to shield him from harm, and then roared loudly. The beast king used his roar to block the oncoming force. Man Luong deployed his power while at the same time turning his head back and speaking, I control the Star Guild to hold the Divine Beast King. The 2 of you will take the opportunity to kill the Man of Destiny. Chi Chao and Tutu replied in unison, okay, then rushed towards him. Deep then did not panic at all. He raised his hand and began to deploy the technique, the clone technique. Seeing him use the clone technique, Tutu rushed to attack and smiled very proudly. Now you and I have the same realm, the clone only has half the power, you will surely die. Deep then saw that and immediately asked, it cannot be said so exaggeratedly, how long can it last if you rely on secret techniques to force your neck to raise your realm? Next he attacked the giant with one hand and attacked the other 2 with the other hand. Tutu turned around and shouted angrily, you cunning brat. His power source rushed forward, colliding with Man Luang's power, creating an extremely large explosion. Tutu's knife was also gradually deformed by the fire, and his sword seemed to be empowered. Tutu looked at the knife at his waist with an extremely panicked expression. Her magic weapon then immediately shattered. Tutu looked towards him, with an extremely angry expression, and spoke, "Dare to destroy my magic weapon. I don't want you to die properly." Then immediately deployed his power, and shouted loudly. Hong Deep, observing below, raised his voice to warn Boss, "Be careful of her clothes." Right after that, she immediately deployed the ancient secret treasure. The golden silkworm cocoon appeared from her clothes. Countless threads of fabric appeared, wrapping around Deep Then's body. His sword was also dragged along. The fabric fibers on Tutu's clothes quickly wrapped around Deep Then's magic weapon. She spoke proudly. Her prey was tied to death by a golden silkworm cocoon, and her soul was destroyed. "Even if you're just a clone, half of your power won't come back, haha. Go die." The hand from the source of power moved forward to grasp Deep Then. Below, Hong Deep shouted worriedly, "Boss." Deep Then hugged his chest and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Hong Deep, Thursday Tui, and Lam Mok immediately rushed towards him and shouted in unison, "Boss." Hong Deep quickly grabbed Deep Then and asked worriedly, "Boss, how are you?" Next, the husband and wife stood in front of the security guard. Thursday Tui attacked and spoke, "We will help you block." Lam Mok continued, "Boss, please go quickly." On Meng Luong's side, the Beast King rushed forward. Tu Bok uses his front foot to attack the ball. Seeing that he was about to no longer be able to stand, Man Luong immediately urged him, "I am about to not be able to stand anymore. Fight quickly and win quickly." Chi Chao quickly deployed his power and replied, "Okay." Lam Mok looked at the crowd and declared, "We risk our lives with you." Chi Chao unleashed his power and ancient secret treasure. The mysterious fire destroys the spear. A source of power was rushing towards them. Seeing that, Hong Deep immediately deployed the formation and shouted loudly, "Boss, go quickly." Behind him, Tu suddenly appeared. She smiled very proudly, "Hee, the fate of heaven ends here." Deep Then was not afraid at all. He smiled calmly and spoke, "It was okay." Next, Deep Then immediately deployed his power and secret technique. Time and space are static. Secret method. An extremely powerful light surrounded Thursday Tui, Hong Deep and Lam Mok. Their energy source is gradually restored. Deep Then continued to speak. His body was immortal. Transforming the wound, he then raised his level. Realm of heavenly post-perfection. Deep Then deployed his power to attack in all 4 directions, transforming into 3 bodies. Secret method, the mysterious fire part. Physical magic, giant spirit, divine power, spiritual energy. The galaxy is reversed. Soon, to Tutu's surprise, his clone rushed forward and held her neck tightly. Next is Tai Chao, and finally Man Luong. Deep Then stood in the distance and observed, hugging the Beast King, looking at them, smiling and asking, "Everyone, if you win, you will be the king. If you will lose, you will be the enemy. Do you have any advice?" Man Luong was still not afraid at all. He held his hand tightly and spoke. His skills were not as good as others, and he would not complain if he died. "But you can only live for a few more days, so leave. The 3 above will not forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Then's clone immediately deployed the power to strangle Man Luong's neck. Soon he was immediately blown up. After finishing defeating Man Luong, he looked at the remaining 2 people and asked, "This person is quite hot-tempered. What about you two?" On Tutu's side, she suddenly took out 2 magic talismans, glanced at Hong Deep and asked, "Little sister, do you still recognize this thing?" As soon as she saw the presence of the magic weapon, Hong Deep pointed at it and shouted loudly, This is Aunt Lam's magic weapon. How did it fall into your hands?" Tutu smiled arrogantly, and then raised his hand to throw up the magic weapon and replied, "Sister, you are so cruel, that your Aunt Lan was trying to buy time for you to escape, but she was willing to stay behind." Hearing that, Hong Deep was extremely angry and rushed over to ask, "What did you do to Aunt Lam?" Seeing that, Deep then immediately stopped and spoke up to advise, "Don't go there, be careful." After that, he continued to look at her and said, "Death has already begun, and it's still happening." Suddenly, Tutu extended his hand and held out the magical weapon in front of Hong Deep. The owner of this magical weapon was still alive. She quickly took it and shouted, "What did you do?" Faced with her anger, Tutu used his hand to grab Deep Then's hand and then spoke up and proposed, "Let me go, 1 life for 1 life, you won't lose in this transaction." After hearing this, Hong Deep immediately turned to Deep Then and begged, "Aunt Lam is my most important relative in this world, please boss, please save her." Seeing this, Lam Mok stood behind her. "I advise you, boss, if you let her go, the consequences will be terrible. Thursday Twee also continued, girl, this woman is very cunning, her words cannot be trusted. Deep then turned towards Te Chao, pointed at him and asked, friend, it's your turn to go. Chi Chao was still not afraid at all, looked at Deep then and smiled and said, oh my, originally I wanted to watch a good show for a while. Then he flew towards Tutu's direction. Next, he happily flew past her, slashed her once, and said goodbye, dear Tu, farewell. Hearing that, she got extremely angry and shouted, what? Chi Chu you. After killing Tutu, Te Chao immediately stood in front of Deep then and spoke respectfully, saying that he was a bit incompetent. Witnessing the scene that had just happened before their eyes, Lam Mak, Hong Deep, and Thursday Twee could not help but feel surprised as they looked towards him and asked in turn, why did the leader of the Te family say such words? Why did he kill Tethep then Aunt Lam's life and death? Boss, what's going on? Deep then heard that and immediately explained, when this person fought with me, he always hit his job, I knew he didn't really come to kill me. Just now, while I was using my clone to strangle him, he sent me a text message saying that he could rescue Auntie Hong Deep Lam. Next, Chi Chao deployed his power to look at them and then spoke. The man of destiny said, it's okay, Miss Hong Deep's Aunt Lam is currently in the secret room of the Chi family, please look here. As soon as she saw Aunt Lam's silhouette appear in the sphere, Hong Deep happily exclaimed, it's indeed Aunt Lam. That's great, she's okay. Even so, Hong Deep still couldn't help but be suspicious. She walked over and looked at Te Chao and asked, why is Aunt Lam in your family's secret room? He looked at them with a very calm expression and then suggested, this is a long story. Why don't you all follow me back to the house and ask the right person directly, okay? Hearing his suggestion, Deep then's face immediately darkened and he walked to the area of the three families. Faced with his hesitation, Te Chao spoke up, today there is a reason for the ship's training, and it is also a good opportunity to introduce the senior behind the scenes to that man of destiny. Deep then immediately deployed and saved the image. After that, I turned back and asked Hong Deep's group for their opinions. What do you think? The group of people looked at him and said in unison, boss, we all heard what you said. Seeing that, Deep then was no longer polite and looked at Te Chao and replied, if the other party truly invited us, then let's go to the family's central house as guests. He looked at them and respectfully invited, please, in the family's secret place. As soon as she saw Aunt Lam, Hong Deep immediately shouted her name, Aunt Lam. The middle-aged woman with a face like a lost soul immediately spoke, it seemed like I heard the second lady's voice. Immediately afterwards, Hong Deep rushed forward and hugged Aunt Lam. The middle-aged woman who welcomed Hong Deep happily exclaimed, second lady. Is it really you? It's good that you're okay. As soon as she saw something again, she immediately asked, Aunt Lam, what happened after you protected me to escape? And why is she staying at Chi family's house? Aunt Lam pointed at a furnace hanging high and replied, that day after being captured by Tutu, I thought I would be killed, but unexpectedly Te Chao had made an agreement with Tutu. The condition is to capture me here, and help him awaken this cauldron. Chi Chao stepped forward to explain that this pavilion was an ancient treasure, and needed people with special physical abilities to activate it. My strength is limited, so I invited Lam Dao friends to help. As soon as she saw the top, Thursday Twee expressed her doubts with a slightly wary expression. There was a strange feeling, as if we were being watched. Lam Mok also continued, boss, this peak looks really strange. Deep then also spoke up, this peak is associated with someone whose cultivation level is higher than mine. Chi Chao stood under the peak and explained that after this peak is activated, it will be connected to the soul of a certain great person. That same person asked me to rely on this person with the destiny of destiny. Suddenly from the top appeared a black object accompanied by a voice, man of heaven, you are here. Next, that black object immediately deployed, intending to kiss. Seeing the purple power surrounding his body, he thought to himself, these rays of light are gradually suppressing his cultivation, making it impossible for him to release the soul magic of others. Deep then reached back and secretly deployed his secret technique. The province stopped being rural. Then he looked up at the top and asked in a loud voice, what's the purpose of you saying you're poking your head into me? The black shadow rushed towards him and spoke, the old man also has a problem, I can't think of it, but I hope the son of destiny can answer it for me. But when he was about to touch it, the beast king immediately rushed forward and roared. Before the appearance of the little white, the black shadow smiled extremely excitedly and exclaimed, who? No wonder he's the king of divine beasts. He's not affected by the old man's soul-fixing technique. Ha! Faced with the joke of the guy in front of him, Deep then frowned and coldly asked, please answer my question first? The black shadow continues to develop soul-searching magic. then looked at him and spoke, "Man of destiny, if you don't want your companions to be scattered, then let your king of divine beasts leave here quickly." At that object's request, Deep then smiled and asked, "It turns out that you are so afraid of my little white, then I will not let you be satisfied. Oh, by the way, are you threatening me with hostages? But look closely, are you really holding hostages?"